This is a decentralized application where you can organize voting, create candidate, create voters, and they can give vote to each other. This application is very simple. You can connect your wallet, and from here you can log into the application. Simply type your MetaMask credential and click on unlock. Here you are back into the application. You can able to find the number of candidate, number of voters. From here you will have all the pages of this application. So currently we are on home. From here you can able to register candidate. This is how the page would look. From here you can able to create voters who can give vote, and let's create candidate. Simply click on here, upload the image of the candidate, type the name of the candidate, Daulat Hussain. Simply type the address, type the text, and click on authorize candidate. MetaMask pop-up will open, and here you are making contact with your smart contracts. So all you have to do is to simply click on confirm, and here you have registered one candidate in this application for voting context. Here you can see you can able to find the name, ID, details, account address, and the total vote they have got. Now let's come here, let's create a voter who can give the vote. Open up your MetaMask. So I'm taking this account, open it, type the name, I'll call it voter1, type the address, and with this address they can easily able to log into the MetaMask and they can give vote. Okay, only this address, and they can type their positions. It's a kind of message. Let's call it first voter and click on authorize voter. Come here. Here we are making the communication. Let's click on confirm. Here we are on voter page, and we are created successfully our first voter. So we have one candidate, we have one voter, and you can see currently the status is not voted. So this voter is not given the vote to anyone. Okay, so let's click here and let's go to the home page, and now as you can see we have one candidate and one voter. Let's close this one and let's give vote. Okay, so as you can see the account number 5 we have assigned as a voter, and I have logged into my MetaMask with the account number 5. Let's come here, click on give vote. Here we have MetaMask. We are communicating with our smart contract and click on confirm, and here we have given the vote to this candidate. So he got one vote. The state is also got changed. The voter is already voted, that's why the state is different. You already voted. So this is how the application would work. There is a lot of things are going on. If you try to click one more time, we will get this error message, you have already voted. Reload the browser. And this application is 100% responsive for all the devices. What you will learn in this project: how to write smart contract, how to audit smart contract, testing smart contract, verifying smart contract, and smart contract data structure. You will learn about folder and file structure. You will learn about React.js, Next.js, React Context API, state management, and connecting smart contract. And finally, we're going to build a responsive design and deploy this entire application to the Cowin text network. So I hope you would enjoy this project, and the starter files are already provided to you. Simply visit daulathussain.com. On the blog section you will find the very first article, and from there you can download the starter file of this project and start building your first decentralized application. Here I am back in Visual Code Studio, and for this project what I have done, I have created an empty folder, and that's the only thing I have done. Open up your terminals, and now we're going to create our Next.js app. Okay, simply type npx create next app / and this will open up in the same directory. Okay, so this process will take a little bit time. So here the installation process is completed, and on the right hand side you can find couple of folders and files. So as you can see, we have a Git, we have a node modules, we have page, we have public, we have style. Simply clear your terminal and come here, delete this readme file and go to the style folder. Just delete this sln because we don't want to do any sln configuration in this project. Okay, so I will simply delete this one. Open up your css file, delete this file, home modules, because we're going to create our own css file. Okay, Now let's come to the pages and delete this API folder. Close this one and come to index.js. Simply bring this down and select all and remove, and simply type RAFCE and change this to home and type home. Simply come here, everything's look good. Now create a folder by the name components and create one more folder, and this will call inside the component folder. We're going to create another folder navbar, and inside the navbar folder we'll create a file navbar.jsx, and we'll also create one more file called navbar.modules.css. So in Next.js we have to add this extension called modules in our CSS file. Okay, so make sure you add that in all your CSS file. Inside the component folder we're going to create a couple of folders. So for this we'll call card, and inside the card we'll create card.jsx and card.modules.css. Close this one, create one more folder. This will call input. Now create input.jsx. Now input module CSS. Inside the component we have to create one more, and this will call button and button JSX and button CSS file CSS. One more we have to create. This will call voter card and voter card.jsx and voter card module.css. So these are the reusable component we're going to use throughout this entire applications. So let's close all of this. Come here and cut this all. This one, this one, this one. So component is ready. Everything is looking good. We have both CSS file and JSX file. Let's close this. Come to context and create a file by the name constants. In this we're going to keep our API of our smart contract. Okay, so let's call JS. Let's create one more name called voter JSX, and in this we're going to make all the API calls, and in this voter.js we're going to communicate with our smart contract and pass the data. Okay, all the logic would be inside this voter.js. Simply close this one, click on pages, and we have to create the pages which we're going to use in this project. Okay, so first page will create voter list.js. Simply type RAFC, close this one, create one more page, and this will call allow voter. From this page we're going to register new voters.js RAFCE, and here we have to make the changes. Remove this, type V, and here we have to change V. Now we have to create one more page. Click here, one more, and this will call candidate registrations.js. Simply RAFC and do the changes here. Select all and remove that together. So here we have all the pages which we need in this application. Okay, we have app, we have allow, we have candidate, we have index, we have voter list. So everything's looking good. Let's close this one, come to CSS, come to style folder, and let's create the CSS style file for each of these pages. So first would be index.module.css, and the second one is, close this one, second one is going to be voter list module.css, close. Third one is allowed voter modules.css. okay, and all the pages, everything's look good. So we have created all the pages, all the CSS file, all the files and folder structure for this project. Okay, let's open up your terminal, and now we have to install hard hat. that will allow us to build our smart contract and communicate our smart contract with front-end applications, and we're going to use Hardhat for testing purpose. Okay, so open up your terminal, and here you can see here we have couple of packages in our package.json file. So all the dependency which is get installed when you created next app. Okay, so from here we're going to remove couple of packages because we are not using slint in this project, so we need to remove those packages. So this package we need to remove. Simply open up your terminal and type npm install and simply give the name of the package, so slint, and remove it. Copy this one, we don't need these also, and same thing, remove it. Okay, and the reason why I'm doing it because I want to start from the clean environment, and that will give you a good idea that how you should be working. Okay, you can only have those packages which you actually using in your project. So we have successfully installed the packages, and now let's bring this up, and now we have to install the Hardhat. Okay, so type npx Hardhat init because I have already installed Hardhat in my computer. So I would simply type this. If you haven't installed, simply type npm Hardhat and install. It will install in your computer. It's very easy. Let's start. And here you can see I'm going to create simple JavaScript project. Okay, you have a lot of configuration here, but I'll go with a normal one, although it's a very simple project. So hit create, and yes, and here we have to select this. Okay, we need to install these packages. Okay, copy this one, clear your terminal, cls, and paste and hit enter. This will install the Hardhat, all the dependency which Hardhat needs exactly to work. So finally we have installed all the dependency for Hardhat. So we have installed all the things, and here you can see that npm audit fix, don't need to worry about it. Okay, so we have installed successfully, and here we have Hardhat config file. Okay, simply remove this, and here we have to set the network because we're going to use local host for testing our smart contract. Okay, so here what I have done, network Hardhat, and the chain ID is 1337. So make sure you provide this, and we are getting an error. So let's fix this. Let's give this bracket, remove this with comma, and now we are ready to go with this. So this is the single configuration you have to do in your Hardhat config file. Okay, so make sure you do all this, otherwise you're not able to continue in your actual project. Okay, so we have our Hardhat config file ready. Simply close this one, and here you find that in the script, so once you initialize your Hardhat, a couple of folders will get created. Okay, so here we have a couple of folders. So we have a script folder. Inside the script folder we have a deployed file. So this deploy file we're going to use to deploy our smart contract. Okay, so remove these comments. Okay, so this will all make a lot of sense. Okay, right now I'm taking through this structure of this project because later down we're going to focus only on the smart contract and building the logic. Okay, so all the setups we are doing right this moment. So here we have simply remove this comment as well, and we don't need this part as well. You can keep it, but I don't like it. Okay, so here our deploy file is also ready. We need to remove this portion as well because we don't need that. Okay, so this deploy file is ready. We can simply use it. Let's close this one, and let's come here. In the contract you can find that when you install Hardhat, it will create a demo contract file. Okay, so we actually don't need this. We're going to create our own. Simply click and delete this folder file, and just wait. So let's create a new file inside the contract, and this we call it voting contract dot sol. Make sure you give this extension. Okay, and this we're going to write our smart contract. Okay, simply close this one and close this one. So we are done with the entire folder and file structure for this project. So we have created folders, we have created files, and we have done all the configuration for this project. Okay, now open up your terminal and type npm run dev because we want to check our application whether it's working or not. So npm run dev, and simply click on this 3001, your application. As you can see, we are successfully opening our application on localhost 3001, and here you can see home. So now let's start working on our application. So first click on the page folder and click on index.js. Just open up your terminal, okay, and type npm run dev, run our application on localhost 3000. Click on this, and here we have opened our application on our browser. Everything is working fine. Come back, bring this down. Now click on this contract, open the voting contract file, click on this style, and let's do a global CSS styling. Okay, so let's come here and provide a background image linear gradient to right, hex 2D0036, hex 4F015B, hex 30283, hex 9A02AC, hex C400D7. So these are the primary color for our project. Now let's come down, height 100 VH, width 100 VW, overflow hidden. So here, this is how it will look. Simply close this file, go to this contract full file, and let's start working our contract. So first we'll give the license spdx license identifier unlicensed. Now we give the compiler version Solidity 0.8.9. Now simply import the packages which we need in this project. So here we are using OpenZeppelin counter. So we want to keep the track of every candidate and every voters. For that we are going to use this counter from OpenZeppelin, and we have also using Hardhat console, so we can see the logs in our console. Let's create a contract and call it create. Inside that we're going to use counter from counter and counter. So this is how we have to use the plugins which we use in our smart contract. So first we have to use the keyword using, then we have to define the contract counter and what function we want to use inside that contract. So make sure you give the same name. Come down, we'll use this counter, counters.counter, and I keep it public so we can call it outside the contract, and I call it voter ID. This will also be a counter public for candidate ID. Now let's come down, let's take a address, and this will be public, and we're going to create a address for the voter organizer, the one who will deploy this contract. So voting organizer. Now let's start working on the candidate. We'll define the struct and we can call it candidate. First we'll take the unt for the ID, candidate ID. Now we'll take a string, and here we're going to save the name. So the reason why I'm taking age as a string, you can take it as a number, but I'm going with this way. Okay, you can take it as a number, no problem in that. We'll take name, we'll take the image, because we also upload the image from IPFS and we also going to add the image in our smart contract. Okay, now we'll take the unt, and inside that we take the voter count, so how many votes the voter is getting, and now we have to take the address of the candidate, and now the last one is going to be IPFS. So this IPFS will contain all the information about this single candidate. So what we will do, we'll upload the entire data of this candidate to the IPFS, and from there we're going to fetch and add as a URL. So if anybody wants to look at the details about this candidate, they can simply visit the link, and there they will find all the details like candidate ID, age, name, image, voter count, address. So that's the idea I'm just going with. So we are done with the candidate. Now let's come down, and we have also do the event. So create event, because event is a very cheaper way to save data on the blockchain. So I'm just creating this event. So simply copy this and paste here. Let's assign an index, and let's select this part and select all these and remove with this comma, and the last one we don't have it. Okay, so that's our event. Let's come down. Let's take an address. It's gonna be an array and candidate address. So all the address of the candidate we're going to store inside this address. We'll do the mapping. So I'll call it address and candidate public, and this will call candidates. Let me give this comment end of candidate data. Okay, now let's start with the voter details, voter data. Let's come down. We'll take address and it will be public voter voters. Now one more address, public, and it would be voters address, and we have to do the mapping. So I'm going with the address, so voter and public, and this will call voters. Now let's create the struct for the voters. So let's call it voter. So first we'll take the unt for the id, voter slash voter id, string voter name, again string. We'll take voter image. We'll take address, call voter dash address, e address. Now we'll take a unt. It will call voter allowed. So we want to keep the track of the voter, that whether the voter is given the vote or not, or whether he or she is authorized to give the vote. So that's why I have taken this allow variable. You will see everything when we plug everything together. Now boolean, and this for is voter voted. So whether the voter is already voted or not, that will keep the track of this boolean. Okay, and we'll take another unt. This will call voter vote, and the last one is going to be string. It's called voter IPFS, which contain all the information about the voter. So we are done with the voter struct. Let's come down. Let's create the event for the voter created, and simply we're going to paste it, and we have to assign an id, sorry, index, and simply replace all this with comma. So this is the voter and event and struct. Let's come down. Let's give this comment end of voter data. Now we have to create the constructor. So what we have to do is we have to set the inside the constructor, we're going to set the organizer. So voting organizer is the message or sender who will deploy the smart contract. So simply come down. This is our construct. We'll take a function. This will call set candidate. Now let's create the function for the set candidate. Inside that we need address. We'll call it address. We'll take string and memory. It will dash age. And the reason why I'm taking the variable name like this dash age, because I don't want to create any name conflict, because the same name we have in our struct. So it's better to take this dash notation in your data. Okay, again memory, and this will call name. We'll have a string, and this will call memory. It's an image, string memory. It's a IPFS. Just provide this bracket. Now let's come this public. So this is the function, all the inputs we're going to receive in this set candidate. So first required, so we have to do some conditions. So voting organizer is the one who going to create this candidate. Okay, so that's the very first check we have to do. If someone else call this function, we have to say only organizer can create the voters, sorry, candidate. So that's the very first check. So let's come here, and I think I misspelled, and simply paste here. So this is the very first check we have to make in set candidate. Let's come down and let's take the ID, this one, and now we're going to use the increment function. So every time we'll create a user, this number will keep updating. Simply click on this and you will come to the plugin. So here is the function, complete function of the package we are using in our smart contract. As you can see, It has three functions. So the very first function we have is current, second one is increment, where we are increasing the number, and the third one we have is decrement. Okay, so this is the counter package, this counter package we are using. Okay, this one plus, let's close this one. Now let's store into a variable called id. I'll call it id number, and where we're going to pass this candidate id current. This current function will give the current id number which we're going to assign. So let's call it candidate storage, and let's call it candidate with a small c, candidates, and we will pass the address. Okay, that's the address we receive from the user, that's we're going to pass it here, and this is how we are mapping. Come down, let's take a candidate dot age, and we're receiving the age from the user. As you can see here, we have defined all the properties of the candidates, and that's what we are providing here. Let me close this one. As you can see, this is the index, this is the age. So that's all the value we're going to assign one by one. So let's remove this to name. This will call name, replicated, this will call candidate id, and here we have to pass the id number. Let's replicate it. This will call image, and this one is also image, replicated. This one is voter count. Initially it will have 0, and let's assign an address. Let's call it address. This one is IPFS. So here we got all the data, and we have updated our struct. Let's come down, and now we'll take that ID candidate address, and I'm going to push all the addresses of every single candidate in this candidate address. Okay, so here we have the array, and that we are pushing. Let's come down. Now we have to emit the event, so we have to pass all the properties. So here we have the properties. Make sure whatever order you have defined in your event, the same order you have to assign, follow here, otherwise it will throw an error. So order is matter when it's come to emit. So this is going to be a number, this one is the age, name, image, and this one is a candidate vote. This one is a IPFS. I think everything's look good. So I'm maintaining so make sure follow the same order. So we have followed the order. So we are done with that set candidate function. So this is the data we are taking, first check, then we are incrementing, then sampling, creating a copy. And the reason why I have taken the storage variable, because we are changing the state variable of our smart contract. Okay, so this function will change the state variable of our smart contract. That's why I have used the keyword storage. And when you don't change the state variable, in such cases we use memory keyword, because memory keywords allow us to create a copy of our smart contract that can be only execute during the function. So once the function get over, that data will not update it. Okay, so that's what you have to keep in mind, that what is the difference between storage and memory. So we are creating the copy, we are updating that, and we are emitting. So we are done with this. Let's close this one. Now let's come down, let's create another function for get candidate public, and we have to use view and return, and in that we have to return address, all the address, and it's gonna be a memory. And I have used the memory keywords because I want to, because address is my state variable, and I want to create a copy of it in this function, because I'm not updating my state variables. That's why I've used the view keyword. Will return, and it will call it candidate address, so it will give me all the address which we have created as a candidate. Okay, now we'll create another function, and this will call candidate length, so it will give me the length of the candidate we have in this contest. Return, and it's gonna be a number, so that's why we have to take unt return, and it will call candidate address dot length. This function will give me the length of the candidate. Now let's come down, let's create another functions, and this will call get candidate data. So this function will allow us to fetch every single data about a single candidate. So we have to pass address, and it will be a public view because we are checking the state variable. Now we have to return it and all the values. So let's remove this one, okay, bracket, and inside this we have to define all the properties, all the value of the candidate which we want to retrieve from this function. Okay, so we will pass the address in this functions, and on the base of that we're going to extract all the data. So first thing, we need a string, and it's a memory. Then second one is also a string, memory. Third one is unt string and memory, and it's again unt string memory address. So all the data we are trying to extract from about this user. So we are trying to extract all the data about this candidate, and that's what we have passed here. So here you can see these are the details we want to take. Let's give the bracket, we'll return it, we'll take the candidate. So this is the candidate in which we have the data. We have to pass the address, and we have to pass the property which we want to take. So name simply, for this is for name, this one is for candidate ID, this one is for image, this one is for voter count, and this one is for IPFS, and this one is for address. So here we are taking all the data of this candidate. So let's assign this comma. So here how it's look. So but we are getting this error. Okay, so let's try to fix it. So it's saying, okay, still we are getting error. Let's move ahead and work on the voter section. We'll see what's the problem. So okay, this is good, everything's working fine. Now we don't have the error. Let's call it function voter right, and this function will allow us to create voters who can actually give vote in this voting context. Okay, so the parameter we're going to pass is the address. We'll pass the string memory, it's gonna be a name. Then we have to pass another string, it's gonna be image. Then we have to pass another string, it's gonna be call IPFS. Let's assign a space, and it's gonna be a public, so we can call outside of this contract, and we have to do some check. Okay, so the condition is going to be for this voting context that only a contract owner can create the voters. Okay, so that's the check we have to do. So voting organizer equal to message.sender. So whoever will call this function, it has to be the organizer. If it not the organizer, then we have to display this message, only organizer can create voter. Okay, so let's come down and let's create a voter ID because we want to keep that increment, and we're going to use the increment function. So let's come here, we are still getting this error. Let's close all this tab, and this one is the ID which we are incrementing whenever we create the voter. Now let's take a unt, it will call ID number, and you guys know the drill. The same thing we have to follow here as well. So voter ID current, and still we are getting the error in this function get candidate functions. So what's the problem? Let's come here, let's open this. We have the order perfect. Okay, here we have this comma, just remove that and just remove the comma from the address. Okay, this is how it should be. And now I think we don't have the error. As you can see, the error is gone. So remove the two commas, one from the last address and one from the bracket. Now let's close this one, let's come down. Now we'll take the copy, it's gonna voter storage voter. So voters, inside that we'll pass the address, and now we have to update the fields. So first we have to do another check before we create the voter. So the check would be voter allowed, it has to be 0 equal to 0, okay, and that 0 mean that the user is not already registered on the contest. So if account is registered, so the entire funda of doing this check, that whenever we register a voter, we'll assign a allowed value to 1, and that's one we're going to deduct once the candidate give the vote. So when we create a new voter, they will have as a allow property to 1. So that's how we are doing the check. Okay, so let's format this. Now take voter dot allow is equal to 1, because initially the first voter would have 0 and we have to update that to 1 so we can make that check. Okay, we'll have to simply come down and name this to name, and this will be name, this will be image, and this one is also image, address, ID number, voter ID, voter, and this one is initially it would be, so initially it would be 1000 for being the safe side. Okay, I just gave this random number, and the last one is going to be false, and this one is voted, and this one is going to be a IPFS and IPFS. So here we are updating all the data about the voters and assigning all the values. Let's come down, and now we have to push the address, voter address dot address. So here we have the array, and that we are having all the address of the voters. So in that, come down, and now we have to emit that event. So we'll call voter create, and make sure you have to follow the same order as you have defined in your emit event. Sorry, here we're going to be number, this would be name, this would be image, and this would be address, and copy this one. I think this one, I think something wrong. Let's come back. So number, age, image, and this one is allowed, and this one is address, and now we have to come, simply copy this one. We have to put all this together. Simply copy this, paste. Now copy this one, paste. Now copy the IPFS only, and here we have all the data of that event. So far everything's good. We have successfully created our voter right function. So here is the check, here is all the data and the event. Let's close this function. Let's come down. Now let's create the function for vote. For that, we're going to take the address of the candidate, and we're going to take the ID of the candidate. We're going to take these two data to make the vote happen. Okay, voter ID, candidate vote ID. It's gonna be external function, so anybody can call outside this contract. It's gonna be a voter storage, and again voter, and we have to follow the same thing. In that, we're going to pass the message.sender. So whoever will call this function, we're going to take that account, and we're going to compare and create a copy of it. Okay, let's come down. We have to do one check. So voter dot voter, so you have already voted. So here what we are checking, that initially we are assigning voter voted to false, but here we are going to opposite. So if it's true, that means the voter is already voted, but if it's not true, then they can give the vote. So that's the very first check. Then one more check we have to do is voter dot voted allow, it has to be not equal to 0. Okay, and here we have to type you have no right to vote. So if an account has a 0 allowed, that means he's not registered or he has already given the vote. We'll take the voter slash voted to true. Okay, we have to turn it to true, and now we have to take that voter dot vote, that's going to be equal to candidate vote ID. Okay, so this will allow us to keep the track that which voter gave vote to which candidate. Okay, so that's why we're going to make this track. We'll take another voted voter dot push, and in that we're going to pass the address. So here we are taking the track of all the account which has already given the vote, okay, in a form of array. So here, come up here, we have that address. Now we'll take that candidate address, and that we're going to pass the candidate address, and it's gonna call vote count, and we want to increase the candidate voter count. So voter allowed. So voter number is going to be added to the candidate count. That's the simple logic. So with this, we are done with this entire voter function. First we are taking the candidate address, then we are taking the ID, and this is the first. So here we are taking a copy of our voter struct, and here we are checking the condition, then we are updating the data and making the vote happen. Okay, so everything is ready, look good. Close this one, come down, let's create another function, and this will call get voter length public. It's gonna be a view return, and we are returning number, so it's gonna be a uint 256. Now we have to return the voter address dot length, that will give us the total number of voters. Come down, now let's create another function. This will call voter data. This will give us the detail about all the voters. So we'll pass the address, it's gonna be a public view, and we have to return. So simply give us this bracket, and we have to define all the things which we want to return. So first is going to be a uint, then we have a string, then we have another string with memory address, string memory, and it's gonna be a uint boolean, sorry, bool. So these are the things we want to return from these functions, and now we have to return the data. So voter, we have to pass the address. So first one is a voter, let's say voter ID we have to take. Now second one is going to be name, third one is going to be image, fourth one is going to be address, fifth one is going to be IPFS, and sixth one is going to be allowed, and seventh one is going to be voted. So here we are getting all the data of this particular voter. Okay, everything's look good. With this function we can able to extract all the data of the single voter on the base of the address. Let's come down, let's create another function, and let's call it get voted voter list. Okay, so all those who already given the vote, we have to keep the track of that and get the data. So will pass the address array memory, it's gonna be, then we have to return simply. So voted voter. Now one more function we have to write, it will call get voter list, and gonna be a public view return. We have to pass the address in the form of array, we have to, and simply return that voter address. So this will give us the list of all the voter, and the upper one will give us the list of those who have voted. Okay, so we're done with this function, we are done with this voter data, voter length, this is the voted, and let's close this one, and this is voter struct. So everything is working fine. Let's format things. Okay, So with this, we are done with the smart contract of our voting context. We have to write two more functions, one for the winner to find that how many vote he or she has got. So we have to write that one functions, but that we'll do later. Once we'll build the UI and we do this all voting, then we'll going to write that. Okay, so here we have all that smart contract for the winner. Everything's looking good, we are not missing anything. If we find that we have missed anything, we'll definitely come back and add that functionality in the smart contract. Okay, so simply close this one, open this and close this one, go to the context and click on this constant. Okay, so now we have to do some general configurations to deploy the smart contract, then we can start working on it. So here we are on our constant file. Let's open up your terminal, bring it up, end the applications, and let's type cls. Now we have to type npm hardhat node to run the hardhat in our terminal. So the process got started, just wait. And here we got 20 demo account which we can utilize it to test our smart contract. Okay, you can use the UI part of our hardhat, but here I'm using terminal, which is very convenient and very easy. So here you will see all the accounts with the private key. Okay, now let's come to this side. Here we have to write the deploy command. So here we have to write the deploy command of our smart contract. Simply type npx hardhat script slash deploy.js and dash dash network localhost, because we are uploading to the localhost. And make sure whichever file you have, keep your deploy file, that's the name you have to give. Okay, and simply hit enter, run this command and hit enter. So you can see here I have a script. Inside the script I have this deploy file. Let me open it. So this is the one. Let me open it and let me show you what I have in my deploy file. So this is nothing but general. So when you create hardhat, the demo version of the code, you get to deploy a smart contract, and that's what I have. And what I have done here, I have simply changed the name. So I have given the name of my contract as a const, and that's what I'm declaring in my get contract factory, my contract name and the general convention I'm following. And here I'm logging out the address of the contract which I'm deploying on. Okay, so that's the basic things which I have done. So this is the contract and this is the contract I'm passing here. Here I'm passing the contract name with a small, and here is also a small, deploying and console logging out the address which we can use later. Okay, that's a simple thing. So let's close this one, click here. Now let's come up here and simply run the command. Okay, npx hardhat run script deploy network localhost, hit enter. This process might take a little bit time. Okay, so here we have successfully compiled the smart contract, and here we have got our contract ID on which we have deployed our smart contract. So simply copy this one, this entire. Okay, come to our constant, and here we're going to use that ID. So let me give this comment and keep it on top, and here we're going to write a couple of things. So here you can see, here we have the artifact folder. Inside that we have a create.json. okay, in that we have the entire metadata of our smart contract, the ABI. So all the function which you have defined, all the variables which you have defined, that's all will be here in our ABI, and that's inside the artifact contact create.json file. Okay, so let's bring down and let me show you. So here is the name. Here you can find all the things about this smart contract which you have written. So simply scroll down. Here you can see all the variables which you have defined as a state variable. That's all is here. So let's go. So this file is really big because I have defined a lot of variables, state variables. That's why it's so big. Okay, so what you can do, simply hold this, and this is the one. Simply hold this one and drag it to this contents file. Okay, So let me tell you one more time. What you have to do is simply drag that create.json file into the context folder. We have bring this file in the context folder. Let's close this one, and now we're going to use that file here. Okay, let's close all these folders, close this one. Let's come here. We have to import that file, so import voting, I'll call it, and that's coming from our home same directory, create.json, and we have to export this. So first thing, we have to export the voting address, which we have copy as a string, so we'll paste that as a string. Now we have to export one more thing, and that's called voting address ABI, and the ABI is inside the voting.abi. So if we come to our create.json, go to the simple context and create.json, here you can see here we have the ABI, and that's what we are utilizing. Okay, so these are the two things we are importing, and that's allow us to communicate our smart contract with our front end. Okay, let's close all this tab. Now simply click here on voter, and here this is the place where we're going to make all the calls. Okay, we're going to write all the functionality, that how our smart contract will interact, all the functionality of sharing data through the entire application. Okay, that's going to be happen inside this voter.js. So first we'll take RAFC, React Functional Based Component, and here we're going to import couple of things. So first thing is going to be use state, second one is use effect, and we'll import Web3 model, which is coming from Web3. Let's come here, go to this package.json file. Here you can see all the folders which we have. So here we have installed all these packages which we're going to use. So we have XEs, we have ethers, we have IPFS, we have a counter, we have Web3 models. So all the packages we're going to use in this project. Okay, so let's simply close this one, and let's import one by one. So import ether from ethers. Now we have to import the create, that's coming from IPFS, and I want to rename this to IPFS HTTP client. Okay, let's come down, let's import XES for our API call. Now let's import the use router, that's coming from next router. So here we have external import. Now let's do the internal import. We'll import voting address and voting ABI, and that's coming from dot constant. Okay, inside the constant folder here we have that two things, that's what we are importing here. Now let's take a const client IPFS client. Okay, inside that we're going to pass the URL. So https ipfs.infura.io 5001 API/v0. So make sure you have to use the same URL, because this is the one we're going to utilize it to upload the data to our IPFS. Okay, we'll create a fetch API function, so fetch contract function, sorry, and inside this we'll pass the signer, let's call it signer, or provider. We'll use new ether package, and we'll use contract, and inside that we're going to pass couple of things. First one is going to be voting address, voting API, and the signer or provider. So this is how we're going to make communicate with our smart contract. So this function will allow us to fetch the contract and allow us to make communicate. Okay, so fetch contract functions, and so we are done with the internals and general setups. Everything's look good. Okay, now let's take another variable. So let's export this one. So it's const, and we'll call voting context, and it's coming from react.context. So we're going to use React context for sharing data through our entire applications. Okay, Now let's come down. We have to export const voting provider. Inside that we're going to pass the children. It's gonna be an arrow function, and we have to return this instantly. So inside that we're going to use this voting context dot provider. So let's cut this provider with capital P, and inside that we're going to pass the children. With this we're able to access all the data which will share inside this value that would be available to the entire application. And you will see how we can easily able to get the data from one component to from this page to everywhere in this application. So let's remove this one. Our context provider is also ready, so everything's looking good. And let me give you a working example, then we'll start working. So let me take a variable called voting titles, and let's call it my first smart contract app. Okay, so this data I want to pass and use it in other component or in other page. So that's simply what I will do. I will pass that inside the value. So whatever value, whatever function we'll pass inside this value, that would be available in every single component. Okay, so here we have passed the value. So far, let's come here, let's go to the pages, let's go to the app, and now we have to wrap our application, entire application, with that provider so we can easily able to access the data. So that's what we're going to do in app.js. So first we have to import that. Okay, so let me give this command internal import, and that's a, let's come back, what is called, it's a voting provider. So this voting provider, and that's coming from /context voter, and we have to import navbar as well. Okay, because that's the component going to be throughout this entire application. So let's import that as well. So navbar coming from inside the component we have this navbar, and now we have to wrap the entire application. So let's take that voting provider, cut that, paste below, and let's take the navbar as well here, and let's wrap this component inside the div. Okay, so let's cut this here and paste inside this. So here our provider is ready for this app.js. Let's close this one. Now let's come to the index.js, and here we go to test that. Okay, so we have to import couple of things from React. So we need use state, we need use effect, and we use context. So these are the external import from React. Now we have to take the image as well from next image, import countdown from React countdown. We have installed the plugin, install the package, and that will allow us to run the timer counter. Okay, now let's give me this internal import, and here we have to import that voting context coming from context voter, and now we have to import the style sheet for this index file dot inside the style dot index module. Now we have to import that card component, and that is inside the component card, and we also need the image, and that's inside the assets, and from that we have to take this candidate image one. Okay, so far it's looking good. Now we have to get the data. So let's come back here and simply copy this voting title and paste here, and let's give this equal sign, and we have to use this use context, and in that we're going to pass this voting context. So in this way we can easily able to have the data in this application. Okay, so we are using this use context to get the data from this voting context. So let's remove this and simply pass the voting title, and let's open up the terminal and just restart the application. So we'll type npm run dev and click here. Let's close all the other tabs. So we are getting some error. So we are getting error in our voter.js. Voter is not defined. Okay, let's come back, go care, and simply remove this because we don't need this one. Okay, now refresh the application, and still we are not getting the data. Let's console log out that, and nothing is here. So still we are getting some sort of error. Okay, I made a mistake in this spelling, so it should be children, children, and reload the page, and here we have the data. As you can see, my first smart contract app. So our context API is working. We can easily able to share the data to multiple components. So let's come back and let me zoom in. As you can see, it's working fine. Close this one. So our context API is also working. Now we can start working on the application. Let's close all this and let's start working on our voter.js. So simply remove this one. Let's keep it. Okay, let's keep it, otherwise it will throw an error. Let's take a variable called router, because we want to use the router, and we use the user router. Here we have already imported that. We'll take a use state, and this will call current account, so it's gonna be a string. We'll take another use state, and this will call candidate length. It's gonna be a string. We'll take another variable called push candidate, and it's gonna be an empty array. The reason why I'm taking a push, so let's keep working on that, and and the moment we'll use it, I will tell you that why I have taken a single array instead of use state. Okay, now take another variable. This will call candidate index, and it's gonna be an empty array. We'll take another use state, and this will call candidate array. So all the data of the candidate we're going to stay here in this, and inside this we're going to pass that push candidate. Okay, and the reason why I have taken this approach, because we have to run a loop on the candidate, and that in that loop we want to store all the data inside this push candidate, and once all the data is arrived, that data will going to pass inside this candidate array. So this is the entire logic which I'm taking. Okay, so we'll pass that data push candidate inside the candidate array. Now let me give this comment, and this is the end of the candidate data sections, and we also going to define some use state for the error, global error handling. So it's going to be a string. Now we'll take the highest scorer, that who win this elections, so we'll take that as a variable. It's going to be an empty array. We'll take a voter section. Okay, so we're going to take a couple of variables for voter as well. So it's going to be a push voter. It's going to be an empty array. Now we'll take a use state, and we'll call it voter array. In that we're going to pass this voter push voter. We'll take another use state, and this will call voter length, and it's going to be a string. We'll take another use state, and this will call voter address, and this will an array. So here we have the data for the voter. This is the error, and this is the candidate. So we are done with the general setup. So whatever we have done so far, we are just setting up the stage. Okay, and these all variables we're going to use in our function to push the data and get the data. Okay, so this is just for us setting purpose. We are not written any single piece of code for interacting with our smart contract. Okay, so let's remove this, and let's give this comment. It will call connecting wallet. So now we have to write the function for connecting wallet MetaMask. Okay, we'll take a variable called check if wallet is connected. So the very first check we want to do is whenever anyone visit the application, that whether they have connected their MetaMask, or do they have MetaMask installed or not. So that's the very first check we have to do. Okay, so it's gonna be an async function. We'll write an if statement. If window.ethereum is not there, then we have to return this. Okay, set error, and in that error we have to pass that please install MetaMask. Okay, and you might be thinking that what is this window.ethereum? Okay, so let me show you what it is. So let's open up the browser. Let me open my search console, and let me show you. If I type, so let's click here. If I type window.ethereum, you will see that I have an object in my browser, and this object is injected by the MetaMask. So if you install this MetaMask in your browser, what MetaMask will does, it will inject the Ethereum object in your browser, and that's we're going to utilize it to connect our front-end application with MetaMask. Okay, so if it's there, then we have want to connect it, and here you will find bunch of properties, chain ID and all this function which you can utilize to connect your application. Okay, that's the basic funda we are doing. So if it's not there, then we have to display the error, but if it has MetaMask installed, then we have to extract the account. So we'll say await window.ethereum, we have to request for the account, and in that we're going to pass the method, and this method is called eth.account with s. Okay, and that will get the account of that user, and we have to do the another check that if account length is more than, it has more than one account, then we have to extract the first account. So we'll set current account to account.0, so it gives us the first account. Okay, else we have to set error message, and that we have to pass please install MetaMask and connect and reload. Okay, sometime what happened that Ethereum object takes a little bit time to get inject in your browser. It's always great to tell the user that they can reload the page, so the entire process gets started from once again, and they won't have any problem while connecting with the application. Okay, so that's the very first thing we are doing here. And now, so we are done with this check if wallet connected, and that's what we're going to pass here. Okay, so this is how we're going to share the data. So we're going to pass that data inside that. Okay, so let's come down. Now we have to create a function for connect wallet. So here what we have done, let me remind one more time. So we have created a function called check if wallet is connected, and we are checking for the account. If they have the MetaMask installed, then it's good, we can easily extract the very first account and setting up to the current account. But if they don't have that MetaMask installed, we are displaying the array, and we are passing this check if wallet is connected into our context provider. Okay, so we can easily able to utilize this function into our navbar, because that's the portion where we're going to use this function. Okay, that's what I'm doing, I'm passing that function inside this value. Let's create another function called connect wallet, and it's going to be an async function because we are dealing with the synchronous behavior, and in that we'll take a if statement. Again, we have to do the same check that there is a window Ethereum exists. If it's not exist, then we have to display the error message please install MetaMask. So let's come up here, because this one is going to be the same, so simply copy here and paste here, but we have to do a small change here. So instead of eth accounts, we have to type eth request account. Okay, that's the method we want to pass. Now let's set that account to first account, so 0. Okay, once we got the account, you simply pass that into this value. Okay, so this is how we can pass this function as well. So we are done with this, let's close this one. Let me give this command, it called upload to IPFS. So now we have to upload the image to the IPFS, and this was going to be for the voters only. Okay, so we'll call it upload to IPFS, and it's going to be an async function, and that we're going to pass the file. It's going to be async functions, and we'll take a try and catch, and simply set error message is going to be like error uploading file to IPFS. Come here, we'll take another value called added. We're going to say await, we have to use the client and add. Okay, so the client here we have taken, and that's the URL, and here we're going to pass the content and the file. Okay, the file we have to pass. Now we have to take another variable, it's called a URL, and here we have to define the URL of the file. So http IPFS infura and io/IPFS, and here we have to define all the values, all the data which we want to upload to the IPFS. So here we are just uploading only the image. Okay, so we'll pass that data dot path. and simply we're going to return that. Okay, return the URL. So this is our upload functions. So let's come here. So let's go to the index, not index. Let's close this index. Just minimize this one. So this is IPFS upload functions. Okay, and that's what we have to pass here as well. Simply paste it. So here we have all the functions, all the properties which we are passing. So let's open up this, go to this allow voters, and here we're going to make that call. So let's start working on this allow voters, and then we're going to write other functions. Okay, so let's import couple of things from React. So first one is use state, and we have to get used effect, and this is going to be a use callback and use context. Import, let's say, router, and that's coming from next router. We have to import the use drag drop zone. So we are using drop zone, okay, for uploading the date, uploading the image. Okay, and let's import image, and that's coming from next image. So here we have the external import. Let's come to the, and here we have that counter and drop zone, you can see, and that's what we are utilizing it for uploading our data. Let's do internal import, and we have to take our voting context coming from context voter. We have to import our style file from style dot allow voter. We have to import the images, and that's coming from dot dot slash assets. Now we have to import the button component. So button, that's coming from dot dot component slash button. Now we have to take the input also, input component input, and that's coming for input. So these are the internal import for this page. Okay, let's come down. Let's take another variable called allow voters. Okay, and it's going to be an arrow functions, and that we're going to create a use state. So this will call a file URL. Okay, it's initially it will be null, and we'll take another use state, and this will call form import. So all the data will be take from the user, and the first one is going to be name, second one is going to be the address, and the third one is going to be position. We're going to take these three data from this function. Okay, so here let's remove this part. Let's simply remove it. Okay, so this is our function. Now we have to return this one, and we will take a div. Okay, so this is the function. So whatever we have done in this allow voter file, we have just set up the stage. Okay, we have taken two use state. First one is for the image, and the second one is for the form inputs, which we'll take from the user. So let's come down. Let's take a variable called router, and we have use router. Okay, now we have to take a const, and here we have to take this file upload to IPFS and simply paste it. We'll use that use context. So I hope that you guys are getting familiar with this use context API, that how you can utilize it. Okay, and in that we're going to pass that voting context. Let's give this command called voters image drop. Okay, so we'll take another const called voter drop, and we'll take this use callback, and that we're going to take a async functions, and we'll accept the file. Okay, we'll take a value URL, and it's going to be await to IPFS, and in that we're going to pass the file. Okay, so this is the URL which we are returning from there. Okay, so once the file get uploaded, it will return a URL, and that's the URL we are receiving here. So let's come down and we're going to set that URL to our select file URL. So here we are done with this on drop. Now we'll take another variable, and that we're going to take this get root props, and this get root prop is coming from drop zone package which we have installed. We can call it use drop zone, and in that we're going to pass the properties. So we're going to call that function, the variable which we have taken on drop, that's the we're going to call it here, and we're going to define the accept and what type of image we want to accept. So we want to accept all the images, that's why we have to give this star, and we want to define the maximum size. So I'll say let's call it 560. Okay, that's the get root props, and we have to take one more props, it's called get input props. So these are the two props coming from use drop zone. Okay, I'm not making it up, it's on the API documentation, you guys can check more. There is a lot of properties are there which you can utilize. Okay, now let's move on, let's come down. So we're done with this, we're done with this, and we're done with this. Things are looking good. Now let's call it JSX part. So let's start working on the JSX. So we have to return that instantly, and we will take a div and we'll have a style dot create voter class, and we'll take another div, and in that we're going to check for a file URL. If it has file, then we have to render this div. Okay, it will have a class called style dot voter info, and that will take a image, and we have to assign the source. So let's remove this, let's add the file upload URL. Okay, let's assign a alt tag, it will call voter image. And why we are getting this error, let's come down. Okay, we'll take another div, it will have a class called voter info dat paragraph. Inside that we'll take a paragraph. So why we are getting this error, so let's remove this extra bracket. Okay, from here. Okay, now let's type name, and inside the spam we're going to pass the data of the user who input the data. Okay, so in that we're going to pass form input dot name. Okay, and that's what we have here in that form input. Let's do for other. So this one is going to be address, we'll take this HTML space and we'll pass that form dot address, and we have to slice it down because we don't want to display the entire address, we want to display only 10 character. Let's copy this space, let's take another p tag, and that we're going to type the position span, and that's coming from input dot position. So let me repeat what we had doing here. Okay, we are simply checking if the file is exist, if the user uploaded the file, then only we're going to display this dynamic block. That's simple with the data. Let's come up here, go to this allow voters, and let's see how things are looking. So here we are getting this comma. Okay, nothing is there because we are not writing anything, and let me just make it true that there is file exists, then you will see how the data would look like. And here you can see we have a voter image, name, address, and positions. Okay, all the things we can easily able to display. That means our dynamic block is working. Let's make it true, that will hide this dynamic block. So right now we have this, let's come down, we'll take another dynamic block, we'll say if file is not exist, then we have to render this div. Okay, it will have a class name called side info. Inside that we'll take another div, it will have a class name called style dot side info dash box. Inside that we'll take a h4 tag, and this will call create candidate for voting. Okay, we'll take a p tag, it will call block chain voting organization, that's for the branding purpose. Okay, and let's call it what titles we should give. Let's call it provide Ethereum ecosystem. I hope you guys will come up with something better description name for this application, or you can type your own. So let's come up here, and here you can see we can easily able to see the data. That means our dynamic block is working on the condition which we have defined. Create candidate for voting, and here is the title, blockchain voting organization, provide blockchain ecosystem. If you guys have any better title, do leave in the comment section. That definitely I'm going to add into this application. Okay, let's come down. We'll take another paragraph and we'll have a class called side info dot dash para, sorry. Inside that, we're going to write contract candidate. We'll take another div and it will have a class name called car, and we'll take a dynamic block called voter array dot map. So right now we don't have the data to render, but I'm making this JSX part, so when we'll have the data we can only plug that. Okay, so let's write the JSX part. So we'll take a ALM and I, and we're going to return instantly. Okay, so let's take a div, and inside the div, let's take a div, let's remove this one, take a div, we'll take a key plus one, and we'll take a class name. This will call style dot card and box, and that will take another div, it will call class name style dot image. Let's take a image tag, and provide the source. So the source is going to be our, so let's keep it empty for a while. Let's add a alt text profile photo. Come down, we'll take another div and it will have a class name, and the class name will assign to card info, and in that we'll take a paragraph and we'll have a dynamic block, not dynamic block, we'll type a name simply for time being, and we'll take a address, and we'll take another one, and it will also have a details. Here we don't display all the details of these candidates, of the voters. So we are done with this dynamic section. So what we can do, so right now we don't have the data, we can simply comment out this portion for a while. Okay, so let's see, it's throwing an error because we don't have the data. So let's comment out this part and let's reload the page. Now things are working and fine. Now let's start working ahead. Let's come here, take another div, and let's have a class name style dot voter, and we'll have another div. Inside that we'll have a class name called style dot voter dash container, and that will take a h1 tag. It will call create new voter. Refresh, here we have the title. Come here, we'll take another div, class style dot voter dash container dash box. Inside that we'll take another div, it will have a class name called voter container box dash div. Inside that we'll take another div, and I know these names are getting pretty big, but this is how you should define name for the classes in the application, because when you work in a large case applications, it's become very hard to give the right names, and when you define names such like this, it becomes very easy to read that what that class is doing exactly when someone else will look at to your code. Okay, and here what we have to do, here we have to pass the props for drops on props. So this is the props we have to pass. Simply paste here and call the function, and inside that we'll take the input, we'll close it, and we'll go to pass the props, input props, get input props, and we have to call it. So let's come here. Right now nothing is happening, okay, because we haven't defined anything. Let's come down. Here we're going to take another div, and it will have a class called style dot voter container box dev dot info, sorry, dash info. Inside that we'll take a p and it will call upload file, and the file extension we want to provide jpg and png, and gif we want to take web, and the size one we want to say, let's call it 10, not 100 is too much, so 10 MB only file size. Now we'll take another div and we'll have a class called, let's say, voter container div box and image. In that we're going to have the image. We'll take the image tag and we'll pass the image. So right now we have the image in the assets, so let's come here, image dot upload, let's create or add it. So here we have the image, as you can see it's working. Let's define the alt, let's define the width. Okay, width is going to be 150 and height is going to be 150, and object fit is going to be content, and alt tag is going to be file upload. So this is the image property we have defined. Now let's take another p tag and let's call it drag and drop file. Let's take another one and this will say or browse media on your device. So as you can see, if we click we can open the our folders. That means it's working fine. Let's take a div and it will have a class called style dot input container, and that will take an input component which we have created right here. So the component we have imported, that's what we're going to use it here. This is the image one and we want to import, okay, this one is the input. Inside this we're going to pass couple of props. So let's come here, let's go to this, close all this tab, open the component, go to the import, and here we have into the import folder. Let's zoom it a bit and let's import couple of things from React. So first thing we need use context, and let's do internal import, and this is coming for import style from dot input module. So style file we have to import. Now let's replace this to instant callback and we'll take a div, and that we're going to type hello. So let's do one thing, let's pass the props that we can receive inside the component. Okay, so let's call it input type is going to be, let's say, text, and the title is going to be, for this input component, is address. Now we have to take the placeholder, so let's call it voter address. So this is the props we are passing. And now one more thing, handle click functions. So we have to pass that e and we have to pass the function. So for time being let's go with this empty functions, or we can do one thing, we can simply call the set form input, and in that we're going to pass this, okay, dot form, and we have name e dot target dot value. Okay, and that's the benefit of using React, because it's make work so easy. You can see directly we can able to set the value to our input forms with this e dot target value. Okay, so that's the first input. Let's change this to name. So this is the first input. Let's come here to our input file and let's start styling that. So first thing, we have to import all the props. So first one is input type, titles, and the placeholder. And we have one more things, which is a handle click. That's also we passed. Let's replace this, make it instant return. Let's take a div with a class name called style dot input, and that will take a p tag, and this will have a title of this input. Now we'll take another dynamic block and we'll say if input type is equal to text. And the reason why I'm going with this approach, because I believe that you guys want to add couple of more fields. So instead of input text only, you guys will want to have a number, you want to have a file. So that's why I'm going in this approach. So you can use this reuse this component in multiple times by using this if and else statement. Okay, so here I'm saying that if the type is text, then we have to render different type of component. So we'll take a div, and it will have a class name. This class name will be input dash box. Inside that we'll take a input, and in that we're going to assign the type called text. The class name will add a style dot input box for from, and the placeholder we have to pass the placeholder. So simple. And we have to add a on click functions, and in that we're going to pass that handle click. Okay, that's the one thing. So we are getting this error. Let's see what's the problem. Okay, and it's empty. If the file type is text, then we want to render this, but if the file type is not text, then then we don't want to render anything. Okay, so that's the logic behind this. So that's the input part. Now we are done with this. Let's come here and let's go style this portion. So let's reload that. So we are getting this error. Reload the browser, and everything's look good. Here you can see everything is working fine. And let's style this portion. So first thing, we'll start with this input box. Copy and come here. We're going to assign width 100%. Let's say background color is going to be 730283. Padding is going to be 0.5 RAM. Border radius is going to be 2 RAM. And let's assign a box input. And background color is going to be transparent. Border 0. Width is going to be 100%. Outline is going to be none. Padding inline going to be 0.5 RAM. Color is going to be white. Form input placeholder. So color is going to be 2D0036. Fonts width is going to be 500. Text transform to upper scale. So here you can see it's looking perfect. We can easily able to see our input fill. Our placeholder is also working, and the input text is also working. So this looks good. So we are done with this input component. Now simply replicate this 3 times, because all together we want to display 3 input fields. So simply change this to, this one is called name. First one is name, second one is address, and this will also call positions. And now we want to change the name. Okay, so this one is called address, this one is a positions. So let's come here. Here we have this 3 input files. Okay, everything's working fine so far. Let's come down, let's take another div, and we'll take a class called style dot button, and that we go to render our button components. We'll use the button component which we have created, and we'll send this a couple of props. So first thing is going to be name. We'll call it authorize voter. Okay, and we'll add a handle click function. So initially it's going to be an empty callback function. Okay, because we haven't created that function for that. Okay, so let's say an empty function, and this is our button component. So let's come down, let's make this comment. So let's start styling the button. Okay, let's come here in the button component, and let's create the button first. So let's remove this portion because we don't need that. Let's get the props. So first one is button name, and the second one we have is the handle click. That's the 2 props we have. And we also add this additional one is called class style. Okay, class style. So what I believe that if you guys want to add a custom styling on buttons, so one button will have a one style, another button will have a different style. So that's why I'm giving this scope, so you guys can add a custom styling and send it as a prop and add in your same button component and that will give you a different button styling. Okay, so that's the whole approach I'm taking. So that's the 3 props we are receiving in the button component. What else? So let's remove this and let's make it instant return, and we'll take a button and we'll assign a class called button. So let's come here, we have to import that style. Okay, first, so that's coming from that button modules, and here we have to take that button, and we have to assign the type. So the type is going to be button, and it will have a on click function. So in that we're going to pass handle click and handle click, and we also pass the button name. Okay, so that's the button component we can use wherever we want. Okay, so now let's start writing the CSS part. So we have taken this button, let's come here, button, so margin top, margin block, sorry, 2 RAM, and color transparent is going, and background 1 pixel solid, let's call it dotted, and this will have the, let's say, our primary color. We'll take a padding 0.5 RAM, and it will have 1 RAM from left and right. Color is going to be our primary color. Border radius is going to be 1 RAM. Cursor pointer, font width is going to be 600, and transition all 0.4 millisecond, and easy in and out. Now let's add a button over effect. So we want to change the background color to the primary color, and we want to change the color itself to the 23139. We have forget to add E, so this is our second primary color. So that's the styling for the button. Okay, let's come here and let's try to reload the page, and here you can see here we have the button which is working absolutely fine with this dotted style. Okay, so that's the button. Let's close this tab. So we are done with the button component. Now let's come down, we'll take another div, and in that we'll take a class. It will have a, the class name is created voter. Okay, we'll take a div, it will have a class name called style dot created voter dash dash info, and that will take a image, and we'll pass the source. So image dot, we have upload, sorry, creator, and we'll add a alt tag, it's called user photo. We have to simply come down, we'll type notice, single notice, we have type notice for user. We'll take a paragraph called organizer, and in that we're going to pass the address. So right now we are doing this hard code, but we're going to display the dynamic address, so dot dot. So let's make it short. Okay, now we have to add a short description. So only organizer of the voting contract can create voter. Okay, if you guys have any better title, do leave in the comment section so I can add in this capital. Okay, in this applications. So that's the generic information I have provided about the for the user. Let me reload this. So we are getting some sort of error. Okay, let's say hydration fill because the initial UI does not match what. Okay, something's wrong in this. Let's come here. Yes, I have misspelled this spelling, so let's change this to capital. Now everything would be working fine. So let's refresh. Here you can see we have the image and the information. So the entire structure for this allow voter is working fine. We have created the entire structure. Now we have to add the styling. Okay, so let's make this side by side so you guys can see the CSS part as well. So this is the JSX input image, this is the dynamic block, the files, everything is we have written. Now let's come here, go to the style and allow voter module.css. So let's start styling this page. So let's make things, let's copy this one, create vote, and that's what we're going to target. So width is going to be 95%, margin 0 auto, margin block 2 RAM. Okay, display grid template column 1 FR and 3 FR and 1 FR. So this is how it will look. Now Let's call the gap 2 RAM. That's look pretty good. So let's do one thing, because I'm going with the mobile first approach. So let's make the mobile add the media query. Okay, initial media query, then we can add the other styling. So media query and media, and the max width is going to be 39 35 45, sorry, em, and we'll target that create voter, and width is going to be 90%, and grid template column is going to be 1 fr. So this is how it will look. As you can see, it's look perfect. Now we can start working on the styling. So we'll get the voter background color is going to be 23139. We forgot to add e. Border radius 25 pixels, box shadow 10 pixels, 10 pixels, 15 pixels, RGB 0, remove that, 0 0, not 00, 0 0 0 0.35. So that's how it will look. Okay, nice background color. Now let's take a color, and this is going to be our third primary color, and we'll add a padding 2 RAM. So this looks pretty good. Now we'll target the container box. Text align is going to be center, border 1 pixels dotted, and our primary color. We'll take the border radius to 5 pixels. This looks pretty good on a mobile device. As you can see, it's already looking good on a mobile device. Let's come down. We'll target the voter container box P, and line height is going to be 0.5, and let's add a input. Let's come here, simply let's get this input container. Padding top is going to be 2 RAM, width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto. Let's come here, let's get the button, text align end. Let's scroll down, and here you can see we have the end button. Now let's get this voter info, and that's what we're going to write here on the top. Okay, remove this one, come here, and this voter created we have taken. Now here we're going to type in voter info. Position is going to be absolute, top is going to be 12 RAM, left is going to be 3 RAM, width is going to be 15 RAM, height is going to be 15 RAM, padding 1 RAM, background color our 231E39, second primary color, border radius. So let's come up here. So we have not taken that. So 10 pixels, 10 pixels, 10 pixels, RGB 0 0 0 3.5. Let's assign color is going to be our third primary color. Text align is going to be start. So here things are not changing. Okay, so it's working fine. Let's come here. So let's open this dynamic block, and let's start styling this. Okay, so let's come here, let's come. As you can see, this is how the dynamic block is looking. We have the image, name, address, everything is displaying fine. Simply scroll down, we'll take that voter info image, width is going to be 100%, height is going to be 100%, back border radius is going to be 25 pixels, and let's come here, we'll take a voter info dash, where it is, this is the one, paragraph. Okay, voter info paragraph. So that's look good. Okay, the reason why it's looking so big because we have zoom in. Okay, so something's wrong, I think. let's come here and let's take a background color, second primary. Border radius is going to be 25 pixels. And here we have missed something, so this will call, so duplicate it and change this to border radius and simply remove this, and this will call 25 pixels. And here it's going to be box shadow, not border radius. Simply copy and paste exact thing in the paragraph as well. Color is going to be our primary color, sorry, third primary color, and height is going to be 9 RAM. Padding is going to be 1 RAM. So this is how it will look. There is something problem in that, we're going to fix it. Okay, we'll target the paragraph p span, and here we have the span, that's one we are targeting. Font size is going to be 12 pixels, little small. Okay, let's cut this one and let's go back and simply cut this and paste above of this span because we want to target the paragraph. Okay, so line height is going to be 1 RAM. Now it's look perfect. Let's come down, let's give this comment side info bar. So far we have worked on the dynamic portion. Okay, when someone will upload the image, this dynamic block will display, and on that we have applied this all styling. Now let's work on the actual sidebar. So we'll target that side info and let's take a background color to our second primary. Padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM from left and right. Border radius is going to be 1 RAM. Color is going to be third primary color. Let's come down and simply get this side info box H4, and background color is going to be 9, first primary, and padding is going to be 0.5 RAM. Border radius is going to be 0.2 RAM. Let's come here and simply copy this car, and let's come here, let's make it, it's a car, let's make it card. Okay, and change here as well. So display is going to be grid template column repeat to 1FR. Cap is going to be 1 RAM. Let's come down, we'll target the card box, and this is the box we are targeting. So line height is going to be 1, border 1 pixel solid primary color. Padding is going to be 0.2 RAM. Let's copy the box shadow and paste, and border radius 0.3 RAM. So why the stylings are not taking place? Let's come here, it's simply provide X, and now things are changed. Okay, let's come here, target the image. Let's come back, and this is the one we are targeting. Okay, that image. We'll assign a width is 100%. Let me give this comment user list. So simply copy this created voter. Background color, our second primary color. Border radius is going to be 25 pixels, and simply copy this box shadow and paste. Color is going to be our third primary. Padding is going to be 2 RAM. Let's come here in the media query, target the voter. Width is going to be 100%. Okay, and padding is going to be 1 RAM. Input container, width is going to be 100%, and let's come here, target the voter info. Width is going to be 12 RAM. Height is going to be 12 RAM. Top is going to be 2 RAM. Left is going to be 0. Cursor pointer. So that's how our dynamic block will look. Now target the voter info paragraph. Font size is going to be 12 pixels. Height is going to be 7.5 RAM. So that's looking perfect, and it's looked great. So this is how it will look on a desktop device. I know it's, so this is the text, this is the things, so things are looking good. Now let's come up and let's make it true. So let's reload the page. Here you can see now it's look perfect. So this is the first section, this is the middle sections, and everything is working fine. We can click and our folder will open, so we can upload the image. And here you can see the image is coming, displaying, means our logic is also working fine. So click here and let's come here, let's copy. And I made a mistake, so it's a voter container. Simply copy this container and here we have to change it. Okay, so this is the silly mistake I made. I moved my head for half an hour to find out that why this styling on the button component is not taking place, because here I made a spelling mistake. So let's simply replace this to container, not with a, it with o. Okay, so once you save it, you will come back to the application and you will find that here we have a nice border and the image is also displaying in the center. So this is the one change we have done, and I think this one is also good, no problem. And here we have to do one more change, so let's add the styling to the side para. Okay, and let's remove this and let's call it background is going to be our primary color, padding is going to be 0.5 ram, and border radius is going to be 0.2 ram. So here we can see the style contract candidate list, and now things are working fine. So let's zoom out. Okay, I was zoom in, that's why it was looking so big, but here you can see it's looking perfect on a normal way. So I was on the 200 zoom and I was thinking that what is the problem, why it's everything's looking so big, because it was in zooming. And this is how we can open and upload the file. As you can see right now it's not taking place. Okay, let's reload the browser, click one more time. This is our button, our input box, and this container is looking so big. So let's come here, and here we have that created voter info. So let's come here, and here we have to change this to created voter info, because we don't want to add the background color to the entire right component. We want to add into this image and the details we are displaying. Okay, in that portion we want to add, and just simply reload the page, and now it's looking good. Okay, as you can see, short and sweet. This section is also looking good. This is the notice, this is the address, and this is the short notification. If we, an image is also perfect. Let's come here, let's go up, and these props are also working fine. This one is, and here we have to change the image to upload. Okay, upload, save it, reload the browser, and here we have the right image for uploading image. Okay, this is the information. Let's click on this and wait. So why the image is not displaying? Okay, so let's come back here, and everything looks good. This portion is also good. And if I open this dynamic block, we'll have an error. So let's reload the page, and here we have the error because we don't have the data. Okay, so let's comment out this, and let's comment out this portion to see that once we'll have the data, that how it will look. Okay, let's come back, reload the browser, and still we don't have the key. So let's remove that, remove this key, and now it will be working fine. Let's reload it, and here how it will look. So once we'll create a user, and that would be registered on this application. This is how we're going to see the user profile, the recent user profile. Okay, so it's looking perfect. Name, address, image, that's all detail we can able to see. So things are looking good. Let's bring things normal back where it was, and let's comment out this, and let's come here, reload the browser, and now things are looking good, neat and clean. Let's inspect element, and let's click on search console, and come here, scroll up, and here we have to call the function. So what we can do is simply console.log, and we want to log that data, this file URL, okay, and paste here. Let's come here, go to this console log and reload the browser and simply upload the image. And here we are getting an error. Okay, what's the problem? We are getting this error in the post. Okay, what's, oh sorry, my bad. Somehow I disconnected my internet, and that's why I was not able to upload these images to the IPFS. That's why we were getting this error, and that's why we were not able to upload the images. Okay, so let's simply connect the net back on the Zen. So just wait, it's connecting with my Wi-Fi. Actually I'm connected with my mobile device. Okay, so here finally we have connected. Let's reload the browser and now it will work. Simply click and pick the image, and it will wait, and here we have the image. As you can see, it's looking perfect, and here you can see that we had null, and now finally we have the URL of the image, okay, which is uploaded to the IPFS. You can see the URL, and this is how it will look, exact image. So let's come to the Search Console, and you can see the URL that this image is uploaded to the IPFS. Okay, if you copy this entire URL and paste in the next browser, you can able to access this image, or you can simply paste in your mobile device, or you can share it with your friends or with anyone's. They can easily able to see these images. Okay, that's stored on the blockchain. And here we have the name, here we can type the address, here we can type the position. That means our input field, everything is working fine. Just reload the page, all things working fine. Now let's come back, let's go to our code editor, and this portion is done. With this entire portion we are done. Now we have to write the function for creating voter. So let's come here, go to the context, go to the voter, and here we have to write the function. So here we are uploading the image to the IPFS, okay, and that's the URL we are receiving in our allow voter, and that's why we are returning the URL from here. Okay, now let me give this comment, create voter, and we'll take a variable called create voter. That's going to be the functions, and it's going to be an async functions. We'll take a try catch, and we'll say set error, and we'll say error in creating voter, and that's the function we have to pass here, so we can easily able to access in other components, and that's what we're going to receive here. So simply paste here in our allow voter, and that's what we will add here on the button, sorry, here. So we'll pass the functions, and inside this function we're going to pass all the data. So we'll pass the file name and the input file. So we'll pass the input form input, and we'll pass the file URL, image URL, and we'll pass the router. So these are the 4 props we'll pass into this function, and that what we'll receive here. Okay, where it is, yeah, here we'll receive. So that's the 3 inputs we have here, and now we have to deconstruct the data from the form input. So name, we have the address, we have the positions, and that's coming from form input. So let's console log out the data. So name, we have the age, we have the position, and the file URL. So let's come to the browser and let's see, are we getting the data or not. So initially it's null, and that's coming from our allow. Let's come here and remove this search console. So remove this portion, and now let's come back, let's upload the image, and here we have the image. Let's type the text. I'll type $Hussein, and let's come here, go to the Etherscan, and let me take the actual address. So let's copy the address, come back and paste here, and let's give a short message. You can type anything. So I'll type hey, but my spelling is wrong. Okay, and here you can see that here we can get the data and the name and the address and the message we have typed here, new here, and the IPFS URL. Okay, so we are getting all these props, and we can see everything's working fine. So now we can utilize this data to create candidate. Let me remove this one, and let's do the check. So if name not exist and address and position, if any one of these fields are not there, then we want to return this error message. Okay, so we want to set the error message to simple input data is missing. That's the message we want to type. Now let's give the comment connecting smart contracts. So now we're going to make an actual connection with our smart contract. Okay, so from here we are starting. Hi guys, welcome back once again. I took half an hour's break before I start jumping straight away to the smart contract sections and start connecting our smart contract to the front-end applications. So I believe that you guys have also taken rest, and now we're going to start working on the smart contract, where our smart contract is going to communicate with our front-end application. Okay, so let's get straight away to that. Well, I'll take a variable called Web3 model, and this Web3 model will allow me to connect my smart contract. So let me show you what I have in this Web3 model. So simply console log out, come to my browser, and let me inspect element. Let's open it, search console, and right now let's click here. Let's call the function, then we can able to have that object. Let's give me the name. So let's type something random, type random, and position is going to be random as well. And here you can see that we are getting an object. So this is coming from Web3 model, and we're going to use this to connect our smart contract with the front-end application. So you can see the very first method is connects. That's what we're going to use it to connect our smart contract. So that's the function we're going to use. There are a bunch of methods, you can pick any one of these from these. Okay, so we're going to use this one, smart contract. If you expand this, we have nothing. Okay, length, and we'll have a couple of objects. So let's come up, remove this one. I'll create a connections, and I'm going to use web3 model.connect method. Okay, so this will allow me to create that connections. Then I will take another variable called provider, and this time we're going to use ethers package. Okay, so provider dot web3 model provider, and in that we have to pass our connection, and this will give us the provider. And now we have to use that provider to get the signer. So we'll get this signer method, which is available on this Etherscan package. Okay, so we are utilizing that. And now we're going to create the contract, and here we're going to use the function which we have created on the top, and in that function we're going to provide the signer. Okay, so that's the function we have created here. As you can see, this is the function we have created, and that's allow us to fetch our smart contract. And here I have done a little bit change. So by mistake I made a spelling mistake in my voting contract, so I was missing E, so I have rectified that. So make sure you guys have changed the right spelling. Okay, that's the one change I have done, because I was wondering that what is the problems and why my smart contract was not working and why it was not communicating with my front-end application. So this is the silly mistake I made it, because my E is not working in my keyboard. Okay, so I'm pressing but it's not working, so sometimes I have to press very hard, then it will print. Okay, so make sure you make this change, and we're getting this, and that's what we are importing here. Okay, now let's console log this out, smart contract, and here you will find a good things. Okay, so let's come back to the browser, and again we have to make the function call. Okay, so let me upload the image. We're going to type the text, position, and let's call the function. Here is the MetaMask, and we have to enter the password. So let me do it very quickly. Hit unlock, and here you can see that here we have an object. Okay, let me expand this one, and here you can see here we have the address. So this is the address of the contract we can see, and here you can see a bunch of methods. So you can see get candidate function we have created in our smart contract. That's what we can see here. We have get candidate. Let's come back to the smart contract, and let's zoom out, and here we have these functions, and all the function we can able to find here. So length, data, voter, all the function you can find. That means our smart contract is successfully connected with our front-end applications and Web3 model. So let's come back here, cut this part also. Let's zoom it and let's start working ahead. Okay, so just remove this, take another variable. This time we'll call it data, and we're going to upload the data we are getting from the user to the IPFS. So let's pass the data, name, address, positions, and the image. So I'm changing the image name because the file name is a file URL, but I'm assigning a name, it's image. Okay, so that's the data we are converting to JSONs, and now we're going to use this add await client, and we have to take this add, and thus we're going to pass the data. And again we have to take the URL, and in this we have to construct the URL. So http IPFS infura io IPFS, and here we have to pass the data which we want to upload to the IPFS dot path. Okay, so that's how we are constructing our URL of our IPFS. So what we are doing first we are making that connections. Whoever interacting with our smart contract, we are taking the address and we are making the connection with our smart contract. Okay, then we are taking the data from the input, and then we are uploading, converting the entire data into a JSON format, and then we are uploading the data to the IPFS, and from there we are returning a URL, and this URL also we're going to store in our smart contracts. So that's the whole logic behind this. Okay, now let's come down. So that's the URL we have here. Let's come down and let me console log this out, and let me show you that how the data would look like. So let's come here in the browser, let's reload it, infix element, and let's me do it quickly. Daulat Hussain. I'll come down, I will open my terminal and I'll pick any account from here. Okay, so this account I've taken, and I'm writing position hello. Okay, so as you can see, the moment I'm uploading here, I'm getting the URL, and this URL is containing all the information about the data which a user will upload to our application. Okay, so as you can see, this is the URL we are getting. Now simply copy that URL and open up your new tab and just paste that, hit enter, and here you can able to find all the data. As you can see, the Hussain, the address we have defined, the position we have written, how you doing, and the image URL. So if you copy this image URL and paste in the new tab, you can able to see the image we have uploaded to the IPFS. So this is the image, as you can see. So that's mean that we are successfully able to take the data from the user and upload to the IPFS. Okay, so you guys already know how to interact with IPFS and upload data. So let me remove this one. Now let's take another variable called voter, sorry, and this time we're going to call the function we have created in our smart contract. So dot, what's the name of the function? Let's come back to the contract. So this is voter right, so let's call that, and in that we're going to pass the data. So what are the data need? Address, name, image, and IPFS. So these are the four data we need to pass. So first one is going to be address, second one is going to be name, then URL, and then file URL. So make sure your order should be in the same order, the way you have defined in your smart contract. And let's come here and let's await, and this function will allow you to wait until the entire information is get registered on the blockchain. Okay, so make sure you use this. If you don't use it, it will work, but for being on the safe side, must use it. Okay, now let me use this router.push. So once the user is get created, we want to redirect the user to the voter list page. Okay, that's the page we are created here. So this is the page. Here we're going to just redirect the user and display the data. Okay, so before we do that, let's console log out the voter data. Okay, what we are getting. So let me come here, let me clear it. So make sure whenever you change your account, you have to do this reset account, otherwise it will throw an error and your transaction will get failed. So make sure you do that. Let me quickly upload the data. This time I call Daulat Hussain, and let's come here and get the data from the terminal, address, and paste, and let me give the position hi dollar, just random. Click on authorize voter. Here we have that, the pop-up. Now here we are interacting with our smart contract. You can see we having interactions. This is the gas fee, and this is the gas fee we are paying for the interaction of the blockchain. And there is a lot of techniques which you can use to reduce the gas fees, okay? So which I'm not going to cover right now, because this time I'm just focusing that how you can make connection with your front-end application and smart contract. But when you will work in organizations, you have to keep a lot of things in mind, that if you're defining any state variable, that how you have to define so it will cost little less, okay? So that's a different topic, but let's focus on this. So let's click on confirm, and here I'm getting this error. So it says that the chain ID is itna, so I have problem in the chain ID. So that's the things. Let me see what else I get. So this chain ID, so okay, let's expand this. What else I get? So this is the URL, okay. So this is the data we have. So let's come here, open your MetaMask, and do one more thing. So here we have, just click on localhost, and we have to set our chain ID. So click on add network, and you will redirect to this page, and here we have to do some changes in our chain ID. So here I'm into the localhost 88545, you can see, and here we have this chain ID. So make sure you have to keep this ID 1337. I had some random ID there, so if you have random ID, make sure you do the change, otherwise you're not able to make this transaction, okay? So this is the chain ID I provided, and make sure you save it. So now let's cut this and come back and reload the page, and let's start working on, okay? Let's upload the data. Address, authorize, and here I'm getting something else. Finally it's working, that the earlier problem we had solved it, and this time we are getting some other error, okay? So it says that cannot estimate gas, transaction may fail or may require manual gas limit, okay? So due to the state variables which I have defined, it's exceeding the gas limit. That's the error I'm getting. But you can see that we are getting all the data, whatever data we have specified from to data and the way we are interacting, okay? So let's reload that, and let's try to do one thing. So come here, just go to advanced and just clear this. Let's reload and try one more time, because sometime you will have this problem. So let's simply paste that, write the name, type the address, and authorize, and still I'm getting the same error. Why it's happening? So let's come to the home page, and let's go back once again, okay, and let's simply upload the data one more time, and let's see. Open this, type one more time, put the address, position, and authorize. Click on confirm, and still we are getting this. Finally we are getting something new error, okay? So what I did, I simply restarted my applications, okay? So let's come back here. So let's delete this artifact, okay? Let's delete it artifact one more time. Delete this permanently. We're going to delete this cache, delete this one as well, go to the context, and from there we have to remove our API as well. So delete this one, as stop the applications from running and restart it, okay? So simply type npx hard hat node, and it will restart the internal hard hat, and come here, and we have to deploy the smart contract one more time to the local host. So it's compiling, and here we have the smart contract. Let's come back to artifact, go to this and drag and drop in the context, okay? Simple. Close this all, and now let's restart the application. So click on that, let me restart it. So here we are, So here we have restarted the applications, so just wait. So here we are on the home page. Now let's go to the allow voter and let's open the console and let's retry one more time. Enter the name, swap by address and the positions, and MetaMask open and click on confirm, and here finally it's worked. So I don't know why it was happening. I did the same thing couple of times, but this time it's worked. So make sure, maybe it's my browser problem. So if you have any kind of this problem, make sure you delete the files and re-upload the smart contract artifact. So whatever I did the exact thing, it will work. Okay, and sometime you have to clear your cache, like you go to open your MetaMask and from there you have to restart your account. So that would solve your problem. So let's open this. As you can see, this is the hash of the transaction. If I open this here, you can able to find all the details about this transaction we made. So access, block hash, block number, chain ID, confirmations, all the data about the transaction which you made. That's all you will find. This is the gas limit. As you can see, gas price we paid it, hash, and this is the max gas price. This is the prior price and nuance. This is a very first block we have created. That's why you can see it's a 1. As many as you will create, it will keep increasing this number. This is SR2, and we are getting all the data, and we can create the user. Okay, so we have successfully created one user in our for the voter. So let's close that one and let's come here and let me open this because we want to redirect to the that page. Okay, so here we are done with the voter functions. Now let's start working on the other function as well. Okay, so this is where we're going to redirect. Close this one, come down, and let's minimize this. So get voter data. Okay, now we have to write the function to getting the data. So we'll take a variable called get voter data. It's gonna be an async function, and we'll take a simple convention we have to follow, because every time we want to make a communicate with our smart contract, we have to follow this general convention. Okay, make sure you do that. Now we're going to write down all the functions. So let's open that smart contract. I'll go a little faster because the process is quite similar to the previous one. All we have to do is to write the functions, extract the data, and pass on to the states. Okay, so we can utilize it to the other element. Okay, so here this is the function. So voter get voter data we have, and that's what we're going to call it. So const voter list data await contract, and here we have to write the function name. So get voter data, that's what it is. Okay, this one, get voter data, we have to call it. Let's come back. So in that we have to pass the address. So before we do that, let's change this to get list. Okay, first we have to get all the addresses of the voter, then we can easily able to pass the address into the get voter data, and from there we can easily able to get the data individually. Okay, that's the whole logic. And let's set voter address, and in that we're going to pass that voter list data. Let's console log this out. Voter address, get all voter data, and that's what we call it. So let me show you how the data would look like. Okay, so here you can see, here we have all the user we have created, and it's keep printing in the console because I just call the function like this. As you can see, it's keep going on. I have to take a use effect, sorry. So I'll take this, inside that I'm going to call the functions, and that's it. Boom. Let's reload the page. Let's come here, let me console log the data so to show you guys. Okay, let's reload. As you can see, this is the data we are getting, and the reason why we are getting 2, because like I have enabled strict mode in my application. So generally when you install create next app or a react app or a next app, automatically the strict mode is on. That's why strict mode is on. So whenever you are in development mode, whatever you will print in your console, it will print twice. So if you want to avoid this, you all you have to do is to go to the Next.js config file, and from there you can easily able to remove that strict mode, but I would go with this. Okay, so that's why you can able to see the two. Okay, so here we have this two, and here we have the one. So first time we don't have the data, but earlier we got it. So let's remove this one. Now voter list data map. Okay, so we have to map over it. It's gonna be async functions, and let's take a variable called single voter data await, and here we're going to communicate with our smart contract. So let's come here. So this is the function we're going to use, get voter data, and this will give us the data of the voter, and in that we're going to pass the address, so lm, okay, el, sorry, and let's push that address to the push candidate. Okay, simply push the address there, so the address, the data would be available in this, and that's what we are passing here in voter array. So we have the data. Now let's simply console log out the single voter data, and let's see how it's look. Here you can see we got the data, of the user. Let me open this. Here you can able to find everything. So we have a ID number which is in big number. We have to convert this number not in normal readable number. Okay, we have the name Schwab, we have the IPFS address for the image, we have the address, then we have all the information in the IPFS, that's URL we also have, then we have the voting allowed we have the given, so that's is also there, and the state whether they have given the vote or not, that is also there. So all the data is perfectly displaying. Okay, this one, this is also we have that. Okay, and it's an image. So let me copy and show you exactly. So let's remove this comma, and let's remove this from here as well, and hit enter. And here you can able to find all the details, Schwab and the image and all, everything you can able to find here. That means everything is working. Okay, address, the position you have designed, and the image you have uploaded. So everything is working fine. Okay, so let's copy this and let me check one more time and hit enter and just wait, and here we have the image. That means everything is working fine. We can able to upload to the IPFS. Okay, this is the address, and this is the IPFS address, big number, and simply the state of the. Let's come back here. That's all that data we have defined here. Let's open this one, and initially it is false, allowed is one, name. So these are the data we are passing, returning on the front end for a single user, and that's all is here. Okay, so I hope you guys are excited. We can easily able to render the data from the smart contract and display in the front end. So let's come back to voter. So here we have the data. Let's get rid of this. Now let's come down. We'll call voter length. Okay, so we'll call it voter list await contract dot get voter. So what is the name? Get voter length, and console log out this voter list, voter length, sorry, so voter list. Let's render this, and here we have the voter list number. So currently it's in big number, we're going to convert it. That means it's working fine. Okay, we can able to extract the data from our smart contract, and this time we are not passing any argument because we want to get the length, and we have to call this function to number, and this will convert that big number into a single number, and here it's 1 because this is the first voter in our application. So let's set that. Okay, so we'll call set voter length. So let's wrap the entire thing into a try and catch. So if there is anything goes wrong, we can easily able to catch it. Okay, so let's come here and copy this portion and paste simply here. remove this to set error, so we can get the error. And here we can type something went wrong fetching data. That's what we can type. Do the same thing for this part. This will call something wrong creating voter. So we are done with the getting the data and creating voter data, and that's what we're going to pass here, so we can easily able to get in our other pages. Okay, that's what we are passing here, get all voter data. And let's comment out this. Now let's come down. So let's call give vote. So now we have to authorize user. So now we have to write the function to give vote. Okay, so simply we're going to call it give vote. It's gonna be async function, and that we're going to pass the ID. Take a try and catch. Here we're going to console log out the error. Let's, for the time being, just leave it as it is, because we need to take the input first. We need to display the candidate, from then we can able to add all the functionality. Okay, so for the time being we're going to leave it like this. Okay, we need to pass these two functions, these two parameters, ID and address. Then we can able to use this get vote. So for the time being, let's call it, and we're going to write this function later. So here we are in index file, and now we have to set the stage, because all the candidate would be registered to provide to give vote. They all going to be displayed on the home page, okay, in the index page. So let's start working on this, then we can work on this get vote. So before we start working on the index file, I decided to work on the other function, like let's create candidate functions, getting data for that. Okay, so let's work on that, and at the end we're going to create the function for the give vote. Okay, so let's call it candidate section, and the process is going to be the same like a create voter. Let's copy the entire thing and paste here, and we're going to change this name to set candidate, and the input is called candidate form, and we have the image, we have the URL, and we don't need to have a position. Is going to be age, and this come from candidate form. Here we have to change age, and we have to set the error. Here we are making the connection, and here we are uploading the data to the IPFS, and now here we have to do the changes to the position. Okay, so let's call it position in this way, because we have to keep the order in mind. Okay, so that's the order, and here we are passing the data, and here we are uploading to the IPFS. So let's come back here. As you can see in the set candidate, we are passing all these parameters. So address, age, that's all we have. So here we have to follow the same order. So here we are making that connections with our smart contract. So let's get rid of this, and so simply change the order. So this will name, and this is, let's call it IPFS. Okay, and at the end we'll call it IPFS. So these are the 5 parameters we are passing. So okay, and we are calling that set candidate function. So that's for our creating candidate, and we're going to redirect to the index page, home page. So let's simply pass the function here, so we can easily able to call it. And now let's start working on the other function, get the data, and this time we'll say get new data. It's gonna be async function, try and catch, and you guys know the drill. Okay, so I'll go a little faster here. Simply I have to make the connection, so I can copy the entire portion and paste here. Or you guys can do one thing, you guys can see that we are making this same, using the same code over and over again, so you can convert into a reusable function and just simply add it. But I'm going in this way. Okay, you can simply make it into a reusable functions, and you can use in all the functions, but I will go with this approach. Okay, so here I'm going to call the all candidate. I'll take a variable all candidate await smart contract, then I have to call the function. So let's come here, we need to get the get candidate. Okay, let's simply come down, we're going to console log out the all candidate data, and we're going to map on get candidate, and you guys know the drill. Set single candidate data wait contract dot, let's come back, what is the name of the function? Get candidate data. That's it. In this we'll go to pass the address, and we're going to push that address to the push candidate, and we're going to pass that single candidate date. So now we go to also take the index, because for vote we need to have index and we need to have the address. So I'm going to extract the index, so that's we have in single candidate data number 2 element, which is a index, and I'm going to use this to number function, so it will convert that number big number into a single digit. And now let's come down, let's create a, let's get the length of the candidate. So we'll take another variable, this will call all candidate length and await contract, and what is the name of the function is get candidate length. So let's come back and simply call it, we're going to use that set candidate length, the state variable we have created, and simply pass that to number, so it will convert that. Okay, so where we got all the things, all the data for the get candidate, and we're going to pass it here, so we can easily able to call this function another component. Okay, so let's come up, so this is the voter array, and then this is the error, that's also we have to pass. So let's close this one, and that's data we're going to pass. Now let's close this one, close this one, close this one, close this, close, copy this voter array and pass here, copy this voter length and paste here. So this is our data. Now voter address, so that's also we're going to pass here. Now let's come to the candidate current account will pass first. Now come here, candidate length, now we have the candidate array. So this is all the data, all the function we are passing, so we can easily able to call in other component. Okay, so that's what I have done. Okay, so let's high score and all these function here. Now let's come close this one, and let's come to here in the allow voter. So now what we're going to do, now we have already created the page for the voters creation. Now we have to create for the candidate. So simply copy the entire code and come here, go to this candidate register, and here we're going to paste the entire code. Because it's going to be similar, we have to make a couple of changes, but the rest design is going to be similar. Okay, so let's come up here, so let's come here. So here we are in the border sections, so we need to get this function get set candidate, come here in the registration, and here we have to change this to, so this is we have where it is, so here create voter, we have to say set candidate. Let's come back here and call the function here, so our function will receive the data. Now let's come to the get voter, and here we have this candidate form, and let's replace this to candidate form, and this one will also replace candidate form, and here we have to change this candidate form, and this will also become a set candidate form, capital C. Okay, simply copy this and let's scroll down. Here we have to change this to just together candidate form, and the rest is going to be the same. What else we need to change? So let's come here, let's go back to the register, just remove this to candidate registration, hit the tab, and as you can see everything is working fine. We have to change the title. Let's click on the upload data, and here we are getting this. Okay, we have to change this part as well. So let's scroll. Yeah, here we have to change this to, simply copy this candidate form and change this here. Okay, let's reload it, try to upload one more time, and as you can see the image is working fine. We can type the address, we can also call this one. Let's refresh one more time, and we have to change the title as well. So let's scroll up where it is here. So this is, so here we have to change this to candidate. And here we have to say candidate. So as you can see candidate. Okay, everything's working fine. Let's do inspect element, and let's come here, expand this, and let's try to console log out the data. So we'll console log out the name, address, age, and URL. Okay, so these are the 4 data we're going to console log out. So let's try to upload it. Okay, we'll open that, upload the image. We're going to type the name Daulat Hussain. We'll type the, open the terminal, get the address. So let's scroll up and get an address. So let's copy this one. It has 1000 ether, that's a lot of money. Paste here, and the position is going to be high. Okay, let's call the function, and nothing is happening. Okay, so this is also working fine, this is also fine. Let's come up. Okay, we are loading to the IPFS. So why it's not working? So we have the functions. Let's reload that, try one more time. So we'll simply upload the image. So let's start. I know there is a rain going on, so you can see some background noise, just ignore that. And let's give me the positions, call the function, still it's not working. Why? Everything's look good in the code. Let me open the MetaMask and try to just, connection is also good, everything's looking good. Let's open the terminal. Position we have. Okay, we have to, let's make this change, age, and this is age. Let's come there, let's simply delete this artifact. Okay, delete the cache. We have to delete this ABI, close all that, open the terminal and restart the application. So npm hard at note, deploy the contract. Here it is. Now simply open that in the live servers, click on 3000, and sorry, we have to get this artifact and drag it and drop into the context folder. So right now we don't have an error. Okay, let's save it and click and open it, close this one. Here we are on the home page. Just reset the account. Okay, now go to the candidate registration simply and try to make the call. upload the data, give the name, address, and the positions, whatever, and simply call the function. Still it's not working. Why? Okay, it's not working. We have to figure it out. And I'm not removing this error handling from this video because you guys can see also that we also sometimes trouble as a developing. So you guys can also see that no one is perfect. Everybody's make mistakes while developing this application, and we do face this kind of problem. So if you're facing this problem, don't get angry that you are not a good coder. It's nothing like that. Everyone's makes mistakes. So we have to find, and finding bug is a skill, like a high paying skill. People get a lot of money paid for finding bugs in the code. Okay, so don't be frustrated. Okay, so here we are on the registration page, and we have to scan the code once again. So here we have the registration function. So I did one change. I found one problem in the code, and what I did, I simply copy and paste the entire code from allow voters to candidate registration, but I haven't changed the name to that functions. Okay, that's what I did. I changed the name candidate registration. Okay, so make sure you make this change and don't give the same name as you given in the allow voter. Okay, so this is the name I have changed. I have changed the age. Okay, these are the two changes I have done, and here I have also changed age, and here I have also changed the age. So these are the couple of changes I have done, and the rest is perfect. And here we are using the functions. So before we move ahead, so here what I have done, I have comment out the couple of codes, and I'm simply consolely logging out the data. Okay, to see everything is working or not. Okay, we are not making any connection with our smart contract. I was trying to find out what is the problem going on with the code. So those are the changes I have done. So I've changed the age position with age. I have changed the entire function name to candidate registrations instead of allow voter. Okay, so those are the two changes I have done. And here I'm just not connecting my smart contract, so I'm just trying to log out the data. Okay, so this is what I have done. Now let's try to get the data first. Let's type it and type this, call it, and here you can see now we can easily able to call the function and get the data. So make sure you do these changes, and here you can see image and all the data we can able to find. So now we have to do is, we're not going to use the same IPS function. We're going to create a separate IPF function for the candidate registration. Okay, so simply copy this and paste here, and simply change the name to candidate. Okay, so this is the function we're going to use for uploading the data for the candidate, and the rest is going to be the same. Simply copy the function, come back to here, and where we are first passed here, and let's come here and simply import the functions and remove this part and call the function here where it is here. So that's it. So these are the couple of changes you have to do. Registration candidate function main you have to change. You have to use the candidate IPFS and the age variables. So now we are good to go. So everything's working fine. These are looking good. This is also looking good, and this is our dynamic data. So make sure you pause the video and just compare a code with my if it's not working. Okay, so let's do that. Give the name and call the function. Here we have the data. Image is also working, and let's click the, now let's start working on the connection part. So let me comment out this. No, let's uncomment this, and here we are. Everything's looking good. So let's console log out so let's change this name to candidate. Okay, this is also candidate, and that's what we're going to pass here, candidate. And now let's try to create the candidate. Click here, paste the data, and let's copy the address, position, and here we are getting all the data. It's working fine. Here is MetaMask is also open, And here we can easily able to interact with our smart contract. As you can see, it's working fine. Click on this, confirm, and finally it's working. Here you can see that finally we have registered one candidate in this applications, and now you can able to find all the data. It's a one because as I told you that this is a candidate section, so initially it's going to be start with one and later on it will keep increasing. So we have all this data. I hope you guys are familiar with this right now. Let's bring down and we're going to redirect that. Okay, so all the data we have here, let's close this and copy that, get new candidate, and let's call the function, pass here and simply call the function and reload the browser. And you can see here we are getting the data of the candidate. So same thing we have done, we have followed the same conventions and we are getting the data of the candidate. Means this function is also working. Let's console log out the number of the single candidate data, reload the page, and here you can see find the data of the single candidate. So this is also working fine. Okay, so all the functions are working fine for get new candidate. We have a set candidate functions and everything's look good. And let's close this one, zoom out. So we are done with this part. Now let's come up, and here we have the voter array and the data we are getting from here, get new candidates. And as you can see, this is where we have the data, and that data we are passing here, and that one is we are receiving here. So let's come here and let's try reload. Simply copy this and paste here, and we have to call the function get new candidate functions. So let's come and reload the page, and still we are not having anything. Okay, so let's inspect element, go to the console, and let's try to console log out the data. So it's a voter array, and reload the page. Still we have nothing, so we have an empty array. Why? So let's come to voter.js, and here we have a single data. Here we have a candidate data. Let's come up, and that's the data we have here. Let's come here, console log out this, push voter, and here we get a couple of arrays, but still all of them are empty. Okay, that's simply remove this and close this one. Come here, simply console log out the data, simply paste here. So reload the browser, and here we are getting the data. So as you can see, we have all the data, but we are not getting into that voter array. Why? So we have the data in single data, and let's console out of that, and let's call that voter array, and still we are getting empty. Okay, let's call the push voter and let's try to find out. So this one is also empty, we don't have the data in this as well. And let's copy. So here we have voter, push voter, and let's simply scroll here, and we have to replace it. Okay, my bad. So it's a push voter. Okay, and now we are pushing the data inside that, and now we'll receive the data. So that's the one change you have to do. Make sure you have to add this push voter instead of push candidate. Okay, so right now if we reload the page, as you can see here, we are getting a image box and with the image name and data and details. That means we have the data, and because of that we are getting this. Okay, it's working. So let's come here, candidate registration, and here we have to add the data. Okay, so this is the image we have, this is the dynamic array. So let's come here and let's do one thing. Let's scroll up. So this is get new candidate. Okay, and this is a push voter. Okay, so it's a candidate, not push. Okay, so it's going to be a push candidate, not push voter. Okay, because this is the candidate function. So make sure you replace this, and simply here we have this data, and the data we are receiving here inside this, and that what we're going to pass here, and that what we'll receive in candidate registration. So let's scroll up and simply pass here candidate array. So this is the actual data which we have, not voter array. Okay, voter array will go to the voter list page. Okay, here we have to receive the candidate page, candidate data. And here, okay, so make sure this is the two change you have to do. First you have to change that push candidate instead of push voter, and import the data here in candidate registration, and that's what we're going to render. So simply change this. Okay, select this part, and we're going to call it element, and we'll take the number 3. So inside the data, the number 3 element is the image. Okay, so this is how we're going to take the data. And I believe that you guys are getting familiar with this, because these are the repetitive thing. Okay, so let's come here and let's do the changes very quickly. So this is going to be a name, so we have number 1, and we have to display the ID as well. So this is going to be number 2, and we have to convert that ID to a number. Okay, now we have to display this. Okay, lm0, the name, and now we have to display the data. Okay, let's convert this to 0.10 ... and let's call this address. So these are the 3 data we are displaying on the, let's reload the page, and something's wrong. So it's console.log voter array. Okay, we have to remove that. Okay, so let's come back here, let's go up, and from here we have to remove this search console, because there is no variable called voter array in this candidate registration form. So let's remove that and reload the page, and here you can see we are getting the data. We are getting the name, number, and time, and address. And you can notice one thing, that we are rendering 2 elements. So it's keep happening over and over again, but we are in a development mode right this now. When we convert into a production mode, that time you don't have this problem. Okay, so if you get this problem, simply reload the page, and here you can see it's gone. So whenever you have 2 renders, simply reload the page couple of times, and you will have only 1. Okay, so right now everything's working. We can able to display the image, data, and the address. Okay, so this candidate registration page is looking fine, and this function is also working. Now simply come to allow voter, and we have to get the data. So get this voter array and come to allow voter, and we have to receive the data here. So simply paste voter array, copy this one, and simply scroll down, and that's the data we have to pass here. So we have already written the JSX part. Simply uncomment this, and we have the data in this. So let's come here and copy this URL and open a new tab and paste here. And this time we're going to open the allow voters, click, hit enter, and here we have that. So we are not getting any data. Okay, so let's come back, let's scroll up, come to voter.js, let's come up here, close this one, and let's go to the, where is that function? So here we have get all voter data. So this is the function we have copied simply, and that function we're going to receive here, because we want to call the function in that we have all the data. Okay, we're going to take a use effect, and inside this we're going to call the function. So we have the data right now. Let's reload the page, and still we are not getting the data. So I guess we haven't created any voter That's why we're getting this. Okay, so let's create one. So will select this image and just wait. So here we have the image. Now let's type the name. So it's gonna be a sync. I'm just giving this random name, a random text. Let's come here. You can type anything in your positions, like click on authorize voter and just wait. So why nothing is happening? So simply inspect element, go to console and try to look into that. Okay, so right now we have no warnings. We have 28 warnings, but this function is not working. So let's reload the page and let's try to create one more time. So we'll pick the image, this one, we'll give the name. Also, let's click this one more time and we'll give the name. This time I call it Daulat Hussain. Okay, let's open my terminal and get this account. Simply copy and paste here and just write the position. So whatever you can type in this. So I'll type sin and let's click on authorize. And the reason why it didn't work in the first time, because I just put a string, like in the address I put a random text. Okay, but we have to put the valid address. That's why it wasn't working the first time. So as you can see, we put the valid details and our smart contract is working fine. Here we have the MetaMask. Okay, simply bring it here. Just wait, and here we are interacting with our smart contract. Just wait, click on this confirm, and here we are redirecting to the voter list page. That means we have successfully created the voter on this application. So that's why we have redirected to the voter list. So this function is also working fine. So let's go back and let's try to reload the page. But the problem is why the data is not displaying here. Just reload one more time. Still we are not getting the data. Let's open the MetaMask. And the transaction is successful. Okay, reload the page, come to search console, go to the voter, and let's try to see what's the matter here. Let's scroll down. So this is the function we have. Let's console log out the data, actual data of the voter array. Okay, that's the data we are displaying in our allow voter. Okay, so let's reload that. Let's do inspect element, go to console and just wait. And here we have an empty array. Why we don't have the data in the voter array? I think we are missing something. And it's absolutely normal when you work in a large scale applications like this. You will come across this problem. Generally what happen in the industry, you're going to have a specific portion of the entire applications. If you are into a smart contract development, then you will only focus on smart contract. If you're development in the logic part, like managing the state, then you will work in only that part. So when you're working like all alone in a big application like this, you will definitely do this kind of mistakes. So I'm not cutting this portion because I want to show you that this is how you have to debug. Because debugging, finding problems in the code is one of the greatest and high paying skill. Okay, so let's try to find out what's going on. So we still don't have the data. Let's come here and let's try to open this function, get all voter data, and let's try to look in this, what's the matter here. So this is the problem. Here we are pushing the data into the candidate, not in the voter array. So that's the problem. So this is what we have here. Okay, so simply copy this push voter, and we have to push the data into the push voter, not candidate. Okay, so simply replace this. This is a very simple mistake, and this happens because when you use the same code, when you do copy paste in your code, you definitely commit this kind of mistake. Okay, the push voter, now we'll have the data. Okay, so this is for all get candidate, and in that we'll passing that, and now we'll receive that data. So just reload the page, and here you can see we have an empty array. Inside that we have two. So here you can see we are receiving the data and the voter we have created. Inside that we have all the data. So 0 is an index, then 1 is number, then our all details, address, image, big number, and false. So all the data we are getting about this individual candidate, voter. I'm just getting confused between the name of candidate or voter. Okay, so we have all this data, and here you can see we are rendering the dynamic block. That means our logic is working fine. Let's do inspect element one more time. And here we have the data. Simply select this and let's check that whether we are uploading the data into the IPFS or not. So remove this comma, come here and remove this comma and the number and hit enter. And here you will find all the details. Okay, name, address, image, all the data you will find here. And this is the image URL. So the entire data we are successfully loading to the IPFS, and we can easily able to fetch that as well. So let's come to the allow voters and let's close this candidate one and simply scroll down, and now it's time to render the data, actual data. So we'll select this portion and remove it. So it's gonna be element 4, and that we have the image. Now here we have to display the name, so it's element, and we have number 1. So number 1 is the name. So okay, I forgot what number was. So let's reload the page and open this. Inside that we have number 1 is the name Daulat Hussain, and we have number 3 is the address. So let's put this, and here we're going to put the address. So LM, not WL, EL, and number 3 is the address. Okay, and what else we want to render? So as you can see we have the image displaying, and what else we want to display. So we don't have much information about the candidate. If you want the data you can take in, so if you want the data position data you were taking, you can display here, but I'm going to remove this position. Okay, because I'm going to remove this data, the position data, from the allow voter. We're going to render that data on the voter list where we'll display all the voters are listed into this application. Okay, but for this time being we're going to display only these 3 data: image, address, and name. Okay, that's it. So simply select this portion and remove this. But there is a problem with this. As you can see, why this image are so big. Okay, this image are so big, we need to fix it. What's the problem here? So this is the image we have, and inside this it's good. And let's come here. Okay, we have to do here. Okay, we have to use this slice and make the address little short, only 10 characters, and now it will fix this bug. So as you can see now, right now it's looking good, and still we are rendering 2 dynamic data. It's the same duplicate data, but it's rendering 2 times. So as we are in the development, so we are rendering that, but in the production we don't have this problem. But if you still have this, reload the page and you will ready to go with this. Okay, so we have the name, we have the address, and we have the image. Okay, so it's rendering twice. So reload the page. So here you can see we got 1 after reloading the page. So keep reloading unless or until you not get that single data, or you can leave it and keep continuing working on the application. Okay, so this portion is working fine. So we are done with this voter, allow voter. Okay, everything is working fine. Simply close this one. So we are done with this part. Okay, now and come to here and go to index, and we should start working on the index part, because where we're going to render all the data of the candidate. Okay, let's come here, take that get new candidate function, and let's come to the voter. Simply copy this get new candidate and paste, and let's come to voter once again, and from here we have to receive the data candidate array. And what else we need? Let's come back, and we need like give vote, because where user can give the vote. Okay, now let's come here and we have to get this check wallet connected. Okay, this is the function we're going to take, And what else? We're going to take the candidate length. Okay, so let's come here, and I think we are ready to do this. Okay, so we are good with this 5 data. If we need any more, we definitely go back. Okay, now let's come here and let's take a use effect, and in that we're going to call a couple of functions. The first function we'll call check if wallet is connected. Let's comment this out, okay, because right now we are not going to check it. Okay, we're going to do it later. So let's take a div, and it will have a class call home. Inside the div we're going to take a dynamic block, and we're going to check current account. So okay, so simply come here, go to voter section and copy that, because I don't want to make any spelling. So copy this current account, come here and paste here. So if there is an account, then we want to display this dynamic block. So in that we'll take a div. Okay, it will have a class called style dot winner. Inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot winner dash info. Inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot candidate list. Inside that we'll take a p tag. It will have a number candidate, so the total number of candidate we're going to display in this. We'll take a span. Okay, let's take a span, and inside that we're going to display the length of the candidate. So okay, candidate length. Let's come out of that div. We'll take another div. It will have the same class candidate list. Inside that we'll take the p, and this time called number voter. So I'm giving this short. If you want to design from with your end, you can do that. Okay, I'll take a span, and in this we're going to call the voter length. So actually we don't have that. So let's come here and copy that voter length and simply import it and paste here, so we can able to receive the data. So simply copy this one and paste here. So voter length is also available. Now let's come down. We'll take another div, and it will have a class called style winner message. Inside that we'll take a small tag, and inside that we're going to display the countdown component. Okay, and we're going to pass a date. So you can pass any value, but this value we're going to change dynamically from our smart contract. Okay, I'm just giving this random value. Okay, so let's close this one. So let's come down, and now we have to take the cart component. Okay, so as you can see, we have already imported the cart component, and now we have to send the props, all the data as a props, paste here, and we have the candidate data. What else? Now we have to give this function also, not inside. Simply cut this one and send it as a prop. So we are sending this data, and we are sending this give vote function into our cart component. Okay, so let's come here, copy this, open a new tab, paste here, and simply remove this. Go to home page. Okay, hit enter, because this is where we're going to render all the candidate data. Okay, and actually current account is not defined. Why it's so? So let's come back and have a look. It's not defined. So let's come here. So everything is happening good. Simply copy this portion, and here we have to import it. Okay, actually we are not importing it. Copy and simply paste here. Don't forget to give this comma, otherwise it will give you an error. So if we reload the page, just wait, everything is working fine. We don't have anything. Actually we are not rendering anything. Okay, that's why we can't see anything. Let's console this, and as you can see we have an array. It's a 0, and this one is coming from candidate registration page. Okay, so don't need to worry about it. Let's come here. Here we have the MetaMask. Let's reload the page, come back. So let's come here, give voter, go up, and we have to copy that functions, and we have to just click on this, activate this one. So if we roll on the page, you can see that our MetaMask is working, and you can see right now we are connected with our application or with our MetaMask. So once I connected with my MetaMask, you can see the data that number of candidate is 1, number of voter is no, and the time we have set. Okay, so earlier it was happening because we were not calling the check MetaMask connected functions. Once we call the function, and here automatically we are getting connected with this application, and we can able to see all the data. You can see all this data we are getting, number of candidate we have created, number of voter we have created, and the time we have defined. Okay, you can tweak this time. So let's come here, and that's working fine. Let's open this, go to the component sections, and here we have that card component. Okay, so this card component will display all the data of the candidate. So let's come down and let's import couple of things. So first thing, we're going to take the image. Now we have to do internal import. So it's gonna be a style sheet that's coming from the same card component. Now we have to import the images, all the images we have, and that's coming from dot, and that's coming from assets. Okay, inside that we have all the images. So inside this we're going to receive the props. So first thing is candidate array, second thing is going to be give vote. I believe that you guys are familiar with this all, that's why I'm going a little faster. Okay, so we have this two props. Simply cut this and take a dynamic block, and we have to take a div, and then we'll take a class and it will call card. Inside that we'll take another dynamic block, we'll check if there is a data array, then we'll map over it. Okay, we need to instantly return this one, and we'll take a div, we'll close it, and we'll simply take a class and we'll call card box. Okay, we'll take another div, it will have a class called style dot image, and inside that we're going to take an image tag, and here we're going to display the image. Okay, so we'll have that data inside the element number 3, and we'll call it profile. You can call it whatever you want. Let's come down, we'll take another div, and it will have a style dot card info. We'll take h2 tag, and inside this we're going to take this element number 1, and we also display the id of that candidate. So that's inside the element number 2. Okay, and we have to convert that into a number, so that's why we are using two number function. We'll take a p tag, and it will have a element number 0 0, and in that we're going to display the address. Okay, simply remove this one, address dot, and we have to render the address of the candidate, so it's element number 6, and we have to slice it down and slide it down to 30 characters only. Okay, so simply come down, we'll take another p tag, and we'll assign a class called to total. Okay, and inside that we're going to display this message total vote. Okay, let's come down, we'll take another div, it will have a class called style dot card vote. Okay, in that we're going to display the total number of vote this candidate is getting. Okay, and this data will keep updating. So that data we have inside the element number 4, and we have to convert the data to 1. So come down and take another div, it will have a class, and we'll call it card button. Inside that we'll render a button, and it will have a on click functions, and here we're going to call that give vote functions. And inside this we have to pass a 2 parameters, so we're going to take this dynamic data, so we'll take id, which is inside element number 3, and we have to convert it into a number, and we have to also pass the address, so address, and that's inside a element, so elem, and that data is available in element number 6. So in this what we are doing, so on the click event we are passing this 2 data. Number 1 is the id, number 2 is the address, and that's 2 parameter we need to give vote, okay, to the candidate, and that's 2 data we are passing. So let's call it give vote. And as I told you guys that my e is not working, so if I miss any e's, make sure you guys put the right spelling from your end. So this is the function we have, that's the data we are passing for giving vote. So that's our JS part. Let's come here and let's reload the page. As you can see, we have created one candidate and we can easily able to render the data. So we have the name, we have the time, the positions he have provided, we have the address, we have the total, and we have the total vote he has received is 0 because, okay, that's data we are displaying here. Everything is dynamically, okay, and this will keep updating. Simply come here, go to this card component, and let's style this component. Okay, so let's make this side by side so you guys can see what we are working on. Okay, so we'll target the card and we'll assign a width is going to be 100%, and display is going to be grid template column repeat 3 1fr because we have to render 3 components, and gap is going to be 2. We'll take another card box and we're going to assign the color to our second primary. We'll take the border shadow box shadow, sorry, and 10 pixels 10 pixels 15 RGB 000 3.35. okay, so that's the data we are assigning to our card box. So why this styles are not taking place? Let's come here, and this is the card we have. Close this one, get this card box, come here and just try to replace it. Everything's look cool. Okay, here is the problem. We have to remove this and we have to import the style file. So import style from dot slash card modules. Okay, so finally we have connected our style module for card, and now let's start styling. So this is how it will look on a desktop, and this is how it will look on a mobile phone. So let's assign a color, and this is going to be our third primary color. We'll assign a text align is going to be center, overflow hidden, border radius is going to be 0.5 ram, and this is how it will look in the center. Come down and let's add a media query so we can see what we are working on. Okay, so we'll take a media query. Width is going to be max width is going to be, let's say, 35 em, and we're going to target the card component, and grid template column is going to be 1fr. okay, so it's looking perfect on a mobile device. Now let's target the image. Width is going to be 100%, and render that. It's look good. Now let's target the tag info, card info, and line it is going to be 1. Padding is going to be 0.1 ram. Oh, sorry, 0.1.5 ram. Card vote is going to be, let's say, color. Our primary color. Okay, so here we have that color. Okay, let's come down, let's get the total, and we'll have a background, our primary color. We'll assign a padding 2.5 ram. We'll assign a border radius 2. And we'll assign a font width is going to be 100, and letter spacing is going to be 1. Color is going to be completely white, and text decoration is going to be uppercase. Let's come here, reload the page, and here you can see total vote. Come down and let's target the card vote P, and font size is going to be 1.5 ram. Let's come down and we'll target the card button, and we'll have a margin bottom 2 ram, and padding is going to be 1.5, I'm sorry, 0.5 ram, and here we have some space from the bottom. We'll get the card button and we'll target the actual button, and background color is going to be primary. Box shadow is going to be 10 pixels 10 pixels 15 pixels, and RGBA 0035. We have a border none, padding 1.5 ram and 1 ram. Font size is going to be 1 ram. Font width is going to be 500. Color is going to be white. Border radius is going to be 2 ram, 0.2 ram. Cursor pointer, you can see this look perfect. everything's looking good. Okay, so we are done with this cart component and its styling part. Simply cut this and cut this as well. And now we have to work on the index css file. So open this one, go to the, close this one first, close this one and close this one, and go to the index module css file. And now we have to style this. So come here and come copy this home, and let's assign width is going to be 70%, margin 0 auto, so it will be in the middle, and margin block is going to be 2 RAM. So let's refresh it. This is how it will look on a mobile device. Looks quite phenomenal. Let's take a winner, and margin block is going to be 3 RAM. Display grid template column, repeat 2, 1 FR. Gap is going to be 2 RAM. So here we have some space and they are perfectly aligned. Let's come down and we'll target the winner info. We'll call it background color 231E, our second primary color. Now let's get the padding 1 RAM. Border radius is going to be 0.2 RAM. Display grid template column, repeat 1 F2 FR, and gap is going to be 1 RAM. A line item is going to be center, so this is for the banner and looking perfect. So let's come down and let's give the media query. We'll target the, let's say mid, and max width is going to be 35 EM, and we'll target the home. Width is going to be 90%. Winner will have a grid template column, repeat 1 FR. Okay, so we want to render only one in a row. Okay, one in column, sorry. So why the stylings are not taking place? Reload that, and still we are having the same one. Let's come up. So this is the winner info. Let's come down. Let's winner message. Okay, font size is going to be 0.5 RAM, and top is going to be 43%. Left is going to be 50%, and translate minus 50%. So not outside, 50% minus 50%, so it will be in the middle. Now we have to take the position is going to be absolute. Reload the page, and here you can see, here we have that. So let's target the span and a message, and this one is going to have a background color. Okay, so we have to add the second primary color, provide the E. Now we have to take the padding 2 RAM. We have to target the border radius is going to be 0.2 RAM, and font size is going to be 1.5 RAM. Colors is going to be our third color, and line height is going to be 0. Position is relative, so here you can see it's in the middle, but it's quite big. We're going to fix that with the media query. Okay, so let's come here, let's come down. We'll target the candidate list, and it will have a background color. So the color is going to be the primary color, and font size is going to be 1 RAM. Padding is going to be 1.1 RAM and 1 RAM, and candidate list is going to be P. Font width is going to be 600, and candidate list P, the other one, so not P, it's a span, and its color is going to be our second primary color. Padding is going to be 0.5 RAM. Margin left is going to be 0.5 RAM. Color is going to be our third primary color, and border radius is going to be 2.2 RAM. So let's reload it. This is how it will look. You can see nice background color we have. Now let's come into the media query. We target the winner messages small with 1A. Font size is going to be 2 RAM. So why this media query is not working? Let's come here. Everything's look good. this is how it will look on a desktop, as you can see. So there is a true problem in this one. The background color is lightish, but we need our second primary color. So this is how it will look on a desktop, and why it's not taking place the changes. Okay, so this is how it look. As you can see, perfect component, we can see one, and the data is displaying. So let's come back. The first thing, we have to change the background color. So I misspell it, the color name. So as you can see right now, we have got the actual background color. Okay, reload the page and it's working fine, but our media query is not working. Okay, let's expand this number to something else. So as you can see, and here we have to do one changes. Sorry, it was my bad. So you have to provide a space between and your media query. Okay, so once you provide the space, everything's look good. As you can see, this is the space you have to provide. So this is how it will look on a mobile device, and this looks absolutely phenomenal. As you can see, this is how it is on desktop and mobile phone. So we have the registered candidate and the data is displaying. We have one candidate and that the data we are displaying. Okay, so let's close this one index css file, and let's close this one as well. Come here and go to the nav bar, and let's start working on this. Okay, so we need to import couple of things from React. So first one is use state and use context. We need to import image, and that's coming from next image. We'll import from next link. So link from next link. Now we have to import the, let's go icons which we are using. So all fill lock, and that's coming from React icon / AI. And we want to display one more icons. So it's AI fill unlock. So these are the two icons coming from React. Now let's do internal import. So first thing we have to do is to simply come here in the voter sections, and we have to import our context. So come up here, voting context, and paste here, and that's coming from dot that's coming from context / voter. Okay, now we have to import the style file, and that's coming from our same directory. So navbar module. Okay, we have to import the loader, which is our logo exactly, and that's coming from the dot / simply cut this and dot get out of that, and here we have the asset. Inside the asset we have this loading gif. Okay, so still we have to provide this from. So right now it's look good. Let's come down. So here we have to simply pass the data. So what are the things we need? So let's come here. We need this connect wallet, and that's, we have to use the use context, and inside that we're going to call this voting context. We need a error message, and we need a current account. So let's come here and just simply copy and paste here current account. Let's come down, and we have to take a use state. Okay, so this will call open nav, and initially it will be true. Let's come down, we'll take a function, we'll create a function called open navigation, and it's gonna be a error function. We'll check if open nav is true, then we have to set it to false, and if it is false, okay, then we have to set it to true. Okay, in this way we can easily able to open and close our navigation. Let's come here to the JSX, and we have to create that. So we'll take a div, it will have a class called style dot navbar. Inside that we'll take a dynamic block, will check for error. So error, if error is equal to empty, if the error is equal to empty, then in that case we don't need to display anything. Okay, but if there isn't a something in the error, then we have to display this pop-up module. Okay, so we'll take a div, and it will have a class called style dot message. Okay, box. Inside that we'll take another div, it will have a class called message, and in that we'll have a p tag, and we're going to render the error message. Okay, so whatever error will happen in our application, whether it's related to user, candidate, voting, or registration, that all data will display here. All the data will come to the navigation, and from there we go to display inside this error. Take a class style. So and this will call navbar dash box. Inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot title. Inside that we'll take a link, and in this we're going to take the href attribute and we'll pass the data. So first one is going to be the path name to the home page. Okay, and that's it. And inside that, here we're going to render the image, which is our logo. So we'll take the arc and we have the loading image. So simply copy this and paste here. We have to assign the all tag. So it's gonna be a logo. Width is going to be 80 and height is also going to be, let's say height, not height, 80. Okay, so this is the width and height we are assigning. Okay, we are done with that. Let's come up here. Let's come here. We'll take another div. It will have a class called connect, and in this we're going to check whether our current account is there. If it has a current account, then we want to display this dynamic block. It will have another div and it will have a class. So let's remove this. Let's take this class. We'll have a, let's say, style dot connect flex. Okay, and we'll take a button. So it will have an on click function and we'll call the function. So they will call this open navigation function. Okay, and in this we're going to render the current account and we have to slice it. Okay, slice it to, let's say, call it 10 characters, not more than that. Okay, so this is our first dynamic block, and here we have to render one more thing. So we have to render the span, and inside that we're going to check for one more thing. So open, and in this we're going to render the icon. Okay, so and it will have a on click function and we have to call it open navigation. So we are adding the on click function on the icon so we can open and close the navigation. Okay, why we are getting this error? So let's check here. Okay, let's take this one, and inside that we're going to display another icon. So if navigation is closed, then we have to display the close icon, but if it open, then we have to display the open icon. So here we have to check for the icons. Okay, and this will also have this on click function. Okay, so simply paste here, and okay, so what's wrong? So what's wrong here? We have to call it open nav. Sorry, this is the mistake I made it, but still we are getting this error. Why? Okay, I forgot to provide this close bracket, and now as you can see it's working fine. We have no error in that. So here we have the error because we have to provide this one. So right now we don't have any error and everything is working fine. And here we're going to render the second button. So button, and it will have a on click function, and this time we're going to use the connect wallet function. So we can pass it if the user is not connected, and we'll call it connect wallet. Okay, simple. Let's close this one. Here we have the second button. So everything's looking good, and here we have to choose the changes. Okay, I made a spelling mistake. It's not AIL, it's AI, and that's the changes you have to do, and simply change here AI. So our icon is fine. Let's see what else. Everything's look good. Now we have to render the list, the navigation, actual navigation. Okay, so we'll take another dynamic block and we'll check if open, then we want to render our dynamic block. So it will have a div and it will have a class called style dot navigation. Inside that we'll take a p tag and it will have a link, and we have to provide the path and we want to redirect to the home page. Okay, so still we are getting this error. Why? And we'll call it home. So just remove this bracket, okay, curly braces, and it's fine. Copy and paste, and this time we have to call it this candidate registration. So we want to redirect to the registration page. As you can see here, we have the pages, okay, where we want to redirect the user, okay, and we'll call it, let's say, candidate registration. Copy and simply copy this one and paste one more time, and now we want to redirect to the voter registrations, and simply select this and allow voter, okay. Copy and paste voter list, and here we have to say voter list. So we are done with this navigations. Everything's look good. This is our dynamic blog, and this is the first dynamic blog, and these are the second one. So everything's looking good. Let's come here and go to this style sections, and let's start styling this portion. Here you can see this is how it's look right this moment, and right now we are connected. That's why you can able to see the address of the account. So let's come here and let's get styling. So first we'll target the nav bar, and we assign a width is going to be 100%, height is going to be 5.5 RAM, background color is going to be our second primary color, box shadow is going to be 10 pixels, 10 pixels, 15 pixels, RGBA 000 3.0.35. okay, now margin bottom is going to be 2 RAM, title is going to be cursor pointer, nav bar box width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto, display flex, align item center, justify content space between, and let's say color is going to be completely white. Let's target that connect. Background color is going to be our primary color, padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 2 RAM, border radius is going to be 0.2 RAM, cursor pointer, simply copy this box shadow and paste here, okay. So right now you can see this is how it's look. Now we have to add position relative, target the navigation, and position is going to be absolute, background is going to be our primary color, padding is going to be 1 RAM, width is going to be 15 RAM, left is going to be 0, top is going to be 3 RAM, border is going to be 0.2 RAM, Z index is going to be on top of everything, so 111, and connect button. So background color is going to be transparent, and border is going to be 0, font size is going to be 1 RAM, color is going to be completely white, and font width is going to be 600, cursor pointer. So it's look perfect. As you can see, our icon is also getting open and close, working fine, and we can able to see our navigation also. So as you can see, open close working fine. Let's come down, let's get the connect, flex, and display is going to be flex, justify content space between, align item center, let's get the span, and font size is going to be 2 RAM for the icons, and let's get the left is going to be 1 RAM. So as you can see, this is look big, and we can able to see the close and open state. So let's come down and we'll get the message dash box. Top is going to be 50%, left is going to be 50%, transform translate minus 50%, padding is going to be 5 RAM and 3 RAM, background color is going to be our primary color, and a position is going to be absolute, Z index is completely 111. Border radius is going to be 1 RAM. Font size is going to be 2 RAM. Okay, so it's look perfect. Open and you can see all the data is working fine. Let's come here, add the media query. So and max width 35 em, nav bar width is going to be 100%, height is going to be 7 RAM, navbar box margin top is going to be 1 RAM, margin box message box width is going to be 80%, and font size is going to be 1.3 RAM, padding is going to be 2 RAM, 1 RAM, top is going to be 50%. So as you can see, we have some space on the top. Okay, so simply comment this, and now it's looking perfect. And let's come call it 6. So that's look perfect. 5.5 looks better. So this is how it will look on a desktop. As you can see, nice navigations. Our logo is also popping up, and we have the address and the log button. Simply click open and close, working fine. Let's bring this. So navigation is looking absolutely stunning. So with this, I think we are done with this entire navigation portion. Let's cut this all. We are here in the voter section, and let's give a final check. So let's click on MetaMask. Here we have the MetaMask. Simply log out this, reload the page, and here you can see we can't see any data, and it says that please install MetaMask and connect and reload. So here you can see the MetaMask wallet is already getting open because we have called that function that whenever there is no address, this check if wallet is connected function will automatically get triggered. Okay, and you can see our MetaMask pop-up. We can simply bring it here, and we can put the details and log into this applications. So let me type the password and click on log. It's reloading, and here we are back into the application, and we can able to see all the data. Okay, simply reload it and one more time, and here you can see we have the candidate data. It's displaying. We have our navigation, the account, and the menu. Everything is displaying dynamically. So that's working absolutely fine. So I guess we are done with the index page with this. Now let's come here, close this component, and let's close all this, and let's come to the voter card. Okay, so we are done with the index page, and we have styled the candidate card. Now let's start working on the voter card. So come down, we have to import couple of things. First one is image, and that's coming from next image. And I believe that you guys are getting familiar with this entire component, that how you have to work with Next.js. Okay, there are some imports you have to, which is very common, and you have to do it for using it. Okay, now let's do internal import, and we're going to import the style file, and that's coming from the same directory, not inside the, let's say where it is, card. And we have this card modules, because we're going to use some styling from the candidate card and some styling for this card voter card. Okay, so we're going to use two CSS file. So let's import the images, all we have inside dot dot and dot dot. So inside the assets we have all the images, and inside that, no, let's leave it like this, and we have to import the voter card styles, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, so let's come here and close this all, and here we are back into the voter list, because this is the place where we're going to render that voter card component. Okay, so here we are back into the voter list page, and here we have to import couple of things from React. So first one is use state and use effect and use context. Let's come down and let's do internal import and import, and we have to import our voter card component, and we have to import the style file, and that's coming from our style voter list. Okay, Now we have to import the our voting context. So this is coming from context voter. So we got the data internal import. Now let's come here. We have to use this use effect, and in that we're going to call this function. Okay, so let's come here, and first thing we have to do is to get this function, get all voter data. Okay, come here and we have to pass it inside this. But before we use it, we have to get the function. So we'll use this use context, and in that we're going to pass this voting context. So in that way we can able to access the functions. Now let's import the voter array data. We have the data of the voters, and now let's start working on the JSX. We'll take a div, and inside that we're going to render this voter card component, and so make it capital, copy and paste. Okay, in this we're going to send the props. So we have this voter array data, and that will pass it inside this. So in this way we can able to receive the data. Let's assign the class to, let's call it voter list. Okay, so that's pretty much for the voter list page. Okay, voter list page. So let's come here, voter card, and let's start working here. So first thing we have to do is to import the props. So here we have to receive the props which we have sent in the card component, and let's take this dynamic block, and we'll have a class called style dot card. Inside that we'll take this dynamic block voter array, and we're going to map over it. Okay, so lm id, and we're going to instantly return this, and we'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot card box, and in that we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot image. Inside that we'll take a image tag, normal image tag, and in that we're going to render the image. So it has a element number 4, and all tags are going to be profile photo. Okay, we'll come out of the div, we'll take another div, and it will have a class dot card info. In that we have to render this h2 tag. So it will have a name, and we have to display the id. So it's a 0, and we have to convert it to a number. Let's come down here. We go to display the address. So element, and which is a number 3, and we have to slice it down. So we want to display only 30 characters, not more than that. Let's come down, we'll take another p tag, and this will call details. Okay, sorry. And let's come down, and we'll take another class, and here we call voter card style dot vote status. So whether this candidate is given the vote or not, that's what we're going to render here. Okay, so here in this we'll take this, it's number 6. Okay, if it's true, then we have to say that you already voted, but if it's false, then we have to say no voted. Okay, so that's the data for the candidate. Okay, so here we are back on the index page. Now let's copy and open a new tab, paste here, and go to the voter list page. Okay, simply render this, and here you can see we are getting 2. It's rendering twice, but this card looks good. Okay, so we have the name, we have the address, we have the details, and we have not voted. That means this voter is not given the vote, that's why it's displaying not voted. Okay, so we are displaying the details. Let's come here and go to the card. Okay, let's start working on the CSS file. So first we are designing the voter card component. Okay, so now let's come here, we'll target the voter status, and its background color is going to be, let's say, our primary color. Okay, we'll take the padding 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM. Let's say font size is going to be 1.3, color is going to be completely white, and font width is going to be 700. Border radius is going to be 2.2 RAM. So let's reload the page. As you can see, nice background color we have. So let's close this one, Close this one, and everything's look good, everything's working fine. Let's come here and simply go to this voter list style file. Okay, so voter list style file, and now let's start styling that. So we'll target the voter list, and it will have a width to 70% for the desktop and margin 0 auto. Margin block is going to be 2 RAM. Let's save it, and this is how it will look. As you can see, nice and beautiful. Let's come down, let's add the media query. So 35 EM voter list, and on a mobile device we want to have the width to around 85%. So this looks perfect. As you can see, nice and beautiful. We have all the details, and this is how it will look on a desktop. You can see perfectly aligned. It's working fine. Okay, so let's click on this. As you can see, we are getting the data because we are logged into this application, and we can able to see the navigations, and we can switch to home page, and here we can see the data of the user, of the candidate. So let's reload the page, and here we have one, and here we have the navigation is all open because I have set the state to true. If you don't like to be open whenever someone visit this application, you can turn it to false. Okay, and here we have one candidate but no voter. So let's reload that. Okay, let's click on this voter list. So something's wrong, problem, we can't able to navigate to the voter list page. Okay, so there is something wrong. So this is one, we have no data here. Let's come back, go to this page and go to this index where we have that this is the length, voter length. Okay, let's close this one. We have the date and we have everything here. Let's go to this component and card. We are passing these two data. Expand this, come to voter page. This is the function we have to start writing. Okay, give vote. Let's zoom it. So here we have to copy this one because we have to make the connections, and simply paste here. Come down. Now we'll take a variable called voter list await. We have to take the contract and we have to call the vote. Let's come here, open the contract, and this is the functions where it is, this one, vote. In that we have to pass two parameter. Okay, so let's come here, we'll take another variable, it will call voter address, and that's coming from id dot address. Okay, id dot address, that's what we are passing here, and simply replicate this, and this will call id, and here we have to change id, and that's coming from the button. Okay, give vote, and that we're going to pass here into this voter. Okay, voter address and voter id. So in this way we can able to give vote to the candidate. Okay, let's console log out the voted list. So here we have this vote, give voter function. So let's reload the page. Here is the navigation, close it, and here we are on the index page. Let's click on give vote, and here we are getting this error message. That's perfect and absolutely normal. So okay, is not a function, not a big deal. Let's come back to the here, and it's not a number. So simply do one thing, and this is also fine, no spelling mistake. Reload it, give vote, still we are getting this one. Okay, just okay, I found the mistake. It's not element number 3, it's element number 2, and that's the big number. Okay, that's the id. So make sure you do the change, element number 2. And let's come here, reload the page again. Here we got it. Now close this one and call the function. Click, wait, Okay, nothing is happening. Why so? Let's reload the page, close it, and click on this voter registrations. Okay, so voter registration, we can't able to see the page because we have given the wrong page. Okay, so let's come to the navbar JSX, and here we have to change this. Okay, it's called voted voters, allow voter, sorry, allowed voter, not, it's called allow voter. I forgot to add the E. Okay, so now it will work. Actually, we don't have this page. Okay, so let's come to home now, click on voter registration, and we can see it's working fine. Let's create a user, and we are getting this error uploading IPFS. So we are having some problem. Let's come here. While creating voters, we were getting error related to the IPFS. Okay, so what I have done, I have restarted my applications and deleted the artifact cache and the contract ABI and put the smart contract, and let's check where. So make sure if you still getting that error, make sure you do the same. Restart the application, delete all the files, deploy the smart contract, and try one more time. Okay, so here you can see that we have one candidate and we have one voter as well, but our voter data is not displaying. Okay, so let's come back. Here we are back in our voter. Let's come here. This is voter. Come to index, and we have to pass the function get all voter data, and simply copy that, and we have to call this function here as well. Okay, because we were not calling this get all voter data here in the index form. So now it will work. So save it, come to the browser and reload the page, and here you can see we have one voter and one candidate. So we can easily able to display that on the home page, and everything is looking good. Close this one, open up your MetaMask and click here and log out from this applications, and let's re-log into this application. Okay, simply reload the page. Here you can see that our check if wallet function is working fine, and we can able to open the MetaMask, and here we are getting this something went wrong while fetching the data, and that's because we are calling that get all voter data into the index folder. Okay, so this is a small fix we have to do, which we'll keep for the later. Okay, let's right now focus on this. So bring this part here and simply log into the application, click on log, click here, and here you can see we can able to have the data. Reload the page, and boom, here we can able to get the data of the candidate. Okay, that's working fine. Simply come back to your code editor, and this is our connect wallet function which is working. Let's bring the terminal up. So we have built all the logic, our application is 100% working, and now we're going to do the final test. Okay, so let me clear the terminal, and we'll type npx hard at node and clear this part as well. So here we got all the account list, and delete this one as well, and make sure delete the artifact. Oh, I have to delete the entire folder, not the file. So simply delete this artifact. Okay, and yes, escape, but delete permanently, and we have to delete this cache. Click on this. Okay, so let's hit enter, and let's deploy the smart contract. And here we deploy our smart contracts, and we have to take this ABI and drag into this context where it is there. Move. Okay, now we have to restart our application. So type simply npm run dev, hit enter, click on localhost 3000. So as you can see, this is how the application is looking right this moment, because we are already logged into this application. Okay, so let me do one thing. Let me open my MetaMask and simply log out and reload the page. Right now you can see we are still getting this error message, but we're going to fix that, and we're going to handle error globally. Okay, our MetaMask pop-up is open. Now we can log into this application. Simply type your login credential. So let me type my, and reload the page. And this is, we are back into our application. Okay, so we have 0 voters, 0 candidate. This is the navigations which we have designed, and let's click on this home. We are on home page. Let's click on candidate registrations, and this page is also working fine, as you can see. Let's come here, let's click on voter registration page, and this one is also working fine, looking fine. Let's come here, click on this voter list, and right now we don't have any voters, so that's why it's empty. Let's come here in the voter registration, and let's create the voter. Okay, so let's click here and click on creator, and here you can see we can easily able to upload the image to the IPFS, and we are fetching that. Now let's give the name, let's call it Schwab Bhai, and from here we're going to copy account address and paste, and here we can types, let's say candidate 1. Click on authorize candidate. Here we have our pop-up MetaMask. Here we are making connection with our smart contract. Click on confirm, and here you can see something wrong, creating voter. Okay, we are getting this error. Not a problem. Come here, reload the page, and can you guess why this problem happened? Because while I was checking, I didn't clear my MetaMask. Okay, so when you switch between the accounts, you have to reset your MetaMask. Sorry, it's just, as you can see, transaction failed. Come here, go to the settings, go to advanced, and reset account. So make sure whenever you change your account, you have to reset that. Okay, if you don't do that, otherwise it will throw an error. Okay, so make sure you do that if you get an error. So let's reload the page, and let's create the candidate and type Schwab Bhai, paste the account, and type simply first candidate, authorize, and here we have MetaMask, confirm, and you can see here we are redirected to the home page, and we are successfully created the candidate. You can see here we have candidate, and it's rendering twice. Okay, let's reload the page, and here we have one candidate. So you will find that it's will render twice. So whenever it happens, make sure you reload the page, because we are in the development, that's why we are having. But when we upload this website on a hosting platform, on that time we don't have this problem. Okay, so we can able to create candidate. We can see we can easily able to update the data, candidate 1, and we had displaying all the data, so address and voter count and voter button. Okay, we have count 1. Let's come here and let's create one more. Here you can see here we are also displaying the data. Let's click here, click on this, and give a name. Let's call it Daulat Husam this time, and from here we will pick this account, paste here, and type coding, time, and authorize candidate. Come here, bring it down, and confirm, and here we have the candidate we have created. Let's reload the page, and you can see Daulat Hussain, ID, address, and total voter counts. So we have created 2 candidates. Now let's create voter. Okay, let's come here and let's create voter. So this time we're going to take the address. So I'll open my MetaMask, and I want to authorize myself, my account. You can do this in the smart contract, but here I'm just going in this way. Okay, you have both the options. So simply copy the address which you want to authorize. So I'll pick an image, and this time we are not getting any error while uploading to the IPFS. Okay, I'll give a name called Jim time, and I will paste the address, and I'll call it Hey Daulat and authorize voter, and here I can authorize the voter. So just wait, come and click on confirm, and here we have made the transaction successfully and created the voter. So let me reload the page, and here you can see we have the voter. It's running twice. Reload one more time, and right now we have one. So we have name, address, and details, and you can see it's not there. It's a newly registered voter, so that's why it said not voted. Okay, let's click on this, and let's come to voter register one more time. So here you can see here we are also displaying the data. Click on this, let's create one more, and so this time I'm going to take this. Let's come here, go to MetaMask, And this time I'll take the account number 2, copy the address, come back to account number 5 and close this one, and let's give a name. This will call swap by address, and let's type something science authorized voter. Bring it here. Simply scroll down and click on confirm, and here we have created our second voter. So let's reload the page, and it's rendering 4 times, but you can see we have this swap by and gym time. And now after reloading the page we have two, gym time and swap by with details. And now they can now these two account can give votes. So let's come here, let's go to the home page. Okay, and here you can see 2 candidate 2 voters, so data is updating, and here we are back, and now we can give vote to any one of these candidates. So I'm into my account number 5. Okay, so let's come here and let me show you. Click on this. So here I'm on account number 5 and I'm going to give vote. So I'll click on this give vote. Here is MetaMask. Here I'm interacting with this my voter functions, and I will click gas all, confirm, and now I have to reload the page, and here boom, you can see that I have successfully given the vote to this swap by. Okay, my account. Okay, it's working. Let's come back MetaMask, and this time I'm going to switch the account, so account number 2, and have to make the reset account, otherwise it will throw an error. And now I will reload the page and I can make a vote. So let's come here, let's click on give vote, bring this, and account, this is account 2, let's click on confirm. Now reload the page, and here you can see account 2. So swap by got 2 votes and it's working fine. So swap by is getting 2 votes, and here we are back into the voter list. Reload the page, and here you notice one thing, that swap by gym time is already given the vote, which is me, and swap by, which is the account number 2, both have given the votes, and we have this message that you already voted. Okay, so this function is also working. Okay, the data is also working, and we can easily able to change the state variable of our smart contract. Okay, so we have defined the status, whether the candidate have given the vote or not. Okay, so it's also working fine. Reload the page, and everything's working fine. So let's come here, let's see, this is also working. Let's see the responsiveness, and this is how it will look on a mobile device. It's looking stunning. Open close, open close. This is how it will look on a bigger screen. Okay, let's come to search console, and you can see that we are getting few errors. So when I try to give vote second time, okay, give vote, I get this error. So our error handling is also working. We are not able to give vote second time. With this, we are done with this project, and this project is not 100% completed yet. So we have written all the function for the smart contract. We are communicating with our smart contract. So I just want to give you a 2 work. You have to write a function for finding the winner for this context, and that's a very simple function. Only 3 lines of code you have to write in your smart contract, and you have to define one state variable for updating this timing. Okay, so those are the 2 functions you have to write. And the reason why I'm not writing in this video, because I want you to do a little bit effort from your end. Okay, everything I would write from my end, then that will become simply copy and paste. So just take your 1 or 2 day time, write down that 2 functions and leave in the comment sections. So if I get enough comment, if I see that you guys are really involved in this project, then definitely I'm going to make a second part of this. In that part, we're going to add a lot of functionality. Like we're going to add 4 to 5 more functionality in this. We're going to do the smart contract auditing. So this contract is working, but it's not 100% secure. Okay, so that auditing we're going to do in the next video. So if I see that you guys are really getting any value from this project, then I would continue with this project, and I will talk about the auditing, that how you can prevent this hacker to hack the smart contract and take the advantage of it. So how you can make secure, what kind of tools you can utilize, and then we're going to talk about the global error handling for the smart contract. Okay, so those are all things we're going to do, but I want you to take 1 or 2 days time and try to include as many functionality as you can from your end. Think about it, that what else you can add into this applications. Okay, it could be anything. I just want you guys to give your suggestion in the comment section so I can read that, and I'm going to build those functionality. Okay, if you guys can build, that's good. You guys can also share your code there, but just write your thought that what do you think, what kind of functionality we can include into this to take into the production level. Okay, so we're going to do all of those things in the next part of this video. Okay, so I hope you have liked this video so far, and if you have any questions, any doubt, do leave in the comment section, and I do want you to think and come up with some ideas, think and come up some functionality which you can add. And so that's it in this video. Hope you have enjoyed it. I hope you have liked it. It took me around 1 week to complete this project for entire designing, for setting up the entire model. Okay, so do tell me what you guys think. Do you guys really enjoy this video? Then I will continue working on this project, otherwise I won't. Okay, so it's going to be on your feedback. So for the time being, that's it. Have a wonderful day. Here we are back in Visual Code Studio, and I have created one folder to do video, and right now you can see we don't have anything inside that folder. So quickly let's create the application. Okay, so let's open up your terminal and simply clear your terminal and type npx create next app dot. This will create the next application. So just wait, this process will take a little bit time. So here the installation process is completed. Simply clear the terminal, and here we have to delete this readme file and come here, and we have to initialize the hard hat. Okay, so npx hard hat init. This will initialize the hard hat, so just wait. Click on the first one, enter yes and yes. So here we have initialized our hard hat, and here we have to install couple of dependency. Okay, so simply copy this entire line and pick install and paste here and hit enter and install the dependency. This might takes 1 minute time to complete the installation process. So the installation is completed and we have an empty. Let's bring the terminal down, and here you will find we have couple of folders and files. So after initializing the hard hat, we got the readme file once again. So, and here you can see we have just simply delete this API folder, go to this index file, and we have to remove this. Select all and remove and type RAFC and change home. Let's go to style and delete this home module file CSS file and delete. And right now this is our global CSS file. Let's come to index and open up the terminal and initialize the app. So type npm run dev, click on this 3000, and here you can see our application is open and we can see everything's working fine. And side by side I have also opened the demo applications which we are going to build, so we can look through that. Okay, let's bring the terminal down, close all the files, and here our package.json file which contain all the information about the npm package which we are using in this project. Okay, so let's clean up the couple of packages, because in this project we're not going to use slint. Okay, so that's the package we're going to remove. So open up your terminal, second terminal, and simply type, let's bring it up, and we have to remove this slint. So type npm uninstall and paste the install and hit enter. So this will install this package, and we need to uninstall this one as well. So uninstall is completed. Now we have to uninstall this slint config next. So let's clear the terminal and close this terminal. Here we are starting with the clean environments, and this is the slint file. We have to delete this one as well. And let's bring the terminal up, and everything is working fine. Let's create the folder. So first one is going to be context. We'll create one more folder in the root directory. This will call component, and inside the component we'll create a data file, data.jsx, and inside the context we're going to create file by the name constant.js, and inside the context we create one more file, to-do list app.js. So these are the folder and file structure of this project. Okay, so let's come to the style, and we have to create the style file for the index home. So index.module.css. Okay, so this is our index CSS file. So simply come here, close this one, and close all the files. Type rafc and close this constant, close this ToDoApp, and close this index, close this one. So let's close all the files. Now let's go to the contract. So the moment you will initialize your hard hat, it will create couple of files and folders. So this contract folder is created by hard hat. Okay, and inside the contract we have a contract file by the name lock.sol, and here this is the demo contract. Okay, so we're going to simply delete this file. Let's create contract, and we'll call it to-do list.sol, and here we're going to write our smart contract. So let's bring the terminal and close everything. Type npm install ether. So we're going to install the packages. So the packages we need for communicating our smart contract with the front-end application or the Ethereum blockchain, and we're going to use Web3 model and Ether.js. So let's install that. Now we have to install Web3 model. So here we have installed both packages. Let's come back to package.json file, and here you can able to find all the information. So Web3 Ether.js, close this one. So we have everything, all the folder and file structures looking good. So we are done with all the folder and file structure for this project, and now let me quickly upload this entire folder or data structure to our GitHub. Okay, so you guys can get that as a starter code. Open up your browser and type GitHub. Here you will find all the repository, the project which I have worked on. So make sure you can come and you can check from your end. Let's click on new, give the name for your repo. So I'll call it to do app video create repo, and these are the command we have to work. Okay, so first we have to type get init, and we have to type get add dot and hit enter. Let's come back, copy this first command and hit enter. Now go back, copy the branch, hit enter. Go back, simply copy the URL of this repo, paste, hit enter, and now we have to push the entire data to the main. So just wait, this process will take a little bit time. It's depend on the internet speed. Okay, we have successfully loaded the entire data to GitHub. Okay, so come here and refresh the page, and here you will find all the folders and files which you have created and all the structure. So let's open this component. Inside this we have a data component, and you can see this is our starter code. Here we have the script. Inside that we have our deploy script, and we have this starter code. Okay, let's come back, let's bring the terminal down. First we're going to work on the smart contract and build all the logics. Once we're done with the smart contract, then we'll build the logic and build the connection with our front-end application, and at the end we're going to design the front-end application. Okay, so let's start with the smart contract first. So here I'm inside the to-do list smart contract. Okay, license identifier, and it will be unlicensed. Then we have to take the Solidity version Pragma 0.8.9, and we have to give the contract, and the contract name is to-do list. Inside that we're going to take a unt type, and this will call id user. So every user will assign an id, so that's why we are taking id. And we'll take a address public, and this will call owner of contract, so the one who will deploy the contract. Now we'll take address array, and it's called creators. So all the users who will create to-do list on this application, or their address, we're going to store inside this array. Okay, we'll take a string, and inside this we're going to store all the messages to-do list. Okay, and now we'll take another unt, and in this we're going to hold all the IDs of the users. So these are the state variables. Come down, we'll take a struct. We're going to define couple of properties to every single user. Okay, so let's call it to-do list app, and the first one is going to be the address account, and then we have to take a unt. This will call user id. Then we'll take a string, and this will contain the message of that individual user. Now it's bool, so we're going to check the status of their to-do list. Okay, so that's why this boolean value. This is our struct. Let's come down. Now we have to initialize the event, so to do event. Inside that we're going to take the address, it's called index, and we have to call it account. Then we have to take a unt, it's gonna index, and here we're going to hold the user id. We'll take another variable, this will call string, and this will contain the message, and the final one is boolean, which contain the status. So this is our event. Let's come down and let's create the map. Now we'll create a mapping so we can identify all the information about the user on the base of their address. Okay, so that's the approach of taking this mapping. So we'll pass the address, and it will call to-do list app and public, and this will call to-do list app. So this will contain, so this to-do list apps contain all the information about the users and their properties. To-do list app contain the information about individual, so we'll pass the address and it will give us the entire detail of that user. So this is how we are mapping. Let's call it small. So this is our mapping. Let's come down, and now we have to initialize our constructor. So owner of the contract is going to be the message.sender. So whoever will deploy this smart contract, that address is going to be the owner of this contract. And here we have taken this variable. So let's come down, and now we have to write the function for creating to-do list. Okay, and now we have to create a function that will increment the user id. So I'll call it inc, and it will be internal what we have to do, we have to increment the user ID. So here we have and plus plus, so this function will increment the user ID every time we'll call this function. Okay, we have to take another functions, and here we're going to create the to-do list. Okay, so to-do list, create list. Inside that we're going to pass a string and we'll call it call data. This will save a little gas gas price, and inside that we're going to pass the message. It's gonna be external. We have to call the increment functions. We'll take another variable called unt id number, and we have to assign that user ID. Then we have to take a copy of our storage to do, and inside that we're going to pass the msg.sender. So we have to type msg.sender. So here I'm taking the copy of my mapping, and mapping contain all the information about the user. So here I have used the storage keywords because I want to change and update the state variables. That's why I have used the keyword storage. So here we are simply mapping from the address to individual creator. Let's come down. So all the properties we have inside this to do, we have to assign that account.message.sender. Okay, so if you come here we have the properties of to-do list app, which all the data we have to provide. So whoever will call the information, their address is going to be the message.sender. Okay, let's come down, and now we have to update the message which we are getting from the functions. So /message. Now we have to get the completed status. Initially it will be false. Now we have to get the user ID, so we are going to assign the ID number. Okay, so these are the property we're going to set whenever any user or any creator will create to-do list on the application, and all these properties going to be assigned to them. So this is our functions. Now let's come down, and we have to push the address to the creators array, and we have to push the message into the message array, and we have to push the message ID to the message ID. Okay, so these are the three array in that we are pushing the data. So creator, message, and ID, and here we have the three array: creator, string, and now we have to emit the event. So we have to call the to do event, and here I've typed E, and by the way my E is not working, so if I miss typing E, you guys type E from your end. Okay, so let's come up here and make the change, and here we have to pass the data in the same order, the order we have defined in our event. Okay, then it will work, otherwise it will throw you an error. So let's provide the data in the same order. So message.sender, and now we have to provide this user ID, copy this and paste. Now we have to provide the message, and we have to provide the status, which is this, to complete. This is our event. So these are the function. So everything's looking good. So mapping we have constructor, we have increment function, and this is the create function we have. Now let's come down. Now let's create one more function. This will call get creator data. And this will pass the address of the creator. So when we'll pass the address of the creator in this function, it will give the complete detail of that candidate. Okay, and it's going to be a public view returns. Let's bracket, and in this we have to define all the data we want to take from the user. Okay, so first one is going to be the address, second one is going to be unt, third one is going to be string memory, and the final one is going to be the status is boolean. Okay, so we are getting some error simply. So everything is looking good, but why we are getting error? Simply cut this and paste one more time, and as you can see, sometime you will have this problem. As you can see, we haven't done anything, but this error is gone. So let's continue working. We'll create the copy of the state variable, so it will call single user data, and in that we're going to pass the address which we have in the mapping. So here we have used memory keyword because this time we are not doing any changes in our state variable. We are just taking a copy of that so we can call in the function, and we'll get that information on the base of the address we provide in the mapping. So I hope everything is clear so far. If you guys have any comment or if you are stuck anywhere, do leave in the comment sections. I'll try to reply on that. Okay, that's working on that. So here we have to return all the data about the user. So first one is going to be single user data account. Now we have to return the user ID, then we have to return the message, and the final one is going to be status. So here we have the get data functions for the users. Let's close all these functions, close this one. Now let's come down. Now let's write the function for all the arrays which we have created, like for the messages, for the address, and for the change of state. Okay, let's create a function, and this will call get address. It's gonna be external view and return, and in that we have to pass the entire array, and we have to return the creators array. Okay, so here we have the entire array, and that what we are returning here. Now let's create one more functions. This will call get message and external view return, and in that would be we have to take a string memory and s, and we have to return that. So messages. Now we have to create one more function. This will call toggle, and this function will be reliable for changing the state, whether that to-do list is completed or not. This function is going to trigger and change the state variable. Okay, and that will pass the address, because this is how we're going to find out that which creator completing which task. Okay, and it's gonna be a public, and simply we'll take the to-do list app storage, and we have to get the single user data. We have to get the mapping complete array, and inside that we're going to pass that creator address. And once we have that, we have to change the status. Okay, completed status to completed. Okay, so in this way what will happen, the user can call this function again and again. So if it is completed, then user can turn it to uncompleted, but if it's not completed, then user can turn it to completed. Okay, so this is how the user can switch it forward and backward. Okay, that's why we have taken this approach. Or you can do hard code, but this is the right option to go with when you provide an option to the user, so you can switch forward and backward. Okay, so I guess we are done with this entire smart contract to-do list application. So let's have a look. So this is our to-do list, this is our struct, this is our event, mapping, constructor, increment functions. We have our create list, we have our data, we have the address, we have messages, and this is the toggle functions. So everything is looking good. So simply copy the entire smart contract so we can test. Okay, and open up your browser and visit Remix ID. Okay, so here we are on Remix ID, and here we're going to do the testing of the smart contract. Okay, so let's come here and remove this old code and paste our smart contract. So as you can see, it's successfully compiled because I have the setting in my Remix ID. So whenever I put any code, it will automatically compile the code. Okay, so let's bring this down and let's try to deploy. So here you can see we have everything here, all the functions, all the codes we have. Let's click here, and this is the account. Let's expand this one, and let's select the file. So to-do list app and deploy. Here we have all the data, all the function we can use in this smart contract. You can see we have a create list, we have toggle, we have id user, we have creator, we have get address, we have get creator data, get message, message id, owner of the contract, and to do list app. So all the function which we have defined as a public, that's all we can able to find here. Okay, so let's test that. So right now if I click on user id, we don't have any user. Okay, that's why it's 0. If we click on get address, it's an empty. If we click on get message, it's empty. And if we click on get owner of the contract, so this is the contract owner, and because we have deployed the smart contract, and this is the account which is the owner of the contract. Okay, now let's do one thing. Let's create a list, to do list. Okay, so I'll simply type, hey, this is my first to do app. Okay, and click on create list, and let me open this terminal so you guys can see all the call stack. So here you can see we have successfully created our to-do list, and you can see this green tick. Let's click here, and here you can able to find all the information about the function call. So here we have the transaction hash, here we have from, this is to, and the function you have called, this is the gas limit, transaction cost, execution cost, and this is the message, and this is the event which we trigger. Okay, so let's bring this down, and here we have the events, so all the logs which you can find right here. So everything's working fine as we expected. Let's come here and let's check whether the data is updated or not. Let's click on user id, we have one user. Okay, let's click on get address, we have the address, and let's click on that get message, and here we have the message. So all the function is working fine. So this message is an array, and message id is also an array, so we have to put the index. So first is going to be 0. Okay, so on the 0 index we have this message, and on the 0 index we have this id. So all the function is working fine. So here we have to get the complete data. Simply copy this address because this is the user. Copy the address and simply paste here and click here. So here you will find all the information about the user who created that to-do list. So here we have the account address, user id, string, the messages, hey, this is my first to do app, and the status, whether it's completed or not. So it's also working fine. Let's come up here, and here we have to use this function, toggle functions. So for that we need to take the address. So this is the state is false, we have to change this to true. Okay, so simply come here and paste the address. Simply copy the address of the user and paste here and call this toggle. As you can see, the transaction is successful. Let's come here and we have to click here. It's true, means our function is also working fine. Let's bring down, so all the functions are working fine. Our smart contract is 100% working. Let's come back to our code editor. So with this we are done with the smart contract, but let me tell you one thing, this smart contract has a lot of vulnerability. Right now you can see that everything is working fine, but there is a lot of problem in the smart contract. Anybody can hack the smart contract, change the entire data, and take the entire contract from you as an owner to their name, to their address. So at the end of this project, once we complete the entire front end and make our smart contract communicate with our front end application, then we're going to make it more secure. We're going to test this smart contract, and we're going to use a couple of tools to test and try to find out all the vulnerability. Okay, so I just want you to just understand the code, whatever we have written so far, and try to understand where is the problem, what kind of problem. So what I want you, so before you proceed ahead, just sit and try to understand the entire smart contract and try to find out the vulnerabilities which the smart contract contained right this moment. There is a lot of problem in the contract. So just analyze it for 10 to 20 minutes and then you can continue with this project. Okay, so everything is working fine. Let's close this, come here. Now open up your terminal. And now let's deploy the smart contract. Okay, so just create a one more terminal. So we have a two terminals. Type npx hard@ node. Okay, so this will initialize the hard@ in our search console. So right now you can see we are getting this error, address already in use. Okay, because I am already running this port in my other application, so I have to remove that. So let me do it very quickly. Simply type cls to clear the terminal, and now let's start one more time. npx hard@ node. And here you can see hard@ it is initialized in our terminal, and here we can find close to 10 accounts which hard@ provides, and each account contains 1000 ether, which you can utilize it to test your smart contract. Okay, so we're going to use these accounts. So I have already imported couple of accounts in my MetaMask, and that account I'm going to use to test my smart contract. So I'll tell you how you can do that. Okay, so these are the accounts we have. Make sure you keep running this hard@ node. Okay, and then we have to deploy the smart contract. If you stop this hard@, then your smart contract will not deploy. Okay, and you will get an error. So let's come to this terminal, and here we have to type this command. So let me find out the command which I want to type. Okay, so let me go up. Okay, this is the command you have to type. Simply type npx hard@ run script deploy.js, and we have deploying this smart contract to our local host. Okay, that's why we have given this network to localhost. Okay, this is the entire command you have to type. Okay, and let me tell you where we have this deploy file. So inside this script you can see this is the deploy file we have. Okay, so let's bring the terminal down, and here we have to do a couple of changes. Just clear this comments, and here we have a couple of more information. So if you want, you can keep this, but I don't like to keep it in my smart contract. Okay, simply remove that all, and here we have to do the couple of changes. Remove this as well, and here we have to provide the name of our smart contract. So what's the name I have given? So to do list app. So let's come here in the smart contract and let's try to find out. Let's come here, go up, copy so make it capital. Okay, because this is a convention we are following throughout this entire application. So make it capital, copy. Let's come to the deploy file, and here we have to provide that name, and here we have also provide the name, and here we have to replace this to do list, and here we have to also change, but with a small t. Okay, small t. Copy this and copy this one and paste here with a small t, and here we have to also do it. And here I'm logging out the contract address, so we can utilize the address of the contract to communicate with our front-end application. Okay, so that's the setting we have to do in our deploy file. And let's come here, and we have to just log out the entire call stack. Okay, so we're going to do that to-do list. So all the deploying data is there inside this. So all the instant of this deployed contract will get inside this to-do list, and that's what we want to console log out to see that what are the properties are there in that instant. Okay, so that's why I'm doing this console log out. I think with this we are done. Okay, so let's open up your terminal, and here it's fine. Okay, this is also look, and simply remove this because we are not passing any data in our constructor. Okay, so this is the deploy file, and if you come here inside the constructor, you can see we don't have to pass any argument inside this constructor, so we don't need to pass that. So let's come here, let's bring it up, and simply hit enter. Make sure you type the same script. Okay, npx hard@ run script deploy.js and -- network localhost. Okay, because we are deploying to the localhost. If you want to deploy to any remote networks like Rinky-Bai, Aclery or Mainnet, then you can give the RCP URL to that locations and you can deploy that. So just wait. Once it deploy, it will give you the name, address of the contract. So it's compiled successfully, and here we get all the data about all the instances of this deploy contract. Here you can find all the information. So here we have the address of the contract. Simply copy that, come to this contents, and let's keep it here for a while. Okay, so this is our contract address. Let's come here and let's look at the instances. So this is all the functions, and here you can see this is the function we have defined in our smart contract. An ID user, creating list, string, creators, and the reason we can easily able to access as a function because we have used the public keyword. Okay, that's why you can able to see all this as a function. If you use internal or private, you won't have this. Okay, but because of the public we have assigned to our state variable, that's why we can able to access this. So all this one we have here, we have all the informations, you know, true, address, this is the entire call stacks. Let's scroll, and this is the data, this is the transaction has, and the gas amount we have paid. So all the information you can able to find about the deploy contract. So it's working fine. Let's bring this down, let's come to deploy, and let's comment this, close this one, close. Let's come here in the constant file, and here we have to get the files. First we have to import the API of our smart contract. So to do list from and dot. So when you run the deploy command, a couple of folders and files will create it, like as you can see on the right hand side, artifacts, cache. So these are the files we'll create once you deploy the smart contract, and inside the artifact we have our API. So let's come here, let's come to the artifact. Inside the contract artifact you will have a couple of folders and couple of folder. Inside the folder you have this to-do list.json. Okay, and this contain all the information about the smart contract, the variables you have defined, the instances, that's all you will have. So simply drag and put that to-do list JSON file inside the context. Okay, just move the file. Okay, here we have the API. Simply come here, and now we can able to access the data. So to-do list.json. Let me repeat one more time what we have done. We have deployed our smart contract. Once you deploy the smart contract, two files will create it, one artifact and one cache. Inside the artifact you will have couple of folder. Inside the artifact folder you will have a contract folder. From that contract folder we have to get the API, which is the to-do list JSON file, and that we are dragging and moving to our context, and from there we can easily able to accessing to our constant file. Okay, so now we have to export that. So I'll take a const, and we have to get the address of the contract. So to do list address, simply copy the address and paste here, and now we have to get the API. So to do list API, and here we have to do list dot API, and let's come here. Inside this we have access to this API. Okay, to do list.json. In this way we can easily able to access all these functions, all this variable. So that's it. We have to, so that's the things we have to do in our constant file. So what we have done, we have taken the address of the contract, we have taken the API of the contract, and that will allow us to communicate with our smart contract. Okay, close this one and close this one as well. Let's come here to do list app.js file, and inside this we're going to write all the functionality for our applications, for communicating with our smart contract, for creating to-do list. So everything is going to be here as for the data. Okay, for the data. So let's zoom a bit, close this one. So let's type RAFC. This will give us a React functional based component, and we have to import couple of things from React, like use state. We have to import Web3 model. From Web3 model we have to import ethers, and that's coming from ethers. Let's come and do internal import. Let's come here, and here we have the constant file. Okay, so we need to import this file as well. So simply copy this to-do list, and let's say import to-do list address from, that's coming from constant, and we have to import the API. Now we have to create a fetch contract functions, and this will allow us to communicate with our smart contract. Okay, so that's why I call it fetch contract. and in this we're going to provide the signer or provider. You can type anything, and here we're going to use the Ether.js package to communicate with our smart contract. So new Ether contract, we have to pass the address of the contract ABI and the signer or provider. Okay, so this is will allow us to fetch the contract. Now we have to export constant to do list provider, because in this project we are using React context API for our state management, for our data management. Okay, so we'll call it react.context. okay, now we have to export the const. We have to create the to-do list provider, and inside this we have to pass the children. Okay, so let's remove this, and this will call context and with a small children. Okay, actually we have to remove this one and bracket, and then we have to pass the children with a small c, and we have to return this. Simply remove this one, remove the complete this portion, and inside this we have to return, and here we have the to-do list context. Okay, that context provider we're going to use, and inside that we're going to pass the children. Okay, and here we have to pass the value, and whatever we'll pass inside the value, that would be available for in the entire application. Okay, and that's how we are doing state management. So that's the initial setup. So whatever we are doing, we are just setting up for the applications. We haven't written any logic for our smart contract to communicate with our front-end application. Okay, so we are done with that. Now let's create couple of state variables. Okay, so we'll take a use state, and this will call current account. Okay, current account. Now we have to take one more use state, and in this we'll have the error message. Now we'll take one more use state, and this will call all to do list. So this will contain all the list, and we have to take one more, and this will call my list, so individual list. So these are the variables use state we have declared, and now we have to take one more, and this will call all address. So in this we're going to hold the all address of the users. So those are the use state. Now let's create the functions for connecting our front-end application with MetaMask. Okay, so let's call it connecting MetaMask. Okay, we'll take a variable, check if wallet is connected, and it's gonna be an async function. We'll take a if window.ethereum return set error, and here we have to pass please install MetaMask. So with this line, what we are doing, we are checking that whether the user has installed MetaMask in their browser or not. If they have the MetaMask, then they can continue with the function, but if this function doesn't find MetaMask in their browser, it will throw this error, and it will tell them to install the MetaMask. And if you don't know that from where I have got this Ethereum object, so I have covered this thing a lot in my previous video, so I'll link that video in the I button. So watch this complete, like how to create a Web3 decentralized voting applications, where we have built more complex logic. So here I have explained even more in more detail, so that's why I'm not explaining this in detail and showing you all the objects. So once you're done with this, you can watch this video where I have explained everything, okay, in brief with every single object. So let's continue with the application. So if the user have an account MetaMask, then we have to get the very first account. So we have to call await window Ethereum, and we have to request, and we have to use the method. So the method is eth accounts. Okay, so this will give us the account, and we have to get the length of the account. So if it has more than one account, then we have to get the first account. So we'll use this set account and we'll set the first account. We'll take the very first account because this will return us an array of the account, so we want to get the first account, so that's why we have put 0. So else we have to throw the error message, and we have to say that please install MetaMask and connect and reload. So the reason why we are setting up this reload option, because sometimes what happened that the object will not get triggered. Okay, sometimes problems happen in MetaMask in injecting the object, so it's always good to allow them to reload the browser. So this is our check wallet functions, and remove this one. We have to take the use effect. Okay, simply copy and come here, and we have to call this function use and pass the function. So every time we reload the page, we'll call this function. Okay, so we are done with this function, and here we have to log out the address of the account. So this is check the wallet connector. Now let's come here and restart the applications. So let's close this terminal and type npm run dev. Click here, close this one, and here our application is open. Now let's inspect element, and let's click here. So right now in our console we don't have any account. Okay, so our function is not triggering. So let's come back here, and the reason why it's happening because we are calling this function inside our to-do list app. Okay, we are not calling this function in our home page, and that's the page we are opening in the browser. So we have to call that function in the home page, then this function will trigger and we'll get the address. Okay, so before we do that, we have to do a couple of setups. So simply copy these functions, and we have to pass inside the value, so we can easily able to access this function in different pages with this context API. Okay, so passed here, so we have this function available. Let's comment out this one, and we have to do a couple of setups so we can use this context. So let's do one thing. Let's come here and go to this app file and app.js, and here we have to set the provider. Okay, so let's come here, let's do an internal import, and here we have our provider. So let's scroll up. So this is the provider we have, to do list provider, and this provider will use to wrap our entire application. Okay, so let's simply copy that. Okay, come back, and we have to import that provider. So import to do list provider, and that's coming from our context to do list app. So here we have our provider, and now we have to wrap the entire application with this provider. So let's bring this down, and we have to take this provider, and we have to simply copy and paste here, and we have to convert this into a arrow function. Okay, it's a normal function, but we have to convert into arrow function. So const this space, and here we have to take this arrow and remove this return, and we have to instantly return this function. Okay, so let's return it instantly, and let's remove this one, and let's wrap this component into a div. Okay, so let's take another div, and inside that we're going to provide this component. So in this way we can easily able to access all the information, all the functions, all the data throughout our entire applications because of context API. Okay, so we are done with this app.js, and now we can able to access that function in different pages. Simply close this one, come here and simply go to this index page, and here we're going to access the data and the function of check wallet connection. Okay, so for that we have to import couple of things. So first we need use state, we need use effect, and let's come here, we have to do internal import. But before we do internal import, we have to use context, use this one as well. Let's do internal import. So let's import the icon. Okay, so import md verify. Okay, and that's coming from React And by the way, we haven't installed React icons, and in this project we are using React icons. So let's open up your terminal and stop the applications and let's install React. So before we do that, let's import the other files. So we're going to import that, our context. So let's come up here. So this is the one, context, to-do list context, and that's coming from our dash context and to-do app. So in this way we can able to access the entire data. So let's come down, and here we'll take a variable, and inside that we're going to pass all the variables which we are passed in the value, and that can be able to access here. So we have to use this use context, and in that we have to pass this to-do list context. So simply copy this check wallet functions and pass here, because we have passed as a child in our and as a value there in our provider, and this is how we can able to access. So right now we have this function access. Now we'll use this use effect, and in this we're going to call this functions, and now we can able to see the account. So let's start the application, npm run dev, open in the browser, and here we are. Just wait. So here everything is working fine. Now let's open inspect element, go to console, click here, and right now you can see here in the info section, here we have access to the data, the information of the account. So you can see this is the account which we are getting, and if we open the MetaMask, copy the account number 2, because that's one we are connected with this application, copy, and let's open this and paste here. As you can see, the account which we have detected with our functions and the account we have copy, both are same, okay, and this account is same. That means our function is working fine. So let's close this one, come back to our applications, let's bring this down. So it's working fine. Let's close this for a while, and now let's come to our app to-do list, and let's continue working on this applications. Simply remove this one, and let's create a one more function and connect wallet. Okay, so we'll have a button on that will allow them to click and connect wallet. So it's gonna be async function. Simply copy this and paste here, because the same check we have to do. We have to check whether they have it MetaMask or not. If they have, then we have to get the first account, and this time we have to change the method, because this time we are calling this function on click event. Okay, so this time we have to call ETH request account. So this is the method we have to call, and once we have got the account, we have to set the account. So set current account to the first account. So that's connect wallet function. Simply copy and paste here. Okay, let's close here. So this is our check if connect wallet. Now let's create other functions. So let me comment this. So interacting with our smart contract. So now whatever function we're going to create from right now, that's all going to be related to our smart contract. Okay, so this function will allow the user to create to-do list. Okay, so let's call it to-do list, and it's gonna be an async functions, and it will receive message, and we'll take this try and catch. So if anything goes wrong, we have to catch that error, and we'll use this set error, and we'll simply pass the error to this. So something's wrong creating list. Okay, and here we have to communicate with our smart contract. So connecting with smart contract, and now we're going to use Web3 model to connect with our smart contract. Okay, so we'll take a variable called Web3 model, and we'll use new Web3 model. That function will call. So here we have that, and that's what we are utilizing here. And now we have to build the connection. So await web3 model.connect. So this is the function is available on web3. Okay, so that's what we are calling. And now we have to create a provider, and we'll use new ether dot provider dot web3 provider, and in this we have to pass the connection. So whatever we are doing right now, we are just setting up the stage. Okay, so here we have the provider. Now we have to get the signer, and the signer is available on provider dot get signer. Okay, and now we have to make connection with our smart contract. So contract, and we have to call the functions await, and we have to call the function fetch contract. Okay, inside that we have to pass the signer. So here we are using this fetch contract function we have created on top and passing the signer. And let's console log out the contract. Okay, contract. So let's copy this. Everything is working well. Let's remove this message for a time being, and let's try to access the contract variables. Okay, so simply copy this to-do list and paste here, and now we have access to this function. So we'll import here in our index file, and we're going to call the function here. Okay, let's come to the browser and reload the page, because we have use state. So whenever we reload the page, we can able to trigger the functions. And let's inspect element, and let's see, open this console, and here you can see we have the address and we have the contract. This is the address we have, and this is the contract. Inside the contract we have all this method and functions available. The first one is, you can see the address. We have couple of methods and the function we have created. So as you can see, created, get created data, get address, get messages. So all the function we can able to have, and we are successfully connecting our smart contract and communicating with our front-end applications. Okay, working fine. Let's come back, simply go to this, and let's continue working on this. Remove this one, and now we have to create the to-do list. Okay, so here we have to pass the message, because to create a to-do list we have to get the message from the user, and we'll take a variable called create list. It's gonna be await, and we have to call the contract, and we have to type the name of the function. So let's come back to the Solidity code, smart contract code, and here we have to copy this function, because this is the function we are, so because this is the function will create the to-do list, and inside this we are passing the message. Okay, so simply copy the functions and pass the message here. So, and now once the user is created, and now we have to wait. Okay, and console log out the entire data which is inside this create list. Okay, so console.log and create list. So in this way we can able to see the entire call stack, like transaction hash, block number, everything. So working fine. So this is our create to-do list functions. This function is reliable for creating to-do list and setting up all the property which we have defined in our smart contract. Okay, so let's come down and let's create other functions. So let's create all the functions, and when we'll communicate with our front-end application, and that time we're going to check, because we already know that our function is working because we have tested in Remix ID. So let's create get to-do list. So this function will allow us to get all the data about the user, about the messages, about the addresses. So this is the function we're going to call it for getting data from our smart contract, and gonna be an async function. We have to use this try and catch, and the error message we have to set, simply copy and paste here, and we have to call it getting data. Remove this one, copy this and pass here in our value, so we can able to access in other values, and simply copy the upper code, copy the code and simply paste here, because this code is going to be remain same, because this is what we have to do whenever we want to communicate with our smart contract, because this code will allow us to communicate with our smart contract. So we have to use the same code, and if you think that it's repetitive code, then you can do one thing, you can create a separate functions and you can use that function wherever you want to use this code, but I'm going in this way approach. Okay, so we have our contract. Now let's get the data. So let's take a variable called get all address. Okay, we have to get all the address of the creators who are creating to-do list in our application. So await contract, and we have to give the function name from us. So let's come here in the smart contract, and this is the function get address. Copy this, and that's the address we have to call it. So this will give us the address of the contract, and this will give us all the address of the candidate. And once we get the addresses, we have to set the address to all address. Okay, now let's console log out all the addresses. Let's come down, and here we have all the addresses, and now we have to, on the base of these addresses, okay, on the base of these addresses, we have to get all the data, because one address contain a lot of information, you know, like ID number, message, address. So we have to get all the addresses of every candidate, and all the address is available inside this get all address. So we're going to loop over this. Okay, so we'll use map. Okay, we'll pass, it's going to be async function, and we have to take a variable called const, and we'll call it get single data and wait, and we have to use our contract. And let's come here, and to get the data we have to pass an address. So here is the function called get created data. Okay, so that's the function we're going to call it, and inside that we're going to pass the address, because this function need address, and it will return all the data of the users, of the creators, okay, which is inside this element. Okay, and once we have the data, we have to set the data to our to-do list dot push, and we have to call this function. Okay, in this way we can able to have the data, and now we have to log out all the data, get single data. Okay, so here we have access all the data of the users. Now we have to take another variable called all messages, await contract, and we have to get all the messages. Simply come here and copy the functions and paste here. This will return all the lists which user are creating. Once we have the list, we have to set the list in our state. Okay, all messages. Okay, we have access to all the data. Simply copy the functions and pass it here. So we have already passed the functions. Okay, so now let's write the function for toggling. Okay, so user can set to complete or incomplete. Okay, so let's write the function for that. So it's called change state of to do list to false to true. Okay, now we'll take a variable and call change, and it's going to be async functions, and let's try and catch. We have to set the error message. So this time we'll call it let's say changing state, and copy this entire code, because this will allow us to communicate with our smart contract, and simply paste here. Once we have the contract, now we can call the function. So let's call it state await contract, and the function name is this one, toggle copy, and simply paste here. And inside this we have to pass the address. Okay, the address, and the address will receive here. Okay, when the function will call, we'll pass the address inside this, and it would be available in our toggle function. So it's working fine. Now we have to set the wait, because we have to wait till the end the state is changed and write into the blockchains. When it's all the process is done, then we want to execute further, and then we want to console log out the state. So that's our change functions. Okay, simply copy and pass it here. So we have all the function which we need in this application for giving the creating list, getting data, and changing the state. So all the function we have written, we have all the data. So simply close all this function, close this one, close this one, close this one, and this one. And now we have to, so these are the function. Now we have to pass the data. So we have the current account here, copy this one, and simply pass here. Okay, now pass the error message. Now we have to pass this to-do list. Let's go up, and we have to pass this list, and we have to pass this final one, all addresses. So we have all the data, we have all the functions, so everything are working fine. We are done with this to-do list app. We have called all the functions, everything. Now let's close this one, and let's close this one also. Close this all folders. Let's come to this index, and now let's start working on our index file, and whatever data we have, now we have to display in our front-end applications. So here we have imported couple of things, so as you can see. So let's open up your terminal, and now we have to import the icon. So the icon we are using from React, so let's install React quickly. So let's open up the browser and type React icons. Click on this, and we have to install it. Simply copy, select this one, copy, and simply come here and paste. So here we have React icons in our applications. Now let's clear the terminal, let's bring this down, and now let's import the icons quickly. Okay, so let's remove this one. Let's come back here, and let's look for verified icon and copy this, and this is coming from this material design. Copy this one and paste here. Go back, copy and paste the icon name. Let's come here, and now this time search for send. So this time we're going to take this one, and that's coming from remix icons. Copy this one and simply paste here. Let's come here and copy and simply paste here the icon. Now this time we have to get icon for close. Okay, so which one should we take? Okay, which one? So let's copy this one, come back and take it from the same design, same library. Now we need to take the lock. So this is the one, this is coming from here. Copy, go back and copy this icon and paste here, and we need this open one and unlock one as well. So these are the icons we are using in this project. Okay, and we have to import the image, and that's coming from next.js. Okay, next image. Let's import the style file, so called style from, and that file is inside the style dot slash modules. Okay, index. Now we have to import the image, and that's coming from, so we don't have it, so we don't have image here. So what we can do, let's open my other project, the completed project, and from there I can get the image. So let's come here, simply select this one, select the image, and drag and drop in the main directory. Okay, so here we have the image, and by the way I will provide all the assets, all the colors in the starter file, so you can get there from there. Okay, so here we have the loading images also available, so let's import that. It's in the main directory, so here loading zip, and we have to import the components, data component, and that's coming from component data. So these are the internal and external import we are for this index page, and here we have our context. Let's come here and let's go to this context and copy this, simply copy this entire data on the data we are passing in this value. Okay, and bring it here and simply paste inside this. So we have access to all these functions and variables here on the home page, and we can utilize it. Simply remove this one. Now let's start working on the JSS. Okay, because we are done with all the data, and now let's start writing the JSX part. So I'll go a little faster here. Okay, so we'll take a div, it will have a class called style dot home. Inside that we'll take another div, it will have a class called style dot navbar. Inside that we'll take an image, and it will have the source. Let's remove this one, and we have to provide the loading image. It will also have an alt tag we call it logo, and we have to provide the width and height. So width 50%, height is also going to be 50%. And here we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot connect, and inside that we have to pass the dynamic block. So if there is an account, if there is no account, then we have to render this button, and this button contained on click function, and we have to call the functions. Okay, and let's connect wallet. So here we have this function connect wallet, and that function we're going to pass here. So when there is no account, the user is not connected with the application, then this button will display and the user can click and they can log into the application. But if they are already connected, then we want to render different button, and in this button we're going to pass the account address. Okay, current account dot slice 0 to 20. Only 20 characters of the account I'm displaying. I don't want to display the entire address, only 20 letters. Okay, so let's give it this dot. So that's the condition, simple funda. If account is there, if account is not there, then we have to display this connect wallet button. But if account is there, then we have to display this address of the account. You can take it button, I have taken button, but you can take it as a paragraph. It's totally up to you. So let's come here, close this one, and let's start the application. So let's type npm run dev and click here. As you can see, as we already log into our MetaMask, so that's why we can able to access the account address, and you can see the button displaying the account address of my current MetaMask. If I come here and open MetaMask and simply try to, this is the address you can see. So if I try to log out from MetaMask and reload the page, so we have this button connect wallet. Okay, if we click on this, we can open the MetaMask and we can log into our MetaMask account. So we can pass the credentials. So let's pass the type the password and just wait. And here you can see we are logged into the application, and here the state is changed, and we can display the address of the MetaMask account. So MetaMask is taking a little bit time. So as you can see, finally the process is completed. Now it's completed. Okay, so let's come back. Everything's working fine, the logic is also working fine, and function is also working fine. Now let's come down. We'll take a div and we'll take a class style dot home box. Inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot home complete list, completed, and it will have a text h2 tag and to do history list. And here we have to take a div, and in this we have to render the data, the messages. So my list dot map, and we want to instantly return. Okay, and this my list contain all the messages. As you can see here we have this my list, and this contain all the messages, all the to-do list. Okay, so that's the logic. Okay, we are rendering, looping it, and printing that message on the application. Now we have to take a div, and let's remove this one. We have to take a class. It will call style dot home completed list, and inside that we'll take the icon, verified icon, and let's close this one. And it will have a class style dot icon color, and we have to pass the message. So we have available in EL, and we have to use this slice. So we don't want to display the entire message, so only 30 characters, and that's it. This is the completed list. Now let's come here. We'll take a div, and it will have a class called style home create Inside that, we'll take another div. It will call class name style dot home created box. It will have a h2 tag, and this will call create blockchain to do list. And here we'll take another div. It will have a style dot home create input. Inside that, we'll take an input tag, and type is going to be text. Placeholder is going to be enter your to do. Okay, it will have a on change function, so e, and in that we're going to call this set message. So we haven't taken that variable. Let's come up here and create a variable. So here we'll call use state, and we'll say message. Initially is going to be empty string, and now we're going to use that function to set the message. So we'll call that function e.target.value. So in that we are able to access the whatever the user will put, that will available in the message. Now let's come here. Let's take the current account. If there is a current account, then we have to take this icon. Okay, it will have a class called style icon black, not block, it's a black. Okay, see, and it will have a on click functions, and in that function we have to call. Okay, so we have to call this one, connect wallet. So this is the function we have to call. Simply copy this, simply copy that, come here, and this is the function we have here. Okay, so simply replace this, not connect wallet, we have to call this create list. Okay, simply replace this one here, and now let's bring it here. Simply copy this and paste here, and here we have to call this connect wallet functions. Okay, so here what we are doing, if the user is already connected with the application, then we have to display this button to do list. Okay, creating list button. But if they are not connected with the application, then we have to display this connect wallet function. Okay, so these are the two these are the two different functions we are calling on the base of the whether they have connected with the application or not. Okay, so that's the functions. And let's come here, and you can see everything is displaying fine. We have the icons, we have the input, we have account, all the texts are working fine. Let's come here, and we have to take this data component, and inside that we're going to pass couple of props. Okay, so here you can see, let's come here, we have passed this more props first, pass inside this, and let's come up and copy this all address, pass this inside that, come up here, and we have to get the list, my list, and send it as a prop. So these are the data would be available in our data component. Okay, so this is the my list functions which we are rendering completed list. Let's come here and end the thing. Let's come to this artifact. So to check everything working fine or not, let's delete the artifact. Okay, let's delete that. Let's delete this one cache, and we have to delete the API also, this API delete from, and we're going to deploy this contract one more time. So first thing, we have to run the npx hard hat node, then we can only able to deploy our smart contract. Okay, so just wait, let this process get started. So here we have all the account, hard hat is working fine in our console. Now here we have to run this deploy script. Okay, npx to the localhost, so just wait. So compile successful, and here we have the address of the contract. Here we got the artifact, and inside that we got our API. Come to contract, and here we have drag and drop here. So I believe that you guys are getting familiar with this process. Okay, so we have available our API, and now let's start the application. Click on 3000, and here we have the application. Here we have the input, our icons, account is already connected, so everything's working fine. Let's type build your first application. Click on this. Okay, let's build your first application. Nothing is happening. Click one more time. Let's come here. We are connected. Let's come here, go to our main account. This is the account. You can see we have less ether in this account because this is the account is used in deploying the smart contract. And you know, whenever you deploy smart contract and do any kind of change in the state variable, you have to pay gas fee for that. So this is the account we have used for deploying the contract. That's why we have less ether in that. Let's change this and select the account number 5 we have selected. Let's come here, and here you can see here we have all the accounts. And if you want to know how we can import the account, you can do one thing. You can simply copy a API key. Altogether we have 20 accounts. You can copy any account API key. Okay, copy the account and come here, just click on import account, and here you have to paste the API key. Click on import, and here the account is imported, and you have got 10,000 fake ether. It's a fake ether. If it's real ether, you would have a lot of money. So here we have the account. Let's do one thing. Let's come back to the account number 5, and here click on this setting and go to this advanced and click on reset. And this is the problem which MetaMask has. So whenever you change your account, you will get an error. All the transaction would be failed. So whenever you change your account, make sure you have to reset that. Then you can able to make the transaction. Otherwise the transaction will get failed. Let's close this and let's try one more time. Reload the page and let's inspect element to see. So we have the address, and let's type come here and type the message. So let's type the message. So let's build together, call the functions. Still nothing is happening. So this function is not even getting called. It's not getting called. That's weird. Let's come back to our code. Let's bring this down and let's see where is the function we are calling. So here we have the current volley function, and here we have the to do. This is the function to do list. Okay, we have to pass the message. We are not passing anything inside that. Okay, that's the problem. So we have to pass the message. So let's come up here and we have to get the message, because our contract function needs to have a message. Okay, so let's pass that message here, and if we come here, as you can see, this function need message, and inside that message we are passing to our smart contract. So that was a silly mistakes. So let's save it, come back, reload the browser, and let's type the message. Hey Daulat. So if you haven't subscribed and like my channel, do so, because that will motivate me a lot to make more project like this. Okay, so hope you guys will understand. Now click all the functions, and here you can see the MetaMask is open. That means we can able to interact with our smart contract. And here you can see we have the smart contract, the gas price we have to pay for making this transaction, and all the things you can able to find. Click on confirm, and nothing happened. That's weird. So let's open the consoles, and right now we can see we have an error, and it says that the chain ID, something's wrong with our chain ID. So RPC your value is this, trying to send a raw transaction with invalid chain ID. Okay, the chain ID we have provided, it's invalid. So actually we haven't set the chain ID. Let's come back to the editor and go to this, close all this one files, and let's go to this hardhat config file, and here we have to do the configuration for the chain ID and network. So we'll take this network, I have to provide S, and the network we're going to choose is hardhat. Okay, let's zoom it, and the network we are using is hardhat, and here we have to provide the chain ID, and the chain ID is going to be 1337. So this is the chain ID we are providing here. So we are done with this configuration. Okay, let's remove this one comment, and let's close this one. go back to the application, reload the page, and type the message called hey dollar, call the functions. Here we have the MetaMask. Now we have to confirm, and still nothing happened. Let's see, again we are getting the same error. What's the matter? Why it's happening? Trying to send the raw transaction. We have provided the chain ID. Expected ID is this. Okay, we have to provide this ID. Okay, simply copy that and come here and go back to the hard config file and change this one. So both chain ID work. Okay, I don't know why this one is not working. Okay, let's provide this one and let's reload the browser and let's try one more time, and let's provide the message hey dollar, call the function. Here I have the MetaMask. Click on confirm, and still we are getting this error. Again we have the same error. Okay, I understand what's the problem. Let's open this MetaMask, and here we have to set the chain ID. So here what we can do, the transaction is failed, and let's click on this network and go to the add network, and here we are in MetaMask, and let's click on this network tab, and here we have to change the chain ID. So here as you can see we have 1337, so we have to change this chain ID. Simply select this and remove this, the one actually recommended, and click on save, and now it will work. Okay, so here we have set the chain ID, working fine. Click close this one and come and reload the page and try this final time. So hey, so first I tried create application and now my message is getting shorter. So this time hey, and here we have click on confirm, and just wait. Here you can see information, and here our transaction is successful. As you can see we have the information, make it big, and here we have the entire hash, the call stack of this transactions. So we have the confirmation data, price, everything we can have here about this transaction. So we have successfully created our first to-do list. Let's come back to the application, close this one, and let's go to this to-do list app, and here we had logging out the information. Simply remove this. Well, let's keep it for the time being. Okay, and let's reload the page, and let's close this one, and here we have the data, but the data is not rendering. We have created one to-do list but it's not rendering. Okay, so where is the function? So here we have my list, this contain all the information, and we have this function get to-do list function. So we haven't calling this function, so let's call the function for getting the data, and here we have this functions. Okay, save it. Let's come back to the browser, and you can see here we have the data. Hey, so we are getting the data. It's also working. So let's do one thing. Let's change the account and let's create one more list, and this time we're going to pick the account number 2, and this time we type this is account 2, call the function, and we have to confirm it, and the transaction got failed. Okay, why it's so? It got failed, and reload the page. The transaction got failed, and the reason what happened, because we have changed the account, we have to reset it. Okay, as you can see the transaction failed. Come here and go to setting, and we have to reset it one more time, and now it will work, because every time you have to do the changes in the account you have to reset that. And this is not the problem with your application, it's the problem with MetaMask. Okay, account 2, and now you can call the function, click confirm, and here we have the information. You can see here we have the data, the transaction is successful. Reload the browser, and here you will have the data. As you can see, account number 2, so it's working fine. So let's come back to our code editor. This one is also working fine. Now let's start working on this data component. Close this one, go to this component data, and here we're going to work. So let's come here and let's receive the props. So simply first receive the icons. Okay, copy this one. So actually cut this one and simply paste here. Come back and we need this icon as well. So select this one and copy and paste here. We need couple of more things. So first we have to import the, let's come here and import this context, paste here, and we have to take the CSS file, because we're not going to create any separate CSS file for this data component, because we have to write a very few lines of code for the CSS. That's why we're going to do in the same index file. Okay, so these are the external and internal import. Now we have to receive, let's import that use context, because that's what we are using for our state management. And here we're going to pass the change function, and this function is coming from our context, so we have to use this use context and we have to pass that, and here we have to provide this equal signs, and here we have to, okay, let's come scroll down, and here we have to receive all these props. Let's paste this change function here. Okay, so let's come here and simply receive the props. So the first prop we have to receive is, let's come here and simply copy that all to-do list. Now we have to receive the addresses, and come back, we have to receive the list, my list, and here we have the props. And let's come here, let's come and copy this change, and let's send this as a prop. So send this as a props, so we don't need to use that context, and here we can pass it and simply comment this out, because we have the data available in that index file. So why we make a extra, why we add extra code in our data file? Okay, so here we have all the props. Now let's come down, so let's console log out the data. So all to-do list. Okay, let's try to get the list, and let's reload the page and just do inspect element, and here we have the data, and here we are getting function instead of data. Okay, why so? So here we have 4 functions, we don't have the data. We should get data, individual data of the creators, but we are getting functions. Okay, let's comment out this and remove this one, and let's start working on the GSX part. We'll see what's the matter with our all to-do list data. Okay, and we'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot home create list, and inside that we'll take a dynamic block. And so let's come here and let's go to this data context, and let's come here in to-do list app, and here we have to do couple of changes. We are getting functions, but we have to just simply remove this console logout, and we have all the addresses, and here we have this console logout, and here is the problem. So instead of passing the get single data of the candidate, we are passing the functions. So that's the change we have to do. Simply remove this, and now we have to replace with this get single data. Now we'll have the access to the data, not with the functions, and that's why we were getting the function instead of the data. So now we'll have the data, and now it's looking good. Now we can start working on it. So let's console log out the data, and that's the data we have here. Let's come and reload the page, do the inspect element, and here you can see we have the arrays. So we are getting the arrays of the data. If we open that, inside that we have the list, and as you can see we are in the development right this moment. That's why we can see that it's that's why we can see the data is repeating twice, because it's a natural behavior of React. So if you want to turn it off, you can do the configuration, you can do it, but I'm not going to do it. Okay, but when you will deploy this this application on a production, on that time you won't have this problem. This only happen in the development. Okay, so that's, we have the data, and you can see we have the message, we have the number, we have the status, so all the data we are available. So we have the message, we have the account address on the 0 index, we have the ID on the first index, message in the second index, and status is on the third index, sorry. And we can utilize this data and display it. Okay, let's come back here and let's simply remove this section, and let's start working on the JSX. Okay, so we'll take a dynamic block and we'll say if we have the length of the to-do list is equal to 0, then we want to say that no data, and that will say inside the div it will have a class called style dot no data, and the message will display called no data. So if there is no list, there is no to-do list, then we have to display this div with this message. Okay, but if there is a list, then we want to display the list. So we'll again take the dynamic block, we'll take the data and we'll loop over it. We'll use map element I, and we're going to return instantly. Okay, so inside this we'll take a div, and it will have a say key 1, and we are getting this error. Not a problem, let's continue with that. Okay, we'll see what's the matter with that. Let's continue with the code. Okay, we'll assign a class called style dot home created list app. Inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class called style lock list, and inside that we'll take our icon, lock icon, and it will have a class called style dot lock, and call color. We have to change the color of the icon, and then we want to display the message. Okay, the message is element number 2. Okay, that's where we have the message. Now we'll come out of the div, we'll take another dynamic block, and in that we're going to display the status. So if it's false, then we want to display in this close fill, and it will have a on click function, and in this we're going to call this change function. So when they will click on this, it will change to true. Okay, initially it will be false, and that data we have on the, and inside this function we have to pass the address, and this address is available in 0 index, means element number 4, and it will have a class called style dot icon close, and here we're going to display the, we'll take a class and it will call down, and we'll have a message to down. So once the task is completed, once the to-do list is completed, we have to turn it to down. Okay, done, sorry, done. So that's the logic we are building here. If it's false, then we have to display this icon with a cross sign, but if it's true, then we have to display this done button, sorry, done message. But here we are getting this error, so we have to wrap this inside a div. So let's take a div, and here we have to wrap this inside a div. So let's wrap it. So right now it's working fine, we have no error, everything's look good. So let's come here. You can see we have the data here with an icon and cross sign. Reload the page, and let's call that change function. So you can see this one is there and this one is there, but why we have this p? Let's come here and let's see. So here we have this p, remove this one, we don't need to display the p, and changed, and look good. Now let's call this change function. Okay, so once and that change function we have on the cross sign. So let's click on this cross close, and here we have the MetaMask, and we have to toggle it. So let's click on confirm, and the transaction is successfully. Reload the page, and here you can see it's done. So we have changed the state, so it's done. So this task is done. So the change toggle function is also working, and we can able to change the states. So it's working fine. So let's close this one. So this close this one, close this one, and close this one, close this one, close this one, and let's come here. And with this we are done with the entire application structure, folder and file structure, and the logic. Now we're going to style this application. Okay, so let's bring it here and make this side by side so you guys can see what we are working on. So we are done with the entire logic, entire functionality of this course, and now we're going to work on the styling part. And once we done the styling part, then we're going to try to figure out the vulnerability. So how we can manipulate this entire smart contract, how we can change it and hack it. Okay, so that's what we're going to do once we do the entire styling. Okay, so let's start styling. So we're going to take a background image. It's going to be a linear gradient to right top, and we have to provide the color. So #2D0036. The second one is going to be 4F015B. Third one is going to be 730283, and the fourth one is going to be 9A02AC, and C400D7. So these are the 5 color we are using. The height is going to be 100 VH, and width is going to be 100 VW, and overflow X is going to be hidden. So that's the general styling. Let's save it, and you can see the change on the browser. So everything's working fine, look incredible. Let's come back here in the index CSS file, and let's start styling this portion. And width is going to be, let's say, 70%. Margin is going to be 3 RAM auto. Display is going to be flex. Justify content space between. Background is going to be 231E39, and border radius is going to be 0.5 RAM. Padding is going to be 1.5 RAM and 2 RAM. Align item is going to be center. So this is how it will look. Now let's get the connect button, and background color is going to be 9A02AC. Padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 1.5 RAM. Font size is going to be 1 RAM. Border radius is going to be 0.2 RAM. Cursor pointer. Color is going to be completely white. So this is how it will look. Looks good. Now let's target the home. Width is going to be 100%. Height is going to be 100%. Position is going to be relative, and margin bottom is going to be 2 RAM. Home box width is going to be 70%. Margin 0 auto. Border radius is going to be 0.5 RAM. Padding 2 RAM. Background color to 3E9. Okay, second primary. Box shadow is going to be 10 pixels, 10 pixels, 15 pixels. RGB a 0.35. Okay, this is how it will look. Now we have our color is going to be our third primary color, B3, B8, CD. Okay, this is how it will look. Now we have to provide display is going to be grid template column 1.5 RAM, and this will be 3 FR. Gap is going to be 1 RAM. Let's come down, and home completed. Padding is going to be 1 RAM. So looks good. Home completed H2. Font size is going to be 2 RAM. Home completed list. This will be display flex. Align item center. Gap is 1 RAM. Home. Create box. Padding is going to be 1 RAM. So this looks good. Home create box heading 2. Font size is going to be 2 RAM. Home create input. Width is going to be 100%. Background color is going to be 9A02AC. Padding is going to be 1 RAM. Border radius is going to be 0.5 RAM. Width is going to be 90%. Background color transparent. Border none, 0, and outline is going to be none. Home create input placeholder. Color is going to be our second primary. Icon black. Color our second primary. Font size 1 RAM. Cursor pointer, so here itself. Created list app. Display flex. Align item center. Gap is 1 RAM. Justify content space between. Margin top is going to be 1 RAM. Border bottom 1 pixel solid, and our primary color. This looks good. We have this one, but we can render this multiple time, and as I told you that we are in the development, that's why we can able to see this double rendering. But once we deploy this one, we don't have this problem. Or if you want, and if this thing is bothering, you can easily able to configure this in your code. Okay, so let's come here. We'll target the lock list, and it will have a display flex. Align item is going to be center. Gap is going to be 1 RAM. So here we have the cross icon, and let's target lock color, and let's change this to background color to our primary color. And border radius is going to be 0.2 RAM. Cursor pointer. Okay, color is going to be completely white, so it's look good. Okay, lock sign with this. Let's provide get the icon close, and color is going to be the primary one. Cursor pointer, and font size is going to be 2 RAM. It would be look quite big, so here we have that icon. Let's target the done. Border 1 pixels dotted, and the primary color. Padding is going to be, let's say, 4 RAM. Okay, it's so big. And font size 2 RAM. Oh, really big. So we have to change this one. So let's remove this one, and padding is going to be 1 RAM, 1.1 RAM and 0.5 RAM. So this looks good. Done. Now let's get the no data. Text align is going to be center. Padding going to be 4 RAM, and font size is going to be 1 RAM. So let's reload it, and things are looking good. We have the data, that's why we can't able to see that no data. And let's add the media query. So max width is going to be, let's say, 35 EM, and navbar is going to be, width is going to be 95%. So this is how it will look. And margin 1 RAM auto. This look good. Now we have to get the home box. Width is going to be 95%, and grid template column is going to be 1 FR. So this looks incredible. As you can see, it's responsive for small devices as well. Now let's get the home completed H2, and we have to set the font height to 1.5 rams, little smaller, and we have to do the same thing to the other one. So this is box 2, and font size is going to be 1.5 ram. So now it's looking fine. As you can see, it looks perfect. And this is how it would look on a mobile phone. Let's click on this and let's try to call the functions, change functions, and here we are interactive with the smart contract. Click on this confirm, and let's reload the page. Things are working fine, looking good. Now let's do one thing, change the account, and let's come here, pick the another account, and let's type the message. So I'll call it account 3 call the functions, and here we have the MetaMask. Click on confirm, and nothing happened. Reload the page, and nothing happened. Nothing happened. Again reload the page, nothing happened. Okay, so can you guess what is the problem? Because we have changed the account and we haven't reset that, and because of that we are having this problem. So let's come here and let's do the changes, actually reset that. So let's open the MetaMask, and the transaction is failed. Let's come here, go to the settings, advanced, and scroll down, reset account, and now it will work. Okay, now it will work. Let's come here and type the message: like and subscribe to my channel, like and subscribe to the video. Okay, call this one function, and click on confirm, and let's reload the page, and boom, here you can see we have that list here, and we can call the functions and simply click on this confirm and reload the page, and here we have the list. So everything's working fine. We are done with this application. This is our files. Let's close all this one and let's make it big. So if you have coded till now, I want to congratulate you that you have made a huge effort enhancing your learning. So we have designed this beautiful UI, built this all functionality of our smart contract, and creating this to-do list app. But now let's talk about the vulnerability, the problems we have in the smart contract, and what are the problems you can face right now or you can check, and how we're going to fix that. Okay, so let's talk about the problem first. So here we are back in Visual Code Studio, and to show you the problem we have in this applications, what I have done, I have deleted the artifact, our cache and the ABI of the contract. So we're going to redeploy the contract, and let's come here, and you can see, let me close this, still running. Let me close this one, and let's clear the terminal, this one. Now let me restart the npx hardhat node internal server, and now we're going to redeploy the smart contract. So this process started. So here it's working fine. Now we have to deploy this contract, compiling successfully, and here we have our contract. So here we have the artifact. Go to contract and drag and drop into this context. Okay, we have the ABI npm run dev, and let's click on this, open this, and here you can see our check wallet function is already working. Whenever someone visits the application, the check wallet function will get triggered and we can log in from here. Okay, if you cut this one, so we have this option as well. If you click here, you can see the number one. I don't know why it's not displaying, but you can see this number one, and you can click it from here as well. So you can see, and let's type the password. So here we are back into this applications, and now everything's look cool. There's no problem in this, everything's working fine. We have our address of the account, and before we create, you know the drill, we have changed the account, so that's why we have to reset that. Okay, so let's come to this, go to advanced, and we have to reset it one more time. So this time we are using account number 2, so no problem. What account? Let's see what account we are using. Okay, that's very important. So here we have on account number 3. So let's start with account number 2. Okay, so we'll type something like, okay, because we have changed the account, we have to reset it one more time. So let's come here, we are using account number 2. Now we have to reset it. Okay, advanced, go to this and reset here, and now reload the page, and let's type that my first to do list, and click on this. Here we have our MetaMask, and just wait and click on confirm. The transaction is successful, and if I reload the browser, so here we have the information. So whenever we are calling any function, we have to manually refresh the browser. So that's the very first problem we have, which we're going to fix. Function we have, okay, that's the one problem. Now let's come here, let's pick the account number 2. So it's account number 2. Now let's change the account and let's call this account 3rd. And before we do that, we have to reset this, and this is quite hectic one, okay. And let's reload the page one more time, and this time we have to call hey Schwab and call the functions. Call the functions and okay, confirm. Okay, reload the page, and okay, we have created 2 to-do lists. It's rendering twice because we are in the development. So we have created 2 lists. Okay, one we have created with account number 1, account number 2, and the second one is account number 3. And right now we are on the account number 3. Okay, so if I simply remove this, because I have created this hey Schwab buy with account number 3, so I can easily able to toggle it. Okay, I can easily able to toggle this to done. Toggle it done. And if I reload the page, you can see this done. But what do you think if I call this toggle, I can able to toggle it or not? So let's try it. Okay, and let's try to change that. The transaction is successful, and I can easily able to change it. And that's the very big problem we have in the smart contract. Why? Because someone else can call these functions, because this one is created by the first account, second account, but third account is can call the function and change the state. So this is a very big bug we have in this. Okay, what I can do now, if right now, so that's the second bug we have. And right now let's come here, still let's open it. Yeah, so what if happened, so right now we have used this account number 3, and we have created this, and this is the one we have used with account number 2. But what if I create the same to-do list with the same account? What will happen on that time? So let's try it. So this time came hey DAULAT $HUSSA Hussain. Okay, this time if I call this function, you will see the problem. And here we have it. Let's call the confirm, and let's reload that page. And here you can see, the previous message we have written hey Schwab, that is also changed by this hey Daulat, and the state is also got changed. So do you think why it's happened? Do you have any idea why it's happened? Because instead of hey Daulat twice, it having 4 times. Because in our smart contract we have a problem. Because here, if we come here in our smart contract, the moment we are fetching the data, so this is the function get created data, and that data, what we are saying, we are passing the address, and on the base of the address we are getting this all informations. But we are not keeping any track, because one address can contain multiple messages. But what we are not keeping on track of that, what we are doing that if the same account is calling this function twice, it's changing the entire information, this message with the new one. So all the old data is replaced with this new one. Okay, so we are not tracking this. We have no logic for this one get data here in our mapping, because one address contain one information, it can contain 2 information, but we are no track of the messages, because the message is going to be the same. And the problem we have in our smart contract is here, because when we are fetching the data, what we are passing this address, and the base of this address we are getting all this data, and this data we are getting from this mapping. So this mapping contains all the data. In this, what we are passing the address, and it returns the address. But we are not keeping track of the messages, because one account can have multiple messages, but there is no logic in this contract to handle that portion, that logic of the applications, and that's creating the problem. Because whenever the same user calling this create functions, what it doing, it updating the old messages, old to-do list with the latest one. And that's why you have seen here the old hey swap by is changed to hey daulat, because we don't have any track. So when you create one to-do list with one account, that would be working fine. But when you will create this on one more to-do list with the same account, it will change the previous data. So that's the very critical problem we have in the smart contract. So do you think how we can handle this problem? Any idea you guys have? So in this, I want to give you a hint. So I'm not going to solve this problem in this video. I want you guys to solve it and write down the solution in the comment, but I'll tell you the hint that how you can do it. So you can see here we are mapping on the base of address, but instead of mapping on the base of address, you can do one thing. You can take the ID, because every time we are creating to-do list, we are creating one new ID. Okay, one new ID every time we are, one new ID we are assigning every time to one message. So this ID is going to be the unique to that message. Okay, so instead of passing the address, you can pass the ID, and that ID will give you the data. And same thing you have to do here. Again, I'm telling you, I'm not going to do it. It's a very simple bug which you can easily fix it. Okay, so instead of passing the address, you can pass the ID and call the data. Okay, in the same way, in your front-end application where we are building the logic, where we are calling all these functions, instead of passing the address, you have to pass the ID. Okay, so that's the hint I want to give you all. So the major problems you have to solve is no one else can call the function like toggle functions. So if I create account A create a to-do list, so only can account A can call that toggle function on their to-do list. But this function is global, anybody can call this, any user can call on any user. So here you have to do also check. Instead of passing the address, you can pass the ID, and you can associate that ID to a specific user. Okay, so that's the hint I want to give here. And you have to do the changes here when you are getting the data, and you have to do the changes in the mapping, and when you are getting the data, you have to get on the base of the ID. So that are the 3 or 4 changes you have to do. And one more change you have to do is that everything is rendering twice. Okay, you can see everything is rendering twice, which is happening in the production. But I want you guys to tell me that how you can configure this. Okay, do a Google search, try to search on Google and try to find out that how you can fix this problem. Okay, so these are the 2 major problems you have, and do give me your solution in the comment. And once I get enough solution, and if I think that you guys really want me to make a dedicated video on this problem, that what are the other configuration we can do, what are the other testing we can apply on this smart contract. There is a tons of things, there is a lot of vulnerability here in this contract. So if you want me to make a dedicated video on that, first you have to give me your solutions. Just try it, no problem it is wrong or right, just try and give me your solution in the comment. And if I find enough comments that you guys really want me to make a dedicated video on this error handling in the auditing of the smart contract, then definitely I'll make it. Okay, and make it. So I hope you have found this tutorial project valuable. If you have any questions or in doubt, leave in the comment sections, and all the codes are already provided to you, all of you guys. So hope you have enjoyed this, and if you are new to my channel, hit like and subscribe. That will motivate me to come up with this new video and new project, and I will also learn, you will also learn, so we have to help each other. So that's it. Have a wonderful day and have a great day, and do give me your solution in the comments. So take care, bye bye. Hi all of you, hope you guys are great, and welcome back to your first Web3 project. In this project, you will be building Etherscan Clone. You will learn about the modern technologies about Ethereum blockchain and Web3 space. you're going to interact with Ethereum blockchain network, fetch real-time data and display into your front-end applications. So before I deep dive into the complete tutorial, let me give you a complete overview of the applications which you are about to build in the next 3.5 hours. So let's start. So this is how the application would look like. We have a nice beautiful interface and it 100% responsive for all the devices. So the very first section we have in this application is this header sections, and this header section is divided in two parts. The first part is top header and the second part is this lower header, and we have this nice over effect on our logo with this nice effect, and we have one button, and this will allow us to connect with our MetaMask with our front-end application, and we can fetch all the information about our MetaMask or Ethereum blockchain account. And the second header contains the information about the Ethereum price. So here we are displaying the price in the form of dollar, in the form of Bitcoin, and when the price is updated, real-time updating data. And here we are displaying the total supply of ethers, and this is keep updating on real time. And on the right hand side we have the list of the tokens. So we have RC20, RC21, RC1115, and this is the contract. Now let's scroll down, and the second section we have on the home page is this data sections. So the very first thing we have in this data section is our input field. You can put the address of any Ethereum account and you can able to find the details of that account, which we will explore. And this data section is divided in two parts: one, lattice blocks, and lattice transaction. So on the lattice blocks you can find the list of the blocks which is recently created on Ethereum blockchain network, and this data is keep updating real time. So here you have the number of blocks, so the latest block number, and here you have the name of the miner who exactly created this block, the number of transaction happened inside the block, and how much, and the reward in form of ether. And you will find the latest blocks which are created recently. So here we are displaying 10 blocks at a time. You can display as many as you want, which I will explain you in detail. On the right hand side you will have the list of the transaction which is happening inside a single block. So if you see in the very first block we have 33 transactions, and all the transaction we are displaying here, and this data will keep updated on the form of the, so this block is dynamically updating every single time whenever we refresh our browser. Okay, so this is how it will look. Now let's do one thing. Let's click on this minus section, so it will redirect to this account page. Okay, so here on the account page we have the header section remain same, and here it's saying that you have to click to get the data of this account. So let's click on this. Here we have a beautiful loader. So here we have the address of the account, and here we are displaying the owner, and here we are displaying hello world, hello. So this text is dynamic. If an address have its name on Ethereum blockchain, then it will display the name of the account, otherwise it will display hello with this emoji. And here we are displaying the balance of the account. So here you have the balance, the total number of ether this account has in its own account, and here we are displaying that ether balance into a dollar form. So we are doing the conversion here. Here we are doing the branding of this applications, and here we are displaying the address of the account, and this will keep updated on the base of the address. And right now you can see it says miner and the address of the account, but this section is also a dynamic. So when an account has its name, it will display the name instead of the address. And here you can able to find all the transactions has done by this account. So these are the list of the transaction which has happened in the past. So you can see, you can scroll and you can find all the information about the transactions. You can find the internal transaction, and this data is coming dynamically. As you can see, it's changing dynamically. You can click on this transaction, you will have this data. If you click on the minded, so you can see that if this account is a miner, if it's miner, then what are the blocks this account minded, and timestamp and the reward it received for mining that block. Okay, we have a ERC20 token. So if any account done any kind of transaction in form of ERC20 token, so the data would display here. Same for the ERC21 and same for the ERC1115. All the data will display dynamically, and here you can able to see all the transaction which has happened inside the in this account. So this data is also dynamic, which is changing over and over again. Okay, and here you can see that you can able to navigate to different pages. So if you want to change the address to this to something else, you can do it from here. You can easily able to select the address to find the data of that account. Okay, so let me explain about the block first. So let's explain about the address first. Okay, so if I click here, as you can see, the URL got changed, and this the data will also apply. So let me click one more time. As you can see, the data got updated, and here we have the data, and this data is got updated, and here we also got the updated data. So right now we have 150 transaction, but earlier we had some 4,000 something. So if you click on this, so let me show you the real-time thing. Just keep one thing in mind. Let's click on this. As you can see, this address got changed and the data is also changed. So we have this balance and the data is also changed, and you can switch through the different tabs, and this data is dynamic as per the account. You can click on the mine transactions, ERC 2020, 20 token 21, and ERC 5015. All the transaction you can find here. So this is how you can navigate to different accounts from here. And you can see we have one more section, block. So if you want to know transaction detail about a single block, you can navigate from here as well. So you can simply click on this block, and here you will redirect to the block page, and here the details you can able to find about the single block. So the block number, the timestamp, the miner who mined this block, and the transaction has the data is, if it's available you will have this data, otherwise you will have said no data available. Then the total number of supplies, extra data, difficulties, and the gas use difficulty. So all these data you can able to find, and if you want to see the transaction which happened inside the data inside this block, then you can click on this block transaction, and here you will have the details about each and every transaction which happened inside the block. Okay, so this is how the blog page works. So let's go to the home sections, and this is how we can easily able to navigate through different pages. So if you click on this blog section, you can come here and you can see the data dynamically changed. You can navigate to different sections. If you click on this transaction, you will come to the transaction sections, and you can check all the transaction which happened inside the block. Same goes for the miner. If you click on any miner, if you click here, you will come to this page. Click here, and it will have this nice loader. It will load your data, and it will display all the data right up here. You can simply scroll the data. You can switch to different transaction labels like transaction mined, history, 20 tokens, and all the details you can able to find. So this is the transaction sections. Now let's go to the home sections one more time. So we have seen the blog page, we have seen the account page, we have seen the transaction page, and now let's go to the single transaction. So if you click on this, it will also redirect you to the single transaction page. Here you can able to find the transaction. So the transaction hash you can able to see. This data is also dynamically changed on the base of the URL change, and here you can able to find the details of this single transactions. So the block hash from to, and here you will have the hash, nuance, transaction index, RS, gas limit, gas price, and all the details you can find here. And if you want to know about the details about any one of these account, you can easily able to navigate to the account page. All you have to do is to simply click here, and you are here into the account page. Now click on click me, and now it will have this loader, because fetching data from Ethereum blockchain network takes a little bit time. Okay, because their transactions process a little slow and it takes times. Okay, so here you can able to find the details of that account which you have selected, balance, converted balance, and all the transaction which has happened inside that, like in this account. So you can switch to that. As you can see right now it has this much account, but when it's come to internal transactions, there is only no transaction in that. But if you go to the transaction, you will have this mind block, no ERC, so no details are there. So this is how you can easily able to use this application. Okay, so we have seen this latest blog section, we have seen this transaction sections, and now let's try to find the details about the account. So for that, what I will do, I'll come to Etherscan website, and let's go to this, and here you can able to find the data. As you can see, we have a similar interface. We have a latest block section, we have a transaction sections. So this is the block number, so just keep this thing in mind, 4672. Okay, so we'll come back to our applications and we're going to reload the page. So here we have the data. As you can see, 628. Let's come here. Here we have 627. So it's an updated data. So if we refresh that, this data is also got updated. So as you can see, 628, and we have the same here. If we reload the page, we'll have the updated one. Okay, so it's coming real-time updated data. We are fetching from Ethereum blockchain network. And now what we can do, now let's come here, let's open this P2P old, and right now you can see that it has a name, P2P. You see P2 poll old. So let's copy the address, let's come here, simply paste the address and hit search. It will redirect to here, click here, and it will have this loader. And now here we are into the account section, and here we can able to find all the details about this account. So here you can see that this account has its name, f2pool.eth, so we can display the name of the address, and this is also dynamically get changed. And here we are also changing the name dynamically, and here you can able to find all the transaction which this account has done. So this is the transaction history, internal transaction, mined transactions, ERC20, ERC21, ERC1115. So all the transaction you can find. Okay, so this is how the application would look like, and let me show you that how it. And now let's see how we can connect our application with MetaMask. So here we have the button, simply click on this connect wallet, and here a MetaMask will get open. All you have to do is to type your password. So let me type my password, click unlock. It says wrong password. Okay, so here we are logged into our application. You can able to see the address of your wallet. You can see the address here. You can see the balance which you have in your MetaMask, and the transaction count, that how many transactions you have done on with the help of this wallet. So all the details you can able to find. You can simply come, open, close, open, close. Okay, so you can see it's 100% working. You can able to find real-time data from Ethereum blockchain network and display right on your front-end applications. So now let's talk about the responsiveness of this application. So let's make on the mobile device. So this is how it's going to look on a mobile device. As you can see, we have a nice header section which get dynamically changed. Earlier we had a message, but now we have the logo. Here we can display the price of the Ethereum, total supply. Here we have a branding and the ERC tokens. Here we have our input field from which we can search. Here we have the latest block details, so you can scroll through that. And here we have a transaction which you can simply scroll, and you can able to see all the transaction. And this is the footer section. If you click on any one of this transaction, you will come to the transaction page, and here you can see the upper portion remains the same. Here we have the details of the transaction, block number, from, and all the details you can able to find. If you click on this from, you can redirect to this account page, and from here you can have this loader, and from here you can able to see all the details related to the account. So here you have the address, the name of the accounts. Right now this account doesn't have name, so that's why we are displaying hello. So balance in form of ether, balance in form of dollar. Here we have the branding, and here we have a different tabs. So as you can see, this one is fully responsive. You can simply scroll all the way right to left and to see the data, and you can simply switch to different tabs. So you will come to the internal, you will have there, and here you have no transaction, only have one transaction. That's what you can see. Go to the second one. Here you have all the transaction. Simply scroll all the way down, and you have a minded blocks. Right now it doesn't have any RC20, nothing is there, but you have a transaction list. So this one is 100% responsive. Now let me show you the blog page as well. So this is how the blog page is looking. We have a dynamic data. You can able to see all the data. Let's click on the block templates here. Here you will have the complete list of the transaction which you have done within this block. So this is what we're going to build in the next 3.5 hours. Hope you will learn a lot of things. I'll try my best to explain every single concept, every single tool we are using in this complete project to interact with our Ethereum blockchain network. With that said, now let me take you to Visual Code Studio and do some general setup before we start coding this application. So let's get into Visual Code Studio. Before we write a single code into this project, let's talk about that what you will learn exactly if you follow this project step by step. You will learn about the modern file structure of React. You will learn about the use context API of React for sharing data. You will learn about 3 different ways of requesting API calls. One is fetch, second one is Axios, and third one is going to be your Etherscan global context API. So we're going to follow each of these technologies, that how you can store data in one component and share into multiple components. So we're going to follow and give a lot of emphasis in that. We also follow the modern folder structure, divide this complete application into a small component and plug in together to build a large scale applications. So a lot of things coming in your way. I hope you would have a lot of learning, and if you really like my work, hit the like and subscribe button. That will motivate me a lot. And the starter file is given to you on my website. Simply visit dollar2zen.com. On the blog section, you will have the very first blog from where you can easily able to download the starter template. So with that, now let's initialize our project. I created a folder by the name Ether. Make sure you create your folder and open up your Visual Code Studio in the same folder, and then you have to open up your terminal. So you have two options to open up your terminal. One, control tilde, it will open up your terminal, or from here you can easily able to open up your terminal. So let's type cls to clear out command line. Now we have to initialize our Next.js application. So simply type npx create next app, and in the same directory I want to create the Next.js application. So dot slash this define that you want to create in the same directory. Hit enter, and this will create a Next.js application in the same Ether folder. So this process will take hardly 1 to 2 minutes time. So make sure in between this time, go and grab a glass of water or take a cup of tea, and then by the time you will return, the entire process will be completed. So once everything is get completed, we can start working on our application. So here our React application is created successfully, and we have got all the folders and files right up here. So as you can see, the very first folder I have is this Git, because I have Git installed in my computer, and if you don't have Git in your computer, you might don't have this file. Don't need to worry about it. And after the course, I will also show you that how you can upload this to GitHub, and you can simply deploy this application into a hosting platform for absolutely free. Okay, so first we will build this application, then we'll deploy this application into a hosting platform. So this is the Git file we have. You don't need to worry about it. Here we have the node modules. Inside this we have all the packages which we going to use throughout this project. Okay, that's all going to be inside this module folder. Here we have a pages. Here we have a couple of pages. So all the pages we're going to create for our application inside this page folder. Let me delete this one, API. Okay, because we don't need this one. We are starting from the fresh. So we have two files, one our app.js. So this is the main application, and we have an index. So simply select the entire code and remove it. Bring the terminal down and simply type RAFCE, and this will give me the React functional based component, because I have installed a plugin called React Snippet, and that's giving me this snippet by writing these short forms. Okay, so here I have my React functional based component. Now let's close this folder and let's come to the CSS page, and here we're going to delete this file because we don't need this one, and I don't want to use this because we have to do a lot of configuration if we want to use ESLint in our project, but I'm not going to use that ESLint in this project. Okay, so that's why I removed that file. Let's come to our package.json file, and here we have a couple of dependency. We have already removed that ESLint, so we have to remove this packages as well. So simply come here and type npm uninstall and remove the packages which you don't need in your application. So this has got to remove it. Let's select this part as well because I don't need this one. Type enter, clear the terminal, go back to the command and simply type and hit enter and remove this package as well. So let's clear the terminal one more time. So here we are starting with a clean environment. We don't have unnecessary dependency which we don't use in this application. Okay, so we also need to have this readme file. We're going to delete that later. So this is the general setup. So let's come here in our index file, and right now let's type hello world and let's start our application and see in the browser. So let's come into the package.json file. So here you will find a couple of build command which you can use it. So here you will find a couple of scripts. So if you want to start as a development, you can run this command. If you want to start as a productions, you can run this command. So these are the couple of script is provided to you. So we're going to type npm run dev, because we are into a development. So just wait. So here we have to click, simply press Control and click with the mouse on this 3000. It will open the application on your browser. So here the browser is open, just wait. So here we have our browser, and as you can see we have hello world. So the first general setup is done. Okay, now what we can do, let's minimize this one, expand this to the full screen. Let's bring this down. So now let's create the files and folders of this application. So let's close all these tabs, we don't need this one. So now let's create the folders and file structure of this application. So first thing we're going to do to create couple of more pages for this application. So let's click on page, click a new files. So the very first page we'll create is account.js. so this is for the account page. Now let's create for a blog page as well, blog.js. and now we have one more for transaction.js. so here we have 3 different files. So altogether we have 5: main, account, block, index, and transaction files. So these are the 4 files we're going to use in this project for switching from different pages. Now let's come to the CSS, and here we have to create CSS file for each of these pages. So first is going to be account account.module.css. so make sure you have to provide this extension, because in React, if you want to use external files in a single pages, you have to add this module, and then you have to add the CSS extension, then you can able to use the CSS. Okay, so this is how you have to give the name of the file. So this is for the account. Now let's create for the blog.module.css. let's create one more for transaction.css module. Now one more for index module. So here we have 4 different CSS file for each of the pages. Let's close all of these. So now let's create one more folder for the components in the main directory. So click here and select on the folder and give a name, and this will contain all the components of this application. So inside this we'll have first we'll have a nav bar, so JSX. Another will have a footer, JSX. We'll have one more component for table.jss, JXX. We'll have one more what ERC20 token.jsx. We'll have a ERCs21. We'll have a, so these are the 3 tokens. Now we'll have a for transaction, and we'll come back later because we need to create a couple of more. So let's close all the tabs. So these are the components which we're going to use into our account page, and we're going to add more. This is the CSS file, this is our pages, and let's create one more folder in the root directory and give a name context, and here we're going to handle the API calls. So let's open it and let's call it ether. Here we're going to handle the API calls. Okay, so this is the general setup, and with this general setup we can start our project, and later down we're going to add a couple of more folders into this application. Okay, so let's come back to our pages, open it, and here let's create a React functional based component, otherwise it will throw an error. So let's type arrayfc, select this, save it and close it. Let's come back to the block, do the same thing for this and save it. Let's come back to the transaction. It will create the, so here we have created the functional based component in our pages. Do the same thing for the components, React function, save it for the RC20. This one is for RAFCE. Okay, save it, come to the transaction, RAFCE. So here we have that. Now let's go to the table as well. RAFCE. Here we have the tables. Now let's go to the navigations, RAFCE. And for we have the navigation. Now let's move to the footer as well. So RAFCE. So this is the general setup which we have done so far. We haven't written a single piece of code for this application. These are just the setups we are doing for the folder structure and the file structure. So it becomes very easy when we going to plug all these things together for our applications. So now as you can see, we have a couple of files which is open. So let's close it. So to close, all I can do is to type ctrl control W. It will close the tab, and this is the short form of closing the tab. Okay, so in this way I can easily able to close all the tab which is open. So we got our component list, we got our context API, we got our pages, we got our CSS style file, and that let's create let's create one more CSS file for the table. So let's give a table.module.css. so this is for the table. So now finally we are done with the folder and file structure of this project. Now we're going to start writing code for these applications, and I'm going to start with the navigation first. So first I will complete the navigation, then footer, and then we're going to build in the logic part and other pages. Okay, so let's simply open that. So let's go to the pages. No, we have inside the component. Click on this nav and let's start coding this one. So before we start writing code in our navigation bar, let's import the navigation and footer into our app.js file, because these are the two components going to be remain same in every single page. Okay, so let's import them. So let me give this comment: internal import. We'll take this navbar coming from // from component -nav. So here we have a navbar. Now let's import the footer, and this is coming for the same component and footer. So here we have a navbar and a footer. Now we have to wrap our entire app with this two component. Okay, so let's come here, let's remove this and convert this into an arrow function. Okay, let's return this instantly. Okay, we don't need this return keyword. Let's remove this one and convert into a functional based component. So here we can provide this one. We'll take a div, and inside that we'll take our navbar, and here we go with the footer, and simply copy this component and paste in between the navbar and footer. So here what we have done is we have imported our navbar and footer, and we have wrapped our entire application with this navbar and footer. Okay, so every page is going to contain these two components throughout this entire website. So here we are in the browser and we are getting this error: module not found, can't resolve this file. Okay, so we have just remove this S. Okay, save it one more time, come here, go to the component section, click on this, come here and reload the page. So here it's saying that element type invalid except a string for built-in component for a class functional compositions but got undefined. You likely export your component from the files defined in, or you might have mix up default. Okay, so all you have to do is to remove the bracket from your navbar and footer, and you will remove this error. So here as you can see, right now we have our navigations, we have a footer, and we have our home. Let's zoom it. So here we have a navbar, home, and footer. So everything's working fine. Let's come back here, go to our style section in global CSS, and here we're going to set some global style. So first thing we do is to set background color. We'll take linear ingredient to right top, hex to D0036. The second one we'll have is F4 4F015B. Third one is we'll have 730283 and 9A02C, and one more we have is C4007D. So these are the color we're going to use in this project. And for the background, okay, line height is going to be 100 VH, width is going to be 100 VW, overflow X is going to be hidden. So these are the general settings we have done for this project, and this is how the entire application would look like. As you can see, we have a background color and we have a text. Let's come back, close this one, come back to our application, close, open the navbar component, go to navbar. Now let's start working on our navbar. So first thing we're going to do, import couple of use effect from React. So we're going to need use state and use effect, and we also need use context. Then we'll import image from Next.js. Okay, we'll import Axios for our API call. We'll import link from next link. So these are the external imports for this project. Now let's go to the internal import. So we import our style file, so from which is coming from, so where it is, let's come here, and here inside that we have so // style, and we have a navbar CSS file. So here we have a CSS file. Let's come here and let's select the images which we're going to use in this project. So here it is, open this Etherscan folder. Inside the folder, let me minimize this one, and here we have 4 images which we want to use in this project. Let me select all the 4, open the file sections, and simply drag and drop in the main directory. Okay, I'm putting these images in the main directory, not inside any folder. So here is the avatar, this is the ether logo, this is the logo, and this is the loader, and this is our another logo. So here we have the images. Now let's come back and let's import those images. So first thing we have is ether logo from /ether png. Now we have import logo from --logo.png. we have import logo top from -- footer logo. So these are the 3 images we'll use in this project on the navbar sections. Now let's come here, convert it into a functional base. Inside that we'll take a div and remove this. We'll take a div and another div, it will have a class. So this is how we have to define the style classes in React in Next.js. Okay, so the name we have given to our style file is style, and then you can give the name of the class. So every time you define any class to any component, this is how you have to do. First you have to give the name of the style, and then you have to write the name of the class. Okay, so this will call navbar. Inside that we'll take another div, it will have a class style dot navbar dash container. We'll take another div, it will have a class style dot left. Inside that we'll have a link, and here we have a href attribute. So we'll direct to the home page. Inside that we'll take another div, it will contain h1, and inside that we're going to have our logo. It will have a class also, so style dot desktop. So ether finance, we're going to have one more h1, it will have a class to style docs mobile, and in this we will display the image of the application. So I'll take an image tag. In this I will provide the source attribute is a logo top, and it will have a alt tag to called logo, and it will have a width to 50%, and width is going to be 50%. So the reason why I have taken 2 different h1 tag, because the first one is going to be displaying only on a desktop, and the second one is for mobile phone. Okay, so we're going to switch between these 2 different logo. Okay, so here I'm getting an error because let's see. So here I think I'm forgetting something, so let's check. Okay, I have to give this bracket. So this is for our right side. So this is how things were looking. So we have the Ether Finance logo and home and footer. This is for the left side. Okay, come out of the div. Now let's work on the right side of our header. We'll take another div, it will have a class style dot right. In that we'll type hi for the moment. Okay, let's come up. So here So here we're going to take a use state, so user account, and initially it's going to be empty, and we take one more called balance. Is going to be an empty because we have to display the balance of the user. Now one more count, so the number of transaction every account will do, we're going to take that for that. And we'll have one more, this will call open model. So we're going to open the box and close the box on a click event. So that's why initially open model and set models. Okay, now we'll take another use state, and this will contain the price. Another use state, and this will contain the ether supply array, and this set price is also going to be array, and this open model is going to be true initially. So once the account is connected with the application, it will display the model. We'll take another use state, and it will say updated price, and these are the use state we need for our headers. Let's come down. Let me give this comment, get ether price update. So we'll take a get price variable, get ether price, and it's going to be an async functions. In this we'll take this try and catch and console log out that error message. Okay, now we have to call this function every time we reload this application. Okay, so right this moment this is how it's look. We have the logo, we have hey, home and footer. Open up a new tab and type Etherscan. You will land up here, click on the very first link. Here you are on a Etherscan website. Click here and make sure you create your account. It will give you an API, and we're going to use that API to do the API request and fetch the data from Etherscan, and we're going to fetch the data from other places as well. So we're going to use 3 different places to fetch the data. So make sure you create your account, get your own API key. Don't use mine because obviously I'm going to delete this API key after this tutorial. Okay, so make sure you use your own API key. So you create your account, you will find options. You will come here, and here you can able to find the API key. So here you will find all the details. Here is the API key. So API key, you can simply copy, click here and copy, and let's come back to your Visual Code Studio. So we'll take another variable, call it API ether key, and I'll pass it as a string. Then let's come to docs, API documentation, and here you can able to find all the endpoints which you can call on this API. So we have a account, we have a contract, we have a transactions, we have a block, log, tokens, gas tracker, and status. All the API endpoints you can able to find and do the API request. So let's come here, let the load it. So here you can see the balance. From here you can check the multiple balance, normal transactions, and here you can find the data. This is the internal transactions. All the details are provided to you. This is for the contracts, so all the details you can find about the contracts, and this is the stats. So the total supply, the ether balance, that's all you can able to find in the stats sections. Okay, so let's scroll down, and here you can check everything. So first thing we want to do is to get the ether price. So this is the API we're going to use, sorry, URL endpoint we're going to use. Let's come here, and this time we're going to do an XCS call. Okay, so we'll take this, and inside this we're going to pass this string. So once again, let me repeat what I have done. I have taken the API key from Etherscan, and I have taken the endpoint for getting the price of ethers. Okay, and I'm using XCS to make the API request. So let me paste that, let me format the URL. So let me format that, and here I have to remove this and pass my API key. So I have taken as a variable, you can paste directly, but it's always good to paste your API key into a string or into a URL in a variable. Okay, because this API key you generally stored into a different files like .env, and from there you can fetch their keys and use it in your application, because generally you don't push this API keys, important keys, important and secret keys in the GitHub repository or in your final deployment. Okay, so but I'm going to remove this API key after this tutorial, that's why I'm showing you this API key. So, but I would recommend you to use your own. Okay, if you use the same API key, you might have some trouble, or maybe you will not get the data. So here I'm going to put the API key. Now I have to call it then, because it will give me a promise. So let's get the response, and let's inside that let's console log out the response and let's see how the response is of this API request. Okay, so for that we have a use effect. Let's come here and we want to call this function every time we reload the page. Okay, so let's call the function and we pass an empty array. Simply save it and we'll do the API call whenever we reload the page. So let's come here to our application, inspect element, and let's open the console, make it full screen. Let's click here, let's click on this and let's go to this. Here you can see we got a two object. So inside the object you will find all the details. Inside the data you will have this result. You can see in that result you have more data. So let me expand this so you guys can see. So you have a data and inside the data you have this message, okay, and you have this result. If I open this, here you can able to find the details about the price in Bitcoin, in USD and timestamp. You can see you can find the BT and timestamp for the Bitcoin. You can find the price in the USD and you can find the timestamp of the price updated. So this is the price section, all the price you can get. So you get into the data. Okay, so we can type dot data and inside the data we have a result. In that we have the data. Okay, so as you can see this is the result. In that we have the data. So simply save it and console log out one more time. So let's refresh it. So here you can see we have the 4 data, timestamp and USD and BTS in the result. Okay, now let's come here. So let's set the price. So we're going to use this. Simply duplicate this one and comment out this. So I'm just leaving this comment so you guys can refer, and here I'm going to use the set price used it, and inside that we have the price, and let me console log out this price. Okay, and let's see how it's look. So in this price we have the list of the price along with the timestamp, and here we have that object. As you can see, line number 33 and here is 33 from where we are getting this. So inside the price we have the price of both in Bitcoin and USD along with the timestamp as an object, so we can easily able to get the data. Okay, so let's console comment out of this, and now let's come down, take another variable, and this time I call timestamp because we want to format the time as well. You know, we want to format the time. So if we come to our real application, so as you can see here we are displaying the updated date of the price in a format way. Okay, we are converting that timestamp into a readable date. Okay, so that's what we are doing next. So let's come back to our code. So let's go here, and right now we are getting an error. So let's come here. So we're going to use this number because here we are using the number because the timestamp we are getting in form of string, and we have to convert that into a number, so we can use the date function of JavaScript to get the date, okay, of the timestamp. So we'll take the response dot date result. Inside that we'll have this ETH USD dash timestamp. Okay, so this is the value which I want to access. So let me open this one, and here open this, and here you can see we have this one, ETH USD timestamp. Okay, this is the value we want to take, and that's what we want to access here. Okay, simply console log out the timestamp, and here you can see here we have it in form of number. It's in blue, that means it's a number. If I remove that number, it become in black, and that's represent a string. Okay, so here we got the timestamp. Now let's come down. We'll take another variable called date, and this time we're going to convert this timestamp into a date. So we'll call it new date, and we'll pass the timestamp. This is the timestamp we'll pass here. We'll call the set updated price date, and inside this we're going to do the formatting. So I'll call it update, and in this I will use this plus, and I will use the date variable and get our functions, then plus, then again I'll pass this comma separator, and then I will call the date, and this time I want to get minute function, then again separator plus and date, and this time I want to get the seconds. So here I got the date in hour, minute and second. So here we have our date. So let's see, this is the date. here we are setting into our date. So I think we have to do, and let's console log this out. Okay, and let's close this one. Let's change this to small d, and this one is also gonna be E. Okay, if I come here in the browser and if we reload the page, here you can see we are getting this too, but the message is not displaying. Let's see what's happening. Okay, so let's console log out down, and right now here we're getting the date here. Okay, so here we have the date. So here we have console log out the date. Let's comment out of this. Now again we need to call the API request for another. So let's scroll down, and now we want to get the supply. So this time again we have to do the API request. Simply format the URL. We are using XCS for getting our API request, and now we have to provide our API key, and the same convention you have to follow. And we have to format that. So let's type it quickly. So then bracket response, and inside that let's console log out the response, that what response we are getting, and let's come to the browser, refresh it, and right now we are not getting, yeah, we got the data. Let's open it. Inside that you can see we got this data. We have a data, message, and result, and this is the result, such a huge number. So it's data.result, and we want to set that to supply. Okay, so let's paste this one. So right now this variable, this value is available to ether supply. So we got our supplies. Now let me give this comment. Now let's write function to connect to MetaMask. Okay, we'll take a variable called check if account exists. It's going to be async function. Okay, I'll take the try and catch block, and I will simply console log out the error. And in this, first we'll do a check account, so sorry, window.ether, and return. So return console, I'll say please install MetaMask. So let me explain you what is window.ether. So when you install MetaMask in your computer, it will inject Ethereum object into your browser, and that's what we want to access. If we find that if that Ethereum object exists in your browser, then we can easily able to connect. But if we don't find it, we want to stop this function and we want to display this error message. Okay, so that's what I have done here. So to explain you better, let's come to our browser and let's reload the page, and let's type window.ethereum. So as you can see here, I'm getting this proxy, and this is injected into my browser with the help of MetaMask, because I have MetaMask in my computer, in my browser, and MetaMask is injecting this Ethereum object, and this is the one I'm using to connect with MetaMask. Okay, if I open this, you can able to find all the details. You can see all the properties which are there, constructor, has owner, assign, so all the data you can find here, and you can use it in your application. Okay, so here you can able to see all the data. So let's come back to our application, and now let's try to access the account. So first thing we'll do, I'll take another variable accounts, and this time is going to be window.ethereum, because we have an object, and this object contains the account list. Okay, so this time I will request for an account, and here I'm going to use a very special method called ETH accounts. Okay, accounts. So this will allow me to get account from Ethereum wallet. Okay, so now I will check for the length. So if it has more than one account, then I want to get the very first account. So let's come up here and let's use this set user account, and that's what we want to do here. We want to use this, and we want to get the very first account. Here we have the first account as a user. Now let's console log that out. So let's say user account, save it. Okay, let's scroll down, let's come back to the browser, and as you can see right now we don't have any account. So let's call the function. Sorry, my bad. Let's call the function. Okay, here you can see I'm getting an error because localhost, you can find the data that currently I'm using my localhost 3000 and all the data you can able to find. So I'm not connected, I think so. So let's see. Open a MetaMask, and here you can see, let's log out, refresh it. So right now I'm getting this error. So e.account, so I did a misspelling mistake. It's S, not or T. Okay, so here if I click on this MetaMask and log into my application, click on log, I will have the account. So let's, here you can see still I'm not getting my account. Let's see what's the problem I have done. Let's bring this in down here, and here you can see I have my account, the same account, I got it. So here I can see the account. Okay, so we can easily able to set the account and get our account, and everything's working fine. Now let's write one more function to connect our wallet on button click. Okay, so I'll call it connect wallet. This is going to be functions, and I will take a try and catch block. The same convention I have to follow. I will print something is wrong. Okay, same thing I have to do. I have to do the check, so if MetaMask exists or not, and if it exists I have to take the very first account. So same thing, copy and paste, but this time I have to do a little bit changes in the method. So it's going to be request account. Okay, this time we are requesting for the account, and now we're going to use the length, and we take the very first account and set to the user account, very first account. So that's what we have done. So this is the function we're going to add on the base of trigger. Okay, now else what we can do, we simply console log out that sorry, you do not have account, and we want to reload the window once the account is connected to the wallet. So now we have to call this function. So we're going to call this function on click event. Okay, on click event, this entire function ether price, and this function we have done check if wallet exists, and this is the connect wallet which we're going to add on a button. So that's what we have done so far. Now what we can do, let's come down and let's start working on the right side of our navigation. Okay, right side. So let me simply remove this text hey, and in that I'm going to take another dynamic block, and in this I will say if user account dot length exists, in such case I want to render a button, and it will have an on click property, and on this button I'm going to add that open user information. So this is the function we're going to create, and we're going to add on this button and display the user account. Okay, so this is, and we are slicing because the user account is very big, so we want to slice it to 10 characters only. Okay, this is the function we need to create, open user info. Now else, okay, let's reload the page. So okay, this is not an asynchronous function. Okay, it's 83. Let's come up line number 83. We are getting this. Okay, I have to add this async because it's async functions. One more error I'm getting because I have used image. Okay, line number 122. Let's come down, and by mistake we have added this image tag. Okay, now it's fine. As you can see, the account address is already displaying because we have connected our account with MetaMask. Let's open this one, let's log out, and let's refresh one more time. Here we don't have the button, but if once we log on to our MetaMask, click on unlock, and if I reload one more time, here we'll have the button which contain the account address. Let's come back to our editor, and now let's create this function. Let's copy, let's come up here, and we're going to create the function right, let's create here. Okay, I'll call it open model box, because on this function what it will do, it will open the box. Okay, the model which contain the information about the pricing, total count, and the transaction, the account address. So let's call it open user info, and it's going to be a normal arrow functions. I'll say if open model, then what we can do, it's already true, then we need to set to false. So initially when the MetaMask get connected with the application, the model would be open, so that's why I said true. So once someone click on that and make it false, if else the model is false, then set it to true. So very simple functions, open and close function we have written. Okay, so let's come here, let's click here. Nothing is happening because we haven't written code for that. Sorry, we haven't created our model for that. So let's scroll all the way down, and now let's start working on the another dynamic block. So here what we can do, we'll take a open model, and in that we're going to return instantly, and in that we'll take another div, and this will have a class style dot user model. Okay, user model. In that we'll take another div, it will have a class style dot user box. Inside that we'll take another div, it will have a class called style dot color, close btn. And let's come up and let's import our icons. So md outline close coming from react icons dash md material UI, and let's import one more. So this one is going to be tb chart cart arrow vertical, and it's coming from react icon, so tb. Okay, so these are the react icons we are using here. So let's come down, and here we're going to use the icon, so the outline close button. Let's format this one. Let's add a on click function on this. So we want to call the function which we have created open user info. We'll take the image and we'll add a source. So this is the image of an avatar. So as you can see, let's come up here. I think we haven't used the image, so let's import the image. So it's going to be a user from, and that dot slash let's what is the name, let's open it and let's see what is the name we have. It's an avatar. Okay, avatar, type a, let's close it, a avatar, that's it. So here we have the images as well. Let's scroll down and let's assign a alt tag. So this will call a user, and width is going to be 50 and height is going to be, let's say, 50. And I'm coming with this number because I already developed this site, so I know that which value is suitable for the which component. Let's take another p tag, and this will contain the account address. We'll add a space, HTML space tag, and here we're going to display our balance ETH. And for the time being, we are let's do the hard code count. Okay, we are providing this value hard count, and later we're going to add the number of the transaction this account does. Okay, because right now we have to do a lot of setups. We need our provider to call the data from Ethereum blockchains about the account. Okay, so that's why we are doing hard code. Let's replicate it and let's change this to a user account, and this one is a balance. Okay, and this one is going to be a total transaction, and count is okay. Here we are getting an error. Let's see, let's remove that. Okay, not good. Here we have to take another dynamic block, and now it's fine, but we're getting one more error. Here is this. Simply cut this one and paste right below here. Still we are getting this error. Okay, let's bring it up. No, just take a button, and this button will have our on click functions, and in that function we're going to call our connect wallet functions. Okay, I will say connect wallet because we want to show two different buttons, one button with the address and a model, and the other button is to connect the wallet. Okay, so still we are getting this error. Okay, so let's see. we have that div, and we have this div. Cut this, paste here, and let's cut this part and simply paste here. Okay, still we have the error. Okay, let's come here. We have 3 div. Let's start from here to, and this is the starting, closing the box, the account. Let's take a div. Okay, take a div here because we want to wrap this inside a div. Okay, and let's add a class, and this will have a style, and we'll call a connect. And here I think we are fixed the problem. Okay, we got an error down there, so we have to take one more div here because we want to close it, and now it's good. Right now we don't have any error and everything's look good. Here we have our home footer, and you can see we have the data. So all the data we can see. So right now if you click close, open, and here we have account under this, balance, transactions, and it's opening, closing perfectly. So our model is working fine. So model is absolutely working fine. Now we have to work on these detail sections. So we have to display those 2 boxes, 2 container, and that we want to display the price and total supply and the other tokens. So what we can do, let's come here in the last div and take another div, and it will have a class called style dot price, and inside that we'll take another div. It will have a call style, and we'll have a price dot box, and that div will take another div with a class name of style dot ether price, and that will take another div. It will have a class style, and let's take an image, and we have to provide the source of the image. So the image we want to use is the ether logo, and it's alt, not about alt. It will have ether logo, and width is going to be 30 and height is going to be 30. So here we are getting an error. Remove this function, and here we have our logo. Everything's working fine. Come down, remove this one. We'll take a div, and that div will take another h4 tag, h4, and we'll call ether price. We'll take a, let's say, another p tag, and in this we're going to show this demo price. Right now we are fixed price we are displaying, and this is also going to be a fixed Bitcoin price. Okay, because we're going to show 2 different price, one in dollar, one in Bitcoin. So right now we are doing hard code, and this is going to be updated date section. Okay, let's come down, and we'll take another div. It will have a class style, and this time it will call supply ether. Okay, inside that we'll take another div, and in that div we'll take our icon, so cart icon. It will have a style dot supply icon because we want to increase the size of the icon. Okay, and we'll take another div. Inside this we're going to type our text. So this will call, let's take a h4, and it will call total ether supply. Here we're going to display the ether, total ether. Let's copy this for a time being and paste here. Okay, because we're going to change this with dynamic data. So this is the first section we have done. Let's take one more div, and this div will have a class called style dot price box, and we'll have a div with a class name of style dot token box logo, and in this we'll have an image. So we'll provide the source of the image is going to be logo. Alt tag is going to be our simply logo, and width is going to be, let's say, 200, and height is going to be 200. Okay, I want to have a bigger image. So let's come down, let's take another div. It will have a class, same style dot logo and width, and here we are missing something. Okay, we are missing this, and inside this we'll take a p tag, and this will call ERC20 token. Simply replicate this couple of times. This one is ERC20 2015, sorry, 115, and this is called contract. So here you can see we have the text, we have image, everything is there, and we can easily able to open and close our model. Now let's come back to our code editor and let's expand this. So let's up here. So we are done with that. Now here we are in app. Just close all that. Now let's go to the nav css file and let's start writing the css for this navigation. Okay, so let's come here, open our nav file. Let me give the cc and let's come here and let's say nav. Okay, let's target, let me zoom this and target the nav, and width is going to be, let's say, 85%, margin 0 auto, background color is going to be 1f 1a336, and color is going to be our 9a02c ac. Padding is going to be 1 ram, and background radius, sorry, border radius is going to be 5 ram, 0.5 ram. So this is how it's look, as you can see, big and nice. Let's target the nav dot container, and we're going to say display is going to flex, align item is going to be center, and justify content is going to be space between. Padding will have an inline padding is going to be, let's say, 1 ram. So right now it's looking really good. Let's target that left. H1 is will have a line height is going to be 0, and color is going to be white. Transform, and let's say skew is minus 25 degrees. So this is how the text would look like, and let's convert this text. Transform is going to be uppercase, and background color we have this 9a02ac. Primary color will have position relative, cursor is going to be pointer, and transition all 0.4 millisecond, easy in out. So we have this nice text, move text, which we're going to place behind the logo. Okay, so this is how it's look on the browser. Come down, let's target the left. H1 on over effect, we want to add the color to this primary one, and on the mobile we want to hide this, so display is going to be none. Why it's not working? So this one is working. Let's come down and let's see the other. Okay, so let's come back to our number file. Here let's change this to mobile. Okay, this is fine. And okay, here is the mistake. So mobile, my bad. So now right is going to be position relative, and we have a right button, and it will have a color to our primary color, and we have a background transparent, and border going to be 1 pixel solid, and the primary color we have a border radius is going to be 0.5 ram, and font family is going to be 700, cursor pointer. So this is how it will look. Now we'll target the connected, and it will have a position relative. We'll target the user model, and so let's come here. This is the user model we are targeting. Okay, as you can see, opening, closing. We'll target the position is going to be absolute, top is going to be 4 ram, right is going to be 0, and padding is going to be 1 ram, and background radius is going to be 0.5 ram, border radius, sorry. Background color is going to be our second primary color, and width is going to be 15 ram from all the sizes. As you can see, it's working fine. We can open and close all the text, everything is displaying. Now let's fix that close button. Okay, so user box, and this is that one we are targeting, user box. So let's say text align is going to be center, position is going to be relative. Now let's get the close btn, and position is going to be absolute, right is going to be 0, cursor pointer, and color is going to be completely white, and font size is going to be 1.5 ram, so it will be little bigger. Now transition all is going to be -2 second, easy in and out. Okay, as you can see right now it's working fine. Open and close, everything's happening. Let's come down, target the closer. On over effect, we want to transform, rotate is -45 degrees, so when you over you will have this nice rotation. Okay, Let me give this comment. So let's start with the pricing section. Comment out with this. So let's take a price and let's come down. So this is the one we are targeting. So width is going to be 85% and margin is going to be 0 auto. Cursor is going to be primary color, primary color, and margin inline block is going to be 1 RAM. Padding is going to be 1 RAM, REM, and display is going to be grid template column, repeat to 1FR. So here it will look, as you can see right now we have this in 2 sections. Cap is going to be 2 RAM, overflow is going to be hidden. Here we have that navigation. So now let's target this price box. So background color is going to be second primary and border radius 0.5 RAM, display flex, padding left 1 RAM, line height is going to be 2 RAM, a line item is going to be center, gap 2 RAM. So this is how it will look. This is the right section, this is the left section. So where it is now, let's target the ether price, and display is going to be flex, a line item is going to be center, gap is going to be 2 RAM, price box P will target the font size is going to be 1.2 RAM, and color is going to be completely white. Let's say 2. Okay, 2. Ether price is going to be, let's say line height is going to be 5, and font width is going to be 600, font size is going to be 14 pixels, and supply icon, this will have a font size 3 RAM. So nice big and bold, we'll have that. Okay, we have a logo width, and width is going to be, let's say 80%, and display is going to be grid and grid template column, so repeat to 1FR. Okay, now we'll have a border left 1 pixel solid, and we have our primary color. Text align is going to be center, padding left is going to be 2.5 RAM. So we have this line, you can see we have this nice line. Okay, now let's come down, target the logo with paragraphs, and line is going to be 1.3, margin right is going to be 1 RAM, font size is going to be 1.1 RAM, and cursor is going to be white. Background color is going to be our first primary, and padding is going to be 1 RAM and 0. So border radius is going to be 2.9 RAM. So here you can see we have a nice background color and everything's looking great. Okay, so this text looks quite big. Let's come here and let's add a media query to make it responsive for mobile device. Okay, so we'll say media query screen, and max width is going to be 45 EM, and let's target the nav. And on the mobile device I want 100% width, so you can see 100% width, this is how it look. And let's say margin block is going to be 0. Margin block is going to be 0. Okay, margin block is going to be 0. So let's come up here in the nav bar sections, and here we have to assign margin blocks because we want to have space from top on a desktop devices. Okay, so let's see, this is how it's look. We don't have margin on top, we have to provide that, so we are using margin block, and let's say 1 RAM, that would be great. So here we have some margin from the top, you can see that. Okay, let's scroll down, and padding is going to be, let's say 0 RAM. 0 RAM. Let's remove the space. Border radius is going to be 0, and nav container will have a padding 1 RAM and 2 RAM. That's look good. Now let's target that. Target the desktop because we want to hide this logo. Okay, so display is going to be none, and let's target the mobile, and this will have a displays 2, block. So here we have a logo. It's looking really great, and we can assign line height to 0, and cursor is going to be, color is going to be white, and transition SQ is going to be 25/7 degree. I think we don't need this one, so simply remove this one because it's an image. Okay, now let's add a cursor pointer. So here we have a cursor pointer. Okay, let's come down. Now let's get the price. Grid template column 1FR because we want that in a one row. Okay, and padding is going to be 0, width is going to be 95%. So this is how it will look. Nice width. Okay, now let's target the price box. So it will have a display grid and ether price. It will have a padding 0.5 RAM, and we have in two lines. As you can see, in a box we have this details about the supply, about the ether price. Let's come down. Let's get the logo width, and width is going to be 100%, and border left is going to be 0, padding left is going to be 0, so we don't have any space. And let's assign a logo width is going to be P, and font size is going to be 8 RAM, so we want to have a small text. And let's target the token box, and let's say logo. So this one we are targeting. Okay, and let's say text align is going to be center, and margin bottom is going to be -2.6 RAM. This looks great. Now let's target the right button. Let's remove this button, button, and width is going to be 100%. So here we have the button. Now let's target the user model, and right is going to be -6 RAM. So let's come here, let's open it. Okay, so what we can do, let's say user model, and this will have a right 0.5. let's open. Now it's looking great. So simply come on, remove the upper one. So right now it's looking great and everything's working fine. We can open and close it. Okay, so let's see what's the problem. Here we are missing something. So let's get this supply ether and find that. Let's provide a padding 0.5 RAM to our button. So right now it's looking great. Scroll down and let's come here and target the supply ether, and in this we can say display is going to be flex, and gap is going to be 2 RAM, and a line item is going to be center. So here it will look, as you can see, it's looking perfect. So this is how it will look on a dev store. Everything's working fine. You can see we have designed the very first section of this application, and once we upload the real data on our navigation section, then we go to do this final touch-up. Okay, so this tokens looks very big. Okay, it's look fine on a mobile, but it's look big on a desktop. So what we can do, let's come here and simply remove this token, remove this one, and that's look great. So in this way we can easily, that's for the navigation, and this one is going to be, let's say, 4. Okay, so here we have that, and let's change the text. It's quite big, so let's make it to 8. So here we have a small text, and let's make it 1. So it's look perfect. So everything is working fine. So we have done with our navigation sections, and we're going to add the data dynamically later when we do our API calls, because we need a provider to update the data. Okay, and we haven't created that provider, so we're going to create, and then we're going to update the data dynamically. So that's for the designing part, for the navigation. In the now let's move to the footer section. We have completed our navigation bar. Now let's start working on the footer section. So we'll go inside this component. Inside the component we have a file footer.js, and in this we're going to write the code for our footer. So let's import couple of files. So first one is going to be image, and the second one is going to be the icons which we are using in this project. So send plain fill, and it's coming from React icon RI, and we need other icon as well. So we need icons for our social media. Okay, so this one is going to be social and Twitter, and we need, and it's coming from our React icons DI. YouTube, this one is a LinkedIn, then we have a Facebook, then we have a Instagram. So here we have all the 5 icons which we are using in this project. So let's give this command internal import. So here we're going to import all our internal files. Let's import the style CSS file, and it's inside the, let's say, styles, and we have our module CSS file. Let's import footer logo. So it's coming from // footer logo.png, and these are the couple of imports we need in this project. Now let's come here and we'll take another div. It will have a class called footer. Inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class style footer -- box. Inside that we'll have an image, and it will have our source. So we're going to provide the footer image, and it will have a alt tag, and it will say logo, and we'll have to provide the width, so 100%, and height is going to be 100 for the image. Come down, we'll take another div. It will have a class style dot footer and box. Let's inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class style dot footer -- input, and that will take our input, and it will call email, and we have our placeholder enter email. Okay, we'll have our icon, so ri send plain fill. So this is the icon we are using. Okay, now let's come out of that box and take another div with a class of style dot footer box, and in that we'll take another div. It will have a style dot social icons socials, and in that we're going to have all the icons we going to use in this project. So first we'll have a Facebook, Instagram, then we'll have a LinkedIn, then we'll have a Twitter, and the last one is going to be our YouTube. So here we have our 5 icons. So all the icons are there. Let's import one more, Instagram. Okay, so here we have our all the icons. So that's the JSX part for our footer. Now let's come here, go to the style folder, and inside that we have a footer CSS file. And now let's start working on the CSS of the footer. Okay, so let's grab that and target the footer. We'll have to assign a width is going to be 50%. Sorry, remove that footer, and width is going to be 85%. We'll have a margin 0 auto. We'll have padding 1 rem. Background color is going to be 1F 1A36, our second primary color. Now we'll have a margin bottom is going to be 3 rem, and border radius is going to be 0.5 rem. Display is going to be grid, so here you can see, and we'll have a grid template column repeat 12, and we'll have a 2FR. A line item is going to be center, gap is going to be 2 rem, and margin top is going to be 3 rem. So we'll have some space from the top. So this is how it's look, you can see. Let's come down, target the footer input. It will have a background color is going to be our 9A02AC, our first primary color, and display is going to be flex. Justify content is going to be space between. Align item is going to be center. Padding is going to be 1 rem and 2 rem. Border radius is going to be 2 rem. Cursor pointer, so here you can see we have our input working fine. This input is working fine. Now let's come down. We'll target the footer input and remove this one. So let's come here. So let's target the footer input and input. Okay, we'll give a background color to our transparent, and over outline is going to be none. Border is going to be 0. Width is going to be 90%. Color is going to be white. So here you can see it's matching with our background color. Come out of that. Let's target the footer input, and on WebKit. Okay, WebKit input placeholder. So we need to change the color. So it's gonna be our primary color, second primary. We're going to assign a font width is going to be 600. So that's look good. Let's target the social icons. Color is going to be white. display is going to be grid, margin left is going to be 6 RAM, align item is going to be center, font size is going to be 2 RAM, grid template column repeat 6 1FR, cursor pointer. So let's expand this. As you can see here, we have our icons looking great. So this looks perfect. Let's come down and let's write the media query for our footer. Okay, we'll target the media query, and the width we are targeting for max width is going to be 45 em. First we'll get the footer, and grid template column is going to be 1FR, text align center, gap is going to be 1.5 RAM, width is going to be 95%. so here it looks. Social media, so social icons we can target, margin left is going to be 0, font size is going to be 1.5 RAM, padding inline is going to be 2 RAM. So here it looks, we have some nice space. So here you can see we have written the entire CSS for our footer. So it's looking perfect on a mobile device, and it's look perfect on a desktop as well. Now let's start working on our home section. Okay, so let's come here, close all that, come to, just close this folder, come to the pages, and let's go to the index file, and this is the main section. Okay, so this is going to be our home section. So let's import couple of things from React. So we need use state and use effect and use context. We'll import use router, that is coming from next router. Okay, we need to import images as well, that is coming from the Next.js, and we need to import our npm package ethers for connecting, and we need to import link, and we need to import the icons as well. So semi-minute emailer, and which is coming from React icon /si. So here we have external import. Now let's start working on the internal import. So let's remove this part, and the first thing we have to import is to our style sheets. So let's come here. I think we haven't created that, so let's come here and let's create the file. So this will call index.module.css. so this is our CSS file for the index. Now let's import that. Import style from --styles/index.modules. so here we have our CSS file. Now let's import ether logo from, so log from our --ether.png. so here we have the logo. So that's the import we need to start working on this home page. Okay, everything's looking good on the browser, no breaking changes have taken. Okay, so let's close that and let's close this. So before we start writing the JSX part, we need the data so we can display on the home page. So all the API calls we're going to do inside the context folder. Inside that we have a ether.js file. So here we're going to work, and once we complete with the ether.js, then we'll move to index.js and we'll import the data and we can start working with that. Okay, so let's start working with ether.js. First thing we have to do is to import couple of things from React. So first thing we need is use state, and we need use effect, which is coming from React. We also need ether.js, which is coming from ether, and we need to create a export Etherscan React context. So this is what we're going to use, React context, for sharing data across our entire website. Okay, entire application. So I'm exporting Etherscan and I'm using react.create context. Let's come down. We have to export one more thing. So context, this is going to be our provider, ether provider, and inside that we're going to pass children. Okay, see the children, and it's going to be arrow function, and simply we have to return it. Okay, so let me explain what I have done here. So here I'm using React context for sharing data throughout the entire application, and here we have created a provider. I given the name ether provider, and we're going to wrap our entire application with this provider. Okay, and whatever data will pass inside the children, that data is available in every single page or in every single component. Okay, so everything will makes a lot of sense when you will see that how this entire things work. Okay, just be with me and watch and do code along with me. So here we're going to return it, and it's going to be instant return. And here we're going to take the Etherscan provider, so make sure it's a capital, so change here as well. So here this is our provider, and inside that we're going to pass our children. Okay, and here we're going to assign the value, and inside that we can pass the data. Okay, inside that we're going to pass the data. So right now we have done this setup. Let me show you how it's works. So I will take another variable, so I'll take const and I'll call data, and this data is going to be Etherscan Clone. Okay, so I have this data in this Ether.js file, and I want to share this data with every single component in my footer or in my index. So I want to share this data in every single place in my entire applications. So this is how I can do it with the help of React context. So what I will do, I will copy this data and I will pass inside this value. So whatever value I will pass inside this Etherscan provider, inside the value, that would be available inside my entire application. Okay, so let me show you how it would be. So let's come here and let's go to this app.js file, and now we have to wrap the entire application with that Etherscan provider. Okay, the provider we have created. So let's come here, close this one, and let's import the Ether.js file. Okay, that's file we need to import. So let's call it import. Let's come back and simply do one thing, select this, copy this one, come back, paste, and it's coming from --context-ether. Okay, so here we have imported our Ether.js file, and here we're going to wrap the entire application with that Ether.js provider. Close it, cut this, select this all, and cut and paste down below. So here what we have done with this, we are wrapping our entire application with this provider. So this provider will allow us to share data in every single component. Okay, so I wrap my entire applications. You can go, if you are creating a data for a specific page for a navbar, so you can wrap the navbar only, so you will have the data in navbar only. Okay, but here I'm wrapping my entire application, so whatever data I will pass in my Ether.js file, that is available to me in every single component. So here I have wrapped that. So let's expand this. Let's come here, go to this index.js file, and let me show you how you can utilize it. So here we have a use context, and that's the one we're going to use it. Okay, so this one. So simply come here, and we need to import our Etherscan this time. So let's come back to our Ether.js, and this time we need Etherscan. We'll pass it, and we're going to import it from --context-ether, and we're going to use the use context. Okay, so here we now pass the name of the variable, which is a data, use the use context, and in that we're going to pass our Etherscan. So here we have the data we have passed in our Ether.js as a data. Okay, so right now you can see everything is working fine, and here we have the data Etherscan, and that's what we are passing here. And now let me print that. So let's pass the data and simply come here, refresh it, and here you can see here we have the data Etherscan. So this is how we're going to pass the data. So let me do h1 so it look little bigger. So let's remove this all, take h1 and paste the data, and here we have our Etherscan clone. So this is how we're going to fetch the data in one place and share it into multiple components. Hope this makes sense. Okay, what we have done, we have created a React context, we have created our provider, we are wrapping the entire application with our Ether provider, and then we are importing Etherscan in every single file where we want to take the data. So in case in the index file we took the value of data, so we passed the value inside the Etherscan provider, and we are receiving there using the use context. Hope everything is clear. With that said, now let's move ahead. So this is how everything's look. Let's come up here and let's go to Infura. because we need a provider to work with. Okay, so here I have already created my account. So if you haven't created, make sure you create your account, because Infura will provide you to connect our front-end application with Ethereum blockchain mainnet, and we're going to fetch the data from there. So make sure you come to Infura, create your account, and get your own API key. So here I'm showing my API key, but don't copy that, because obviously I'm going to remove this API key once I have complete this tutorial. Okay, so simply come here, and here I have already created a couple of files. So here you will find a lot of options. So here you will find all the options like Ropsten, Covin, Rinkaby, Gorilla, PlaneNet, Plumtest. So all the network you will find here, but we need actual data from Ethereum blockchain network. So for that I'm going to pick the mainnet. I will click there, and here you will find endpoints which you can use it. So here on the right hand side you will find your project ID, which is you can call your API key, and you will find your secret key. So what you have to do is simply click on the very first URL like mainnet.infura.io version 3, and along with that API key. So copy. Okay, so this is the one I'm using. So we can come here, come back to our editor. Let me expand this, and we're going to define our provider. So on top of that I will do it. So I will take a variable which is called API key, and it's gonna be a string, and I will take the provider, and here I'm going to use the Infura provider to fetch the data. Okay, so I'll call it provider, and here I will use new ether dot providers dot JSON RPC provider, and in that I have to pass the URL which I have copied from there. What I can do, I can simply copy the API key and paste here, and in that I will pass it as a variable. Okay, so this is what you have to do when you're working in a large scale application. Never store your API key as it is. You have to create a separate file called .env, and from there you can import your API key and put inside the URL or wherever the place you want to use it. Okay, so never declare your API key like this. It's a small tutorial, that's why I'm doing it in this way. Otherwise I would go in more complex. I create a separate file for all the variables, constant variables, which would be there same, and I'm not going to change that. So all the variables which going to be remain same throughout this entire application, you have to keep it in separate file. So here I have my API key, here I have my provider which allow me to fetch the data, and now we're going to use this. Okay, so we have these two important things. Without this we can't create our application. So let's come here, we'll call it 10 blocks. So we want to fetch the 10 blocks. Okay, 10 block with detail, and it's gonna be an empty array. We'll take a use state, and it will call your, let's call it your block transaction. So I'm giving it short trans, and in that I can pass the 10 blocks with detail. Okay, that's what I'm doing. And I will take another use state, and it will call a current block. Okay, it would be an empty array, and I will take another use state. It will call top 10 block, and it's gonna be an empty array. We need to take one more use state. Okay, it will call transaction, so it's gonna be empty array, so this will keep the track of all the transactions. And we need one more use state which is called gas price, and it's gonna be a string. Okay, so these are the use state we're going to need in this project for displaying the data. And let's come down and let's start working on fetching the data. So first what we can do, we can create a account details function. It's gonna be a async function, and in that we're going to take this try and catch, because we're going to make an API call. So if anything's get wrong, we have to get that. So something went wrong while fetching the data, and we have to pass the error. And that we can take another variable. It will call get current block. So we need to get the first block, and it's going to be a wait provider. So this is the provider we have to use, and here we're going to use this get, and here you will find a bunch of function which you can call it on your provider. Okay, so we have a get avatar, get balance, get block number, get block with transaction. So these are the function which provided by Ether, which you can utilize it. Okay, so we need to get the get block number. Okay, block number, and this will give us the latest block number which currently got mined on Ethereum blockchain network. Okay, so let's correct this one, and let's come down, and let's set that current block to our get current block, and let me console log out and show you. So let's save it and let's call the function. So we'll take a use effect and we're going to have a callback, and in that we're going to pass our function this way, and it's going to be empty array. So this is how we are calling the function. So whenever we reload the function, so whenever the user will reload the browser, this function will get triggered. Okay, so let's come here, let's open our inspect element and let's go to the console, and here you can see we have the latest block. You can see 150935521. So this is the latest block which is created on Ethereum blockchain network. So this function allows us to get this block number. Okay, and we're going to use this to get more blocks details. Okay, so this is going to be our starting point. Simply come down, now get single block transaction. Okay, we have to get the single block transaction details. So we're going to say, let's call it block transaction, and we're going to use a wait. We have to provider, and we have to use get block, and in that we're going to pass the current block. Okay, so this get block function will give us the data about the current block. So what we have done first, we have fetched the block number which is currently get mined on Ethereum blockchain network, and then we are using this get block and passing that block number, and this function will give us the complete detail of that particular block, like transaction, hash number, timestamp, fees, reward, every data we'll get about that current block. So let's call it block transactions and simply save it and come back here in the browser, reload the page. Just wait, because we are getting, and sometime what happened that you will get this data very late, because we are fetching this data right from blockchain network, so it takes a little bit time. So if you reload your browser and if you can't find this, just wait for 1 or 2 seconds or 3 seconds, you will get the data. Okay, so I'll tell you that when you make a API call, this data will take a little bit time to come. I'm making this video a little fast forward, so that's why you can see that the data is instantly arrived, but it took a little bit time. So here we have the data about the current block. If I open it here, you can able to find all the details: gas per fee, difficulty, extra data, gas limit, timestamp. So all the data you can able to find here, and you can easily able to display right in your front-end application. So you can see here we have the data. Now let's come back. So we got our data. Inside the data you can see one more thing. Here we have all the transaction which happen inside the block. So all the transaction altogether, we have 117 transaction which took place inside the block. So we can render this transaction as well in our front-end applications. Okay, which we're going to do. Okay, so now what we have to do is we have to get the transaction. So transaction, because here you can see, let me reload that. So just wait, the data will take. Here we have all the transaction which happen inside that block. You can able to find the hashes of the transaction. So that's what we need. Okay, so now we have to get this set transaction, and in that we're going to set all the transaction. So let me tell you what I have done. First, I try to access the information about the current block, then we'll try to access the transaction details of that current block. So that what I have done, block transaction dot transaction, it's a kind of an object, and from there I'm setting the transaction. Okay, in all the transaction, I'm using set transaction function. So this will allow me to have the access of the transaction. Now let's get the top 10 blocks. Okay, because that top 10 blocks we're going to display in our front-end application in the home page. So let's grab that, and this is totally optimal. You can display 20 or 100, it's totally up to you, but I'm going with 10 because I don't want to render too many things. So I will go with 10. You can go as many as you want. First we'll take a const, and we'll say take a previous variable, previous block, sorry, and we have a current block -10. So we have to subtract from the -10, and then we have to list 10 block, and this is gonna be an empty array, and that we're going to push all the 10 blocks. Okay, so we have to run a for loop. So let I is equal to get current block, and I is greater than previous block I minus minus. In that scenario, we have to use this list 10 block dot push, and in that we're going to push our I. So again, what I have done here, I have run a reverse for loop and try to get the previous 10 blocks. So that's what I have done, and I'm pushing that in my list 10 block. Okay, now let's come down. So let's console log that out, our list 10 block, and here you will find all the list of the 10 blocks. So just wait. Let's see what happened. Here we have the array. As I told you that this data takes a little bit time to arrive, and here we have the list of all the arrays. As you can see, 50, 49, 48, 47, 56. So here we have all the data: 50, 49, 48, 46, 44, 43, 42, 41. So we got the 10 blocks. Okay, here we have the 10 blocks. Now let's come down, and now let's get the block details. So now let's get the block details of every single block. Okay, we'll take a get block details a variable, and we're going to get the block list, and we're going to use the flat method because we want to set into a single array. So let me show you. If we call the function, here you can see, so here we got a single array, and that we have all the block numbers. Earlier we were getting in a individual array, but here we have you flat the entire array and made it one array. So here we have, and now we're going to loop over this array and get the data of each of this block. Okay, so that's the trick what I'm going to use here. So let's come here. So let's remove this. Now what we can do, so let's come up here, and here we have top 10 blocks. So let's copy that and set that the top 10 block number, and here we have the top 10 block number. Now simply come down, and we'll get the get block details, and we're going to run a map element. It's gonna be async function lm, and inside this we're going to take another variable called single block detail or data. We're going to say wait provider, and we're going to use this get block function, and in that we're going to pass this single element el. Okay, and once we have the data, we're going to use this 10 block with details, and here we have that, and we're going to push. Okay, we're going to use this push method and push that single block details as in a form of I. Okay, then we let to console log this out. Okay, so I think I made a mistake. So okay, this is not I, it's a single block, because that's what we have to push. And let's remove this, and let's remove this only single block data. So here we have that. So now refresh, here we have the data. You can see we got one data, and inside that we got the details of that entire block. Okay, so right now it's only one. Here comes the another one. As you can see, 65, 62, 63. So finally we are getting the data of every single block, and we are looping through that and printing in our search console. Okay, so you can take it as many as you want, but I would recommend you to display not more than 10 or 15 at a time. Otherwise you will have a infinite API calls. So that's what you have to keep in mind. You have to limit the number of calls. So let's remove that, and so here we have the data. Now let's come down and let's get the ether price. So we'll take another variable, and it will call a gas price. We have to await, we have to use our provider, and then get let's say get gas price, and in that we don't need to pass anything because this will automatically give us the price of the gas, and we have to convert this into the gas price. Okay, so let's call it latest gas price. So before we do that, let's console log out this gas price. So here we have, just wait. So here we have our gas price detail, but it's a big number, and we have to convert that number into a ether. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Latest gas price, if we use the ether dot utils dot format utils, and in that we're going to pass the gas price. So this function will convert that into ethers, and let's refresh the browser. and just wait. The data would be arriving at any time, and just wait. So here we have the data. So this is the gas price. You can see we got the data and converted that big number into a ether price. So let's comment this. So here we have our ether price. So what we can do, let's get this and set this price. Okay, so we can simply set that gas price. So right now the price is available there. So everything done, and now we have to pass all the data we have taken here. Okay, so the second one is going to be our current block details. So this is the one, and then we need our top 10 blocks number, then we need our your block transaction detail, then we need our gas price, then we need our provider. So here I have imported here all the data. So here we passing all the data into our value. So first data, then we have our current block, top 10 block, our block with transaction, then transaction list, then we have a gas price, then we have a provider. So all the data we are passing here, so we can easily able to receive in our index file. Okay, so that's what we have done here. So first we made our API calls. We have set the value in our use state, then we have a transaction, then we got the block, then we got the block details, then we run a loop on that and get a single transaction. So we're done with this. Now let's move to our index file. So let me quickly do one thing. Let me close this app, and here we are in our index file, and here we have to receive all the data which we are getting from our ether.js file. Okay, so here we're going to receive that another variable called use router, because we want to have the router as well. So we have already imported that. Now let's take a use state. Okay, so all the use state we're going to write inside this section. So first one is going to be our user account, and it's going to be a string. So let's remove this and let's start writing the JSX part. Okay, then we'll start importing the data and displaying on the browser. So we'll take a class, it will have a style.header, and inside that we'll take a form. We have to remove this, and inside that we'll have another class called style.account, and this section is going to allow us to fetch the account. Okay, so we want to take the account from the user, so they can put the account and they can click and they can find the data of that. So that's why we are taking this form. Okay, form element, and I will call it account address. Okay, inside that we'll take a input and gonna be a text, and placeholder would be enter account address. Okay, and we have to provide an ID as well to get the data. So account address, same name I have to give, and I'm going to take a, let's say, icon. So we can take a link, and inside that I'm going to take an icon. So we have to take the path name, and where I want to redirect. So I want to redirect to the home page, sorry, account page, and I have to pass the query. So user account, so that's the value we have to pass as an ID. Okay, and in that we're going to take an icon, and let's remove this and paste this icon inside a anchor. So we'll get a click event. So that's how it will look. So let's come here, and here you can see here we have our input folder. Make this side by side. Okay, now let's come down, main section of home page, where we're going to render the details. So we'll take a div, it will have a class called container. Inside that we'll take another div, it will have a style dot container box, and inside that we'll take a h3 tag, it will call latest blocks. In that we'll take a div, it will have a class called style dot container block. Inside that, let's come up here, let's go to our data section, and here we have the data. So simply copy this, our block transaction. Okay, come to our index file, and we're going to pass here. Okay, block transaction, and let's simply do one thing. Let's take a dynamic block and map lm equal to, we'll take a div, close, and it will have a class name style dot one block, and it will have a key as well. So let's provide this pay equal sign, and it will have a key, say I+1, and inside that we're going to loop the element. So let's call it, take a div and take a style. Inside that we'll take a block, and inside the block we'll take another div, and it will also have a style, and it will call info. Inside that we'll take a p tag, and it will have a class called style dot bk, and we call at bk, and we'll have a link. So we'll take a href, and we have to provide the path name, then query. So we have to pass the block because we want to redirect to the block page, and then we have to assign the query, and this query is coming from lm dot number. Okay, so as I show you, when we declare so this data, this number is available inside our block transaction. Okay, so let me comment out of this, and let's come here up and simply, okay, so let's come up here, let's console log out the data, and let me show you your trans block, okay, your block transaction, sorry. And let me go to the console, and here you can see we have, currently it's empty, and here we have all the data which is available in our transactions. So you can see hash number, and if I open inside this, we have all the data like difficulties, extra date, gas limit, gas dues, hash miner, nuance 1, percent hash, timestamp, and transaction. So all the data is available here, and from here we're going to fetch the data. Okay, so we have this difficulties, and here we have the number. So that's what we're going to display and render in our front end. Okay, so let's come back here, and that's what we have done here. Okay, so let's remove this part, and let's come down, and that's okay. So let's, inside this we're going to pass the block number, save it. Now let's take a p tag. Inside that we're going to pass the timestamp. Okay, timestamp, and this data is also available in that object. And we'll take another div, and inside the div will have another div, and will have a class called style dot miner. Okay, the address who mined the block, and we have to take another paragraph tag, and inside that we're going to take a span, and it will call miner, and here we have to provide the HTML space, so nbsp comma, so this is the space, and then we have to provide the address name. Okay, so inside that we're going to provide the link address, so it will have a path, sorry, class name, and let's call it link because we want to change the color of that link. And here we're going to take href path name, and here we want to redirect to the block page, no, sorry, account page, because we're going to display the user account, okay, the address. And here we have to provide the query, so the query is going to be the miner address. Okay, and in that we're going to take a tag, and here we're going to display the miner address. And we have to use this slice because we don't need to display the entire address, otherwise it will not fit our box. Okay, so we are slicing it. So here you can see, here we got the data, we got the block number, we got the timestamp, and here we got the miner address. Here we got the miner address, so everything's working fine. Here we have the miner address. Okay, so this is the first part is done. Now let's come down. We have to take a span, and inside that span we're going to take another link tag, and it will have a, simply copy this and paste here because it's going to be the same, and simply change this to number. And here we have to display, let's remove this, display the block dot time transaction. So we have to show the number of transaction which happen inside the block. Okay, so here, from here we are getting the length of the transaction in that particular block. Okay, and here we have to provide a space, and then we can say transaction in 30 seconds. So right now I'm hard coding this value. You can easily able to display dynamically, okay, which I will do later, not now. Let's come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class style dot reward, and in that we'll take a p tag. Okay, inside that we're going to display the reward which actually got received by the miner. Okay, so here we have to create a special function convert into ether, and here we're going to pass that gas fee per gas. Okay, so this is the value we have to pass, and the reason why I have taken that function, because we have to convert that number, because that number will come into a big int and we have to convert that and it display in ether. Okay, so that's why I have taken that functions. So let's come up here and let's create the function. So convert ether, so const, and this is the function we have to create. It's gonna be an arrow function, and inside that we're going to pass the amount, and then we have to dot ether dot utils dot format, and in that we have to pass the amount, and it's gonna be ether, and here we have to return the ETH. Okay, so that's the very simple function which simply convert the big number to ether. Okay, so let's come here and let's create a input address. So we have a form and we have to take the address from there. So let's create a function for that. So it will say address, account address, and it will have an event, and it's gonna be an arrow function. So first we have to prevent the default behavior of the form. So prevent default. Let's come down. We have to take another variable called address, and here we have to receive the address. So document dot get element by id, and the id we have assigned is account address, and we have to get the value, and we have to dot get the value and trim. Okay, so it's a value and then trim. So we need to remove all the spaces. Okay, that's why I have used this trim function, and we have to set that as a user account, current account, and that we have to pass the address. And once the account is created, then we have to redirect to the account page. Okay, so router dot push, we are using it to push to the account page, and here we have to pass the address. So for passing the address I have taken a template literal, so I can easily able to redirect. So let me explain what I have done one more time. I have created a function called account address, and that I have assigned an event. So first thing I have to remove the prevent the default behavior of form. I'm getting the address from the input, and then setting as a user account, and then I'm setting that user account and redirecting to the account page with the help of this router.push. Okay, so that's the simple thing I have done. Let's get the address, and its input field is going to be empty. Okay, so that's the simple thing we have done here. So let's come here and we're going to call the functions somewhere. Let's come down. So let's see, we have to call the function like here on the link. Okay, so we'll take a on click event, and it's gonna be an event, and here we have to pass the function name, so account address, and that we have to pass event because we are receiving event there. Okay, so we have the functions and we are getting that. So this is our function convert into ETH for converting, and that's function for getting the data from input. So what else we need? Let's take a span and let's give this value ETH, and we have to assign a source, and here we're going to show the image ether logo. So ether logo, and we have to assign a class. So this will call style ether, and we have to assign a width. So all tag is going to be ether and logo, and width is going to be around 10. We need to have a small image. Okay, so everything's looking great. Okay, let's close this one. We have our data. Let's close that. Let's come down, and we need to create one more section which is called the container. Okay, container box, sorry, and it will have a called latest transaction. So first we are displaying the latest blocks, and here we are displaying the latest block transaction. Okay, for example, the latest block is 100, and we want to display all the transaction which happen inside that latest blocks right here. Okay, so that's why I have taken latest transaction. So first we'll take a div and it will have a class called style dot container, and simply come to our ether file and get the transaction. So simply pass the transactions, all the transaction which is available here, remove the data, and now we're going to loop over the transaction. So transaction dot map lmi, it's gonna be a instant callback function. So div, okay, it will have a class style dot one block. Okay, that's the details we want to provide, and here we have to pass the key I plus 1. Let's give the space, and inside that we have to take another div. It will have a class called style dot info. Inside that we'll take another div. Inside that we'll have a paragraph called class and style dot bx, and here we'll say ts, means to latest transaction. Okay, and I will take a link, and here we have to provide the href attribute. So path name, it's gonna be to transaction page. Okay, transaction. So here we have created that transaction page. That's the page where we want to redirect. So let's say transaction, and here we have to pass the query, and the query is going to be the transaction hash. Okay, lm, that's what we want to pass it. And here we can say hash, and let's simply come up here and get that space. So let's get the space and simply paste here, and then we can display the transaction hash, and we have to slice it because I don't want to display the entire length of the hash. Okay, so that's what we have done pretty much. So these are the function we have created. So this is for conversion, this is for getting account from the input, and this is our GSX part, and this is our transaction part. Okay, so hope that's okay. Now let's expand this, and here you can see we can easily able to render all the transactions. All the transaction we can easily able to render here, but there is a problem with the blocks, so I think something's wrong. We can find that. So here you can see the original one is this, and here we have the transaction list. That means our API call is working fine. So let's close this, come here, go to the index file, and now let's start working on the CSS part. Okay, we're going to fix that. So now let's start working on the CSS part. Okay, and let's style this. So let's come up here and let's get the header first. First what we have to do is width is going to be, let's say, 65%, margin 0 auto. Then we'll have a margin top is going to be 2 ram, and let's get the bottom 1 ram. Color is going to be white, display grid, gap 1 ram. Refresh the browser. Here you can see container. So here we have the, let's come up here, here we have the container, and width is going to be 60%, margin 0 auto, margin top is going to be 1 ram, margin bottom is going to be 2 ram, and here we have the list. As you can see, container box, background color is going to be 1F 1A36, our second primary color. Padding is going to be 0.5 ram, 1 ram. Font size is going to be 12 pixels. Border radius is going to be 0.4 ram. Here it's look great. So this is how it will look on our desktop. We're going to make it responsive for the mobile device. Okay, let's come here, let's get the container box anchor, and let's add a color to our primary color. Okay, font width is going to be 700, container box h3, color is going to be white, border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid, and we have our primary color. Now let's say padding 0.5 ram. So here it's look great. Let's come down, container block height is going to be 80 vh, overflow scroll, so we want to scroll horizontally. Okay, so this is how it will look. Now we have to target the block container WebKit because we want to remove that side tracker. Okay, scroll bar, and display is going to be none, and get the one block, and let's say display flex, and gap is going to be 2 RAM. Let's refresh the browser. Okay, as you can see, right now we don't have that scroll bar, and we can simply remove that. Okay, sorry, scroll that. Now let's get the BK block number, and background is going to be this primary, width is going to be 1.5 RAM, color is going to be white, and font width is going to be bolder, padding is going to be 0.2 RAM, border radius is going to be 2 RAM. So everything is looking great. Let's see what's the problem. Invalid block number. Okay, we have some problem in our block number. We're going to fix that. Okay, let's start working on the styling. So let's come here, and it's a reward. Okay, so display is going to be flex, align item center, gap is going to be 1 RAM, position relative, justify content space around, sorry, space between, reward span, and it will have a color, say our primary color. Font width is going to be bolder, then we have a minor, and line height is going to be 1. Link A, it will have a margin left 0.9 RAM. So looking great, that's looking great. Okay, so let's come up here and let's see let's get that account address, and let's style that account address. So background color is going to be our second primary, first one, and padding is going to be 0.5 RAM, color is going to be white, border radius is going to be 0.5 RAM, display is going to be flex, align item center, gap is going to be 1 RAM. So here we have our input. Come down, account address input, so background transparent, border radius, let's say border is going to be 0, outline none, and padding is going to be 0.5 RAM, color white, width is going to be 100%. So let's save it. This is how it look, perfect, and this is how it will look on a desktop. We have all the transaction, but the block details are not displaying. We're going to fix that. Okay, let's start working on the CSS part. Let's come down and let's simply this is what we have here, container, and in container we have to say display is going to be grid, and grid template column is going to be 2, repeat 2 NFR, and gap is going to be 2 RAM. So we'll have some space. As you can see, this is how it will look on a desktop. Okay, it's looking quite similar to the original one, and we can easily able to redirect to our transaction page. As you can see, means our link is also working. Okay, let's see, this is the problem, not a big deal. So here we have the data, but this data is not displaying. So our container is also working. Let's add a media query. Max width is going to be 45 EM. Let's get the header. So width is going to be 95%. Okay, get the container, grid template column 1FR, and width is going to be 95%, and overflow is going to be hidden. So as you can see, it's looking perfect, look like a native mobile application. As you can see, beautiful design, and this is how it's looking on our mobile, but still we have some space. As you can see, the header and the body container is not equals in width. Okay, we have to fix this. So okay, let's come up here, and it's 60 and this is 65 as well, so both has to be 65. Okay, now it's looking perfect, and we can easily able to redirect to the different pages. You can see, so we are getting invalid big number value, and that's coming from our big int. Okay, so let's open the search console. Let's open that, and here we have the data. Inside the data, what we can do, let's come here in our simple block transaction. So we are getting all the detail of the transaction, but here inside this we have, it's called big. So let's come here, and let's come down where we are passing the data. So we are converting, and here we are passing. So simply you have to remove the, I have written the wrong spelling. Okay, base fee per gas, I have written the wrong spelling. Okay, so let me simply copy the spelling and change this. Okay, so it's base fee per gas. I added 3 e's, so that's why I was getting this error. And now we'll have the data, so simply replace it, and let's come here and let's reload the browser. And just a moment, here you can see, here we have the data. As you can see, latest block, we are getting the data, we are getting the miner, we are getting the block number, we are getting the timestamp, we are getting the total transactions, and the ether price as a gas fee. So we are getting all the data, and everything's working fine. So if we click on this transaction, we can easily able to redirect to the transaction page. You can see at the URL we are on the transaction page. If we come here, we can see all the 10 blocks. If we click on the miner, we can go to the miner page. Okay, so let's come down. So here is the latest transaction. Let's decrease to 45. Okay, 45 is good. So let's click here to transaction. Let's come back, and here it is. So sometime the block data will take a little bit time to arrive. So what you can do, if you find that it taking too much time, just click on the transactions, go to the page and come back, and you can find that you will have all the transactions. So sometime it happens, but most of the time you will find all the data display instantly. Okay, so here we will find all the details about the blocks, and there is some problem with this transaction. We are not having the color. Okay, we have the miners, we have the total number of transaction, and we can easily able to redirect to the block page. As you can see, block page and the block number, and here we are to the account. Okay, so we are switching to different pages. Here we are on transaction account pages, and here we are on transaction pages. So everything's working fine. We can switch to different pages. We are displaying the data, a lot of things happening. I hope everything is looking great right this moment, and you guys are where I am. And this is how it will look on a mobile device. As you can see, look like a native applications. We have a beautiful design, beautiful interface. Simply copy this and simply paste here and click. You can see we can redirect to the account page, means our get input function is also working, and we're getting the account and redirecting to the account page. Okay, and that's also working. Everything is working. So right now we have hard coded this ether price and total supply, but we're going to display dynamically because right now we have the provider, and that provider we're going to use it in our navbar to fetch the information about the ether price and the supplies. Okay, so with that said, so now let me take a 10-minute breaks, and then I will back once again, but you will guys find this video continuity. Okay, now let's start working on our account page. So here I will type RAFCE and create a React functional based component. I'll change the name to account, and I'm going to import a couple of things from React. So the first one is going to be use state, second one is going to be use effect, and the third one is going to be use context. Okay, these are the three import we need from React. Now let's come down, let's import Axios for our API call, image which is coming from next image. Let's import use router, and this will come from next router. Now let's import our ether.js, and that's coming from Ether. And now let's do the internal import. So let me give this command internal import, and we're going to import our first thing. Let's come here and simply, this is, let me zoom out, and this is the one we're going to import. So simply import it, and which is coming from, let's say, dot dot slash context slash ether. Okay, now we have to import the other files. So we're going to import our style sheet. So style, and from, and coming from dash dash slash style, and our account module dot css. Now let's import our ether logo, and this is coming from dash dash ether. Now let's import our logo loader, and this is coming from dash dash loader gf. Okay, so this is the internal import. Now let's come down, let's import table from tables. Okay, so this is our component we're going to, which we have already created, and that's the component we are importing here, and we're going to pass the data in this table component, and that's going to modify the entire state of our application on the account page. Okay, so right now it seems like complicated, but this is how the approach I'm going to take. So this is how we're going to build. Okay, so here we have our table component, and everything will make sense. Okay, so when you will see that how everything is coming together and making and working, so that's the whole thing will make a lot of sense. So let's continue. So here we are done with the entire external and internal import. Let's come down, and here we're going to import couple of things. Okay, we'll take a const, and here we have to initialize our provider, and this provider is coming from Etherscan, or not from, I have to use context, and it's coming from, let me give the bracket, and it's coming from Etherscan. Okay, so that's what we are doing here, and we are getting and this is the provider we are receiving here, which is coming from here. Okay, now we have to take another variable, and here we're going to call it router, and this router is coming from router. Okay, so we have already have the router. Now let's come down, we'll take another variable, and here we're going to take the query. Okay, so we have a list of transaction, list of account on our index page. Okay, so when we click any one of those account, we'll redirect to our account page, and from there, from the URL, because we are passing the account address in the URL, from there we're going to take that address and use it to fetch the data. Okay, so that's the whole trick I'm using here. So that's why I'm using the query, and this query object is available on the router. Okay, so here it has available to me, and I will take another variable, and this time I'll call account, and I have to modify even more. So I will say object dot keys, keys, and inside that I will pass the query, and I want to take the very first query. So okay, so it's going to be a 0 index, and this will give me the account from the URL. So let's come down, let me give this comment. So use state sections. Okay, here we're going to call all, take the all use state. So let me take the very first one. So this one is going to be called account. Okay, it's going to be a string, and let's take another one. So this will call balance. Here we're going to fetch the balance and store, so it's going to be a string. Let's take another one. So this is going to be our total transaction, so the number of transaction an account has done, so it's going to be as a string. Okay, we'll take another use state, and inside this we're going to store the name. So here we have to check that if the name has name, so if the account has a name, if it has, then you have to store the name here. Okay, so here what we are doing, so here what we're going to do, here we're going to check if the account has a name. If it has, then we have to take the name and store it. Okay, and we have to take it as a string. I will take as a string. Come down, we'll take another use state, and this time we'll call it open. So this open will allow us to switch. Okay, because this account will have a multiple switch. So first we'll display a button, and when someone will click on the button, they will have a loader, and once the data get loaded at the back end, then we'll display the actual data actual account form, okay, account page. So that's the trick, and this open state is going to help us a lot to switch different between the different stage of the home page. Okay, so initially it's going to be true because we want to display that button, so it's true. Now let's come down, and we'll take another use state, and it's called loading because we want to show the loader, and it's going to be true initially. Okay, so here we have our states which we taking it, and let's come down and let me give this comment API use state. Okay, so here we're going to make all the API calls, all the use state of API. So I'll take a use state and let's call it account. Okay, and history. So all the data we're going to fetch from the API in about the account history, that's going to be there. Let's take another one, and this one is going to be called internal by, and this will call address. So this will hold all the transaction which is happening internally, and it's going to be array. Okay, I will take another one. This is called ERC20 token, and this will hold the data of ERC20 token. So it's going to be an array. We have to take the other token as well. So this one is ERC21, and it's an array. Now let's come down, and we have to take another one, ERC1155, and it's going to be an array. Okay, so here we have 3 tokens. We have to take 2 more, so we'll take a use state 1 more, and inside this we're going to hold the data about let's say block. Okay, block minded by address. So all the block created by the account, we have to store the data of that as well. And we'll take another use state, and this will called block range transaction. So all the transaction happening within the block range, that what we're going to track here, and we're going to store as an array. Okay, so here we have all the use state which we're going to need for our API calls, and we're going to store the data. So right now I'm just setting up the stage for doing the work. Okay, so I'm just setting the stage, creating all the use state. We're going to fetch data, and we're going to store on each of these use state, and we can pass into our table. So that's what we're going to do. So let's start, and let's come up here. Let's instantly return this. Okay, I'll take a div, and this div will have a class, and here we have to take the bracket. I have to take a style, and this will call account div, div. Okay, let's bring it down, account data, and it's going to be an async function. In that we're going to take a try and catch block, and here we'll console log out that. So we'll type the something like something went wrong. Okay, and here we're going to do set the stage. Okay, so first set account is going to be account, so whatever the account we are fetching, we have to set it as a current account, and here we have to do the if statement. Okay, so if open, then we want to set the open to false. Okay, account name, here we're going to fetch the name of the account. So we'll take a const, and I call it ESN, and we have to use await. We have to use our provider which we have imported, and here we're going to look for lookup address. Okay, so this function I'm getting from Ether.js. Okay, and I want to look the address and I'm get the account. Okay, so that's what this function will do, and here I'm going to do if statement. Okay, so if ESN is null, so if an account address doesn't have a name, then I want to just do something. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to first set name is going to be called, let's say, ESN. Okay, and here set loading is going to be false because we want to remove the loading and display the data. Okay, else we have to do the same thing. Okay, set name, we have to set it as an ESN, and we have to set the loading. Okay, set the loading to false. Or here you can do one interesting thing. Instead of setting the ESN name when the address, when the name is not there, you can send some custom message, but I will go in the default way. Okay, so here you are open to use your custom message when the name is not there. Okay, but the rest I'm going to do the same. So okay, so this is our name functions. Here we are checking, and this is the else statement. Okay, and here we have the error. So let's write our JSX. Okay, we'll take a dynamic block, and in that we'll say open. If it's true, then what we have to do is, let's take the another trinity operator, and in this we're going to simply render nothing. Okay, empty for the time being. Inside this we're going to take a div. It will have a class called, let's say, style dot btn container. Okay, let's come down. We'll take a h1. Inside that we're going to take another dynamic block open. If it's open, then we have to display welcome to Ether finance tracker, finance, let's say, and else we have to display other message, please wait, the data is loading. So this is the if and if statement. Two different messages I want to display. Then I have to take a button, and this will button have a style dot open btn class, and it will have an on click function, and on that on click function we're going to call another function which is called account data. Okay, account data, this is the function we're going to call on click event. Okay, simply come here, remove this part, and let's start working on the JSX here. So we'll take a div, and inside the div we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style dot loading, and here we're going to display our loading. So inside that I'm going to take an image. It will have a source, and we'll call loader, and here I will take the alt, and it will say loading. I will have a image width is 100 and height is 100. Okay, so width and height is 100, which we have taken here. So let's come up here, and let's take another dynamic block, and let's say loading. Okay, and we're going to put this loading here inside this, and else we want to render nothing. Okay, let's come down. Let's take another dynamic block, and this time we'll say if loading is false, then we want to display this. Okay, we'll take a div, and inside the div let's take a class. So it will have a style dot, and it will call a container. Inside that, let's take this one, fix this problem, otherwise we'll get an error. So empty. So here we have this. Now let's come down, and let's bring in the old fashioned. Okay, now it's looking good. So we'll take another div. It will call a, let's say, style dot box, and inside the div we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot, and it will call account. So here we're going to display the account details, and inside that we're going to take an image, and the image source we have to add ether logo. So the logo we're going to display, and alt, and here we have to assign logo. We have to assign width 20 and height is going to be 30. Okay, that's what we are providing here. Now let's come down. We have to take a paragraph tab. It will say address, and inside the span we're going to display our address. Okay, so let's come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class called style, let's say style dot honor, and in that we'll take a p. It will have an on click function, and in this we want to call our account data functions. Okay, data, and in that we're going to type, let's say, honor. Let's come down and take another name, and take a hello brother. Okay, so here what we are doing, so if we have the name, then it will display the name of the account. If we don't have the name, then it will display this message, hello brother. Okay, so here we have created the name functions, and that's what we are trying to display here. Okay, so that's what I'm doing. Let's come down, take a div. It will have a class called style dot overview box. Okay, now we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot overview. Inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot overview title, and inside that we'll take a p tag, and it will say overview. We'll come down. It will take another p tag. It will have a class called style dot minor, and here we have to display the miner account. So we'll say the name, otherwise we have to display the miner, and we have to display the account. So we'll take this space, and here we're going to take that ACC account, okay, account variables which we have stored there. Okay, so that's what we're going to display, account slash. Okay, so here we have used the slice method because we don't want to display the entire length, entire address, because otherwise it won't fit in our container. So we are slicing it only 10 character, and that's why I have used the slice function. Let's come down, we'll take another div, and it will have a class called style dot account balance, and that we're going to display the balance. So let's format this one. Let's take a p tag. It will have a class called style dot color, and that will add a balance, and here we're going to display the actual balance, and here we're going to take, so let's come down, let's take this ETH currency value. Okay, let's come here, let's take another div. It will have a class called style dot branding, and inside that we'll take h2 and we'll say welcome. We'll add a brick and Ether finance tracker. Come down, we'll take another p tag, and here we're going to display our custom message, hello, welcome to Ether finance tracker, find out your Ethereum, and here we can take the name. If it has the name, then I have to display the name, otherwise we have to display the account address, and we have to provide this space, so NBSP, and we'll say finance status. Okay, so here we have the status, a little bit branding of our applications. So we are done with that part. Now let's come here, and we are going to display, take another dynamic block, and we'll say if loading is not there, then we have to display our table. Okay, otherwise we don't want to display anything. So let's come up here. Here we have that table, and that's what we are displaying here. Okay, so let me tell you once again how we're going to plan. So this table, so all the data we are getting about the ERC20 token, account history, that's all data we're going to populate inside the table, and we'll receive inside the table, and then we're going to distribute that data into different component for a transaction for the ERC20 token. So you will see how we're going to do it. Okay, so we are done with this account name. Now we have to get our API key to make our API call. So let's come here, let's call it API Etherscan scan. Okay, so we're going to use the API key. So here I'm on Etherscan, so I'll come here, I'll go to my API sections, and make sure to get your own key, don't use my, otherwise this application might not work, and I'm going to delete this API key anyway. So I copy the API key, come back here, and let's call it const API dash key. Inside that I'm going to pass the API key. So this is my API key of Etherscan. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to use first fetch API. So one example I will give you to how you can use fetch API for calling data. Okay, and then we're going to move to XCS, and then we're going to use the global like Etherscan API variable, so we can fetch the data from Etherscan we have already installed. Okay, so what I can do, wait, because we are into a async function. Okay, this is a async function, so we have to API, and in this we have to pass the URL. So here I'm taking the template string Etherscan, and here we are in the API section, account section. Okay, so if you don't know how to get it here, simply come here. Once you create your account, click on more, go to this API doc, click on this. Once you click, you will come to this page and go to this here, and from here you can easily able to find everything. So we're going to use the transaction history. We want to get all the transaction of the single account, and here you can see that how many API requests you can make. So we're going to use this URL, and we can come back to our code, and we're going to paste here, and let me format this one quickly. And here we have the formatted URL. So first we have to do is to change our API. So instead of pasting the API key directly, we have to take it as a variable, and that is the approach you have to follow, because when you are working on a large case applications, you don't directly paste your API key like this. Okay, you keep it into a separate .env file, and from there you're going to access that. So I'm passing my API key, and I have to pass the account address as well. So here I'm going to change this to account address. So I'll take this, and we have the account inside this ACC. So this is already we have extracted from here. Okay, so we have our account address, and it will return a promise. So we have to deal with taking that response JSON, then we have run then data, and we are setting the data. Okay, that's what we are doing. So once I call this account history, I'll get the complete data. Okay, so we are making a simple API call. This is the fetch API call. We are converting that and we are setting the data. That's it. Let's make all the API call, then we'll see how the data is look. Here we have made our API call, Etherscan API call, and now let's get started. Okay, so we're going to write all the API calls here, then we're going to render on our account page. Okay, so let me give this comment transaction history. Okay, let's come here, and this will call transaction by internal hash. So first API call we made for getting the transaction history, and we are displaying, and the second is going to be a transaction by history. So here we have to do that API call. So we're going to follow the Ajax Axios we're going to use here. So let's come up here, and here we have to get this. Simply copy that and paste here. So this is the endpoint we're going to use for fetching the internal transaction by hash. So let me format the URL. You guys already know the drill, so I will go a little faster here because these codes are repetitive. I have to copy the URL and I have to paste the here. So account, and here I have to add my API key. I have to follow then. Inside that I have to get the response, and I simply console log it, and let me show you the response what I'm get. Format the document, and let me start my application. So run npm run dev, click on this local 1000 and here I have that. This is how the application is looking, as you can see. Now let's inspect the element and go to the search console, and here we have no information. So let's click here, and currently we have no data. Let me refresh the page, and as I told you that this will take a little bit time to get the data. So here we are getting the data. Just wait, let me refresh one more time, and here we are, and here we have the data. As you can see, we have to call the API because we have added that call function on click me. Okay, on click me button. So when you click on that, we'll have the data. So right now we don't have any transaction history data here, and all the data you can able to find the message no transaction found, result is empty, and all the details. Okay, so this is what we're going to use it. So what we can do, simply cut this one, and we'll take the another variable. So let me take a block, dynamic block, and I will take a variable called inner data, and inside the inner data we have to get the data. Okay, so what we can do, we have to take the response. Inside the response we have a data, and data inside the data we have a result. Okay, so we have to get the results, and that's what we are trying to access here. And now we have to set that result into our internal transaction by address, and we have to pass it. So all the data which is there in the result we can easily able to access in internal by address. Okay, so same thing we have to do, and so here we have made our API call for the internal transactions. Let's console log this, and let me show you. So let's console log the transaction history, and let's come to the browser, and let's call the functions. And here you can see right now we have an empty transactions, and we have not connected with this application. That's why I say no account, and right now the length is 0. Okay, so our function is working absolutely fine, and here we have to do the changes. So it's going to be a result. Okay, inside there we have the data, and just wait, click that, and here we have no data. Okay, this one is working fine. Now let's start to the next API call. So Etherscan API ERC20 token. Okay, we'll take the Axios, we'll use the get method, and we can come and simply try scroll down and get the API. It's in entire this URL point, format it. So let me do it very quickly. So copy the API and paste it here, And you can do one thing, you can change the URL as well. So we need to take the response, same convention we have to follow. Take a dynamic block const, this will call token ERC20, and response dot data, and we have a result. Let's set that result into our ERC20 token use state, okay, and pass it. So this data is available right up there. Now let's go to the next API call. This will call a like ether API minded block by address. Okay, we'll get the XCS call, and let's come back here, Etherscan, and simply copy the entire URL. So this is, so not this one, this part, okay, copy and paste here and format the URL. Simply change the account on top also ERC20 token, and let's come here, and here we have to change the account, okay, account, and here we have to provide the token. So we have to first get the response. So response, we have to take a variable, this will call block minded by address, and here we have to response that. So response dot data dot result, inside that we have all the results, and simply set that result to our block minded by address and pass that block minded by address. Okay, so right now this data is available in our block, simply paste it. Okay, so this is our block minded API call. Now let's move to the next API. This time we have to pass Etherscan API block range. We have to take the XCS, and this we have to pass the API. So let's come up here, and this time we are looking for the block by range. Okay, simply paste here, format the URL. So here we have to provide our token ID, simply change the token ID, and here we have to change the token ID, and here we don't need to pass the account. Okay, you don't need to pass account details. So here you can see we don't have to pass any account detail. So general convention we have to follow same, then response, and the data is available inside that. We have to change the name to transaction by block range, and this is the data is already available in that. Let's come down to the next API call. So ERC21 token will get the access, and in that we're going to pass the API endpoint. So this is 21, copy and paste here, format that URL, copy the URL and simply paste here, paste the account. Okay, and simply come here, copy this token part and make a then, and here we have to do a couple of changes. So first one is 21, and this one is also 21, and this one is also 21. The response would be the same. Okay, now let's come here. Now let's make the second token, so which is a 1155, and we have to do the XCS call and come here and simply copy this, paste here, format the URL, copy that, paste it, paste the account, copy this, paste here, and we have to change that. So 1155 and 1155, 1155. So this one is 55. Okay, so 155. So here we have the third token. So we have here, we are making all the API calls, as you can see, all the API calls. First we get the transaction history, then we are getting the internal transaction, then 22 token, then minded block, then we are getting the block range, then we get 21, then we are getting 15, sorry, 1115. So all the API calls we are making here. Okay, and here we are getting the error. So let's type a message, something went wrong in API call. Okay, so we can know that this error is coming from here. So let's come up here and let's see. So what is it? Block set block range transaction is not set. Okay, so we made some mistake. So let's copy this part and let's come up here and let's see. And we have to pass here. Okay, and here we have to pass as a props. So first account history, and we'll pass account history, and then we have to pass the total transaction. This. Okay, now we have to take a internal by history and we have to pass that props. Then we have to take the ERC20 token and we have to pass that 21. We have to pass 21. We have to pass the 55. So here we are passing as a props inside our table, and here we have to pass the account data and account data, our callback functions. Okay, so everything's working fine. We are passing as a prop into our tab, and let's pass the minded block address. Simply paste here. Let's pass the range transactions, and that would going to be the range as well. So here we have all the props which is going inside the table. Okay, so let's come up here, and still we are doing something wrong. Set block range transaction is not set. So we have set passing into our table, but we are not setting it, I think so. So let's copy this, come down, and here we have to do the changes. Okay, let's scroll down. So here we have our block range. This is the transactions, and now so now everything's looking great. Let's come back to our CSS. Okay, so let me set this one. So let's come out, let's get the first account div, and width is going to be in 95%, 0 auto, position relative. Then get the container, width is going to be 70%, margin 0 auto, and position is going to be relative. Box will have a display flex, will have a gap 1 ram, justify content space between, align item center, will have a margin block 2 ram, background color our second primary, then color is going to be white, border radius is going to be 0.5 ram, overflow hidden. Get down and let's get the account. So let's come up here, and here we have an account, so this one. Okay, so let's come here. So let's make it false. Okay, so we can see the part we are designing. So let's make it false, and let's make this false also, loading false also. So we'll have our button here. You can see here we can able to see our main container. Okay, so we'll say display is going to be flex, gap is going to be 1 ram, and align item is going to be center, box span is going to be margin left 1 ram, font width is going to be 6%, sorry 600, and color is going to be our second primary color. Then honor padding 0.5 ram and 1 ram. Align item is going to be center, gap is going to be 2 ram, margin right is going to be 0.8 ram, honor p 0.5 ram 1 ram, and background color is going to be our primary color. Align item center, border radius is going to be 0.5 ram, font width is going to be 700, display flex, and let's add this comment, overview box. Okay, So let's zoom out. So this is the one we are going to target. Okay, so overview dev, so not that one. Let's copy this box and box, display grid template column 2 fr 1 fr, gap 1 ram, line height 1, font size 14 pixels, overview. Background color is going to be, let's say, our second primary color is going to be white, padding is going to be 0.5 ram, font size 14 pixels. Let's refresh that, and here we are getting that box. Okay, now let's get the box overview title. So let's make on full screen, and this is how it's look. Okay, okay, so let's start working on that. Let's come up here, zoom out a bit, and here we have the honor. I think something's wrong. Okay, let's start working on this. So display flex, justify content space between, align item center, border 1 pixel solid, our primary color. Here we have that border. Now let's get the minor, border 1 pixel solid, primary color, padding 1.5 ram, border radius 0.5 ram, account. Let's come up here and account balance. Okay, this would be display flex, justify content space between, align item center, margin right is going to be 2 ram, account value. So right now we don't have that. Okay, I think I'm missing one thing. We have the balance, but I haven't added that value part. Okay, let's keep it this way. We're going to add that later. So let's continue styling. So color, it's gonna be a background color, this. Then we have to add a padding 0.5 ram, border radius 0.5 ram, save it. We have the branding. Background color is going to be our second primary color, is going to be white, padding 0.5 ram, border radius is going to be 0.5 ram, text align center, line height 1.3, btn container, and let's come here and let's go up. So here we have the btn button. So let's start styling that part. So margin is going to be bottom 4 ram, position relative, text align center, margin top is going to be 4 ram. So right now we can see the bottom because we need to hide that. Okay, so what we can do, let's come here in our account page, and here we have to do the changes. So let's make this true. Okay, let's make both the true. So here we have our button. Okay, this part we are styling. So button container h1, font size is going to be 4 ram, and line height is going to be 1, color is going to be white, so it's look quite big. Okay, we're going to fix it for the mobile, don't need to worry. And let's target the loading, and let's come up here, scroll down, simply scroll down, and let's make this false, our button part. Let's open the loading part. Okay, copy this, let's style that. So background color is going to be our second primary, padding is going to be 0.45 ram, color is going to be white, background radius is going to be 0.5 ram, position absolute, top is going to be 50%, left is going to be 50%, transform translate -50%, -50%. Okay, so this is how it will look. Something's wrong with the image. Okay, let's come here. This one is looking fine. We have loading, we have width, and let's refresh that. Still we have the same problem. Okay, that's 50, 100. Let's make it 100. Still it's looking same. So here what I have done, I have duplicated the account balance, and here I provided the account value. Okay, here we're going to display the value, and on top we're going to display the balance. Okay, so I have duplicated the simple account balance, and let's come here and let's provide the display is going to be flex, and simply so come here, go to the global CSS, and let's make it position. Type position. Position is gonna be relative. Okay, copy this and come to our app app here, and let's assign that. Remove this div, and here let's assign the class position. Okay, still we are getting the same problem, it's not solving. So here we are in our account file, and let's display flex justify content space between align item center, and here we have margin left 2 ram. Okay, so this is for the value. We have a two container, one is for balance and one is for value. Okay, this is for content, this is one is loading. Everything's looking good on the loading section. Let me format all these. Let's add the media query. So and max width is going to be, let's say, 35 em. First we'll target the account div. It will have a width 100%, and container will have a width of 95%. We'll have a button container h1. It will have a font size going to be 2.5 ram, and remove this one, come down. Box is going to be display grid, and overflow is going to be hidden. Let's come down, target the box span. This will have a margin left is going to be 0, and let's get the account flex direction is going to be column, and padding top is going to be 1 ram, gap 0, account paragraph, sorry, p, it's gonna be margin top is going to be 1 ram, and text align is going to be center, and honor is going to be padding and inline 2 ram. Let's get the overview box grid template column 1 fr. So let's come here and simply we have to do the changes here. So make it true, both the things, save it, reload the browser, and here you can see here we have the button, but this button is not style, and here we have the data, and this part and this part we have to do the changes. Okay, so let's come up here and we have to simply so overview title, and this one is overview title. Okay, simply remove this part. So right now we don't have that, as you can see, looking good. And here we have to provide the border radius 0.5 ram, so we'll have this radius, and let's assign padding 1 ram left and right. Okay, our ram, so here we have some space. Now this value is not looking good, so what we can do, come to the box, best come to the account. I say margin left is going to be 1 ram, so here we have the margin on the address, and let's remove this one. This balance is not looking good, so simply account value, simply select this and replace this one, and both are looking great. So they are in one line, in one div, and here we have to change the title. So this one is value, so here we have reload the browser, and here let's click here, and let's come here and let's add a open btn. and let's style the button. Okay, so background is going to be our second primary, border is going to be none, padding is going to be 1 ram and 2 ram, and border radius is going to be 0.2 ram. Font size is going to be 1.5 ram, and font width is going to be, let's say, 7, and cursor, pointer, and color is going to be white. So just refresh the browser, and here we have our button. Click on this, we have this loader, and here we are. Just wait, where we have the loader. Let's click here one more time, come here, it's loading, and here we are getting, it's looking perfect. Top section is looking great. Here we have the data. So as you can see, we are getting the name of the account, so f2 pool.eth, and displaying all the name, and this is the balance. So right now we are not displaying the balance, but we have to display that. Okay, so we can do it. Let's come back to our code editor, go to the account, and here we can do one thing. So here we have to change that to hide. Okay, I got the, because the loader was not working because I have written hidden instead of hide. So let's reload that. Reload that and reload the browser, and now our loader is working fine. So instead of hide I have written hidden, so make sure you do the changes there. And it's loading. Let's refresh it one more time, click it, and loading. Just wait, and here we have the data, we have the name of the account, we have the address, and but the balance are not showing because we are not displaying that. Okay, so what we can do, so make sure you have to change the height. Okay, I've miswritten, I have written hidden, so that's why I had the loader was not working fine. Make sure you type height instead of hidden. Okay, now what we can do, we have to display the balance and converted balance. Okay, so let's do here, let's do one thing. Here we have the balance, here we are converting the balance. Let's come up here, and here we haven't set the balance. Okay, so let's copy this, and let's come down, and here we are getting the name, we are getting the account, and here we are doing the API calls. Let's get the balance. Okay, so get account balance. Okay, details. So we're going to take another variable called const account balance, and we have to use our provider. So as you can see, let's come up here, and let's take a wait, and we have to take the provider get balance, and we have to pass the account name. So here we have the provider, and that provider we are using, and simply passing that account. So let's call show balance, and we have to convert the balance into ether. Okay, so utils format ether, and we have to pass the account balance. So we'll get the converted balance, and now we have to set the balance. Okay, we have to set the balance, so now it would be working fine. Okay, so here we are, come to the browser and refresh it, give a API call, wait, and just a moment, this will reload the data, and here we are getting the data. As you can see, we are getting the balance, and we are getting the converted balance into a dollar. So both things are working fine, and now we have to start working on the table. So we are done with the first part. Okay, so let's come up here, and here we have done with the table sections. Close all this, come to the close this one, come to the this part, come to the component sections, and open the table. Okay, so now let's start working on the table. Okay, so before we start working on the table, we have to import couple of things. So let's import that. So we need use state, use effect, we need to import our icons, fa filter, and this is coming from React icons, fa AI fill I, and this one is coming from React icon AI. We have to import the link as well, so this is coming from next link, and let's import the transaction from transaction. Okay, And now we have to import the internal from coming from internal. So we have to import all the components. Okay, we have to import the ERC20 from token from ERC20 token. So we are importing all the components. So 21 we have to import. We have to import the one ERC20 1155, sorry, 1155, and which is coming from ERC1155 token. So here we have all the components. Now let's import the rest. So this one is minded by block, coming from minded by block. Import block range from block range. So here we have all the components which we're going to use inside this table. Okay, and each component will contain different data. So inside this we have to pass the, so let's come back here to our pages account, and here we have passed all these props. So we have to receive that props here. So first one is going to be account history. So let's copy this one and simply paste here account history. Then second one is total transaction, paste here total transactions. Then we have a internal by address. Then we have a ERC20, pasted. Then we have a ERC21, ERC1155. Now we have a data, account data. Now we have a block by transaction address, and the final one is block transaction range. So here we have all the props which we have passed, and that's what we are receiving here inside the table. Okay, so now let's come here, let's take a couple of states. So first one is going to be history account, and it's gonna be true because we want to open and close. That's why we are taking use state. Okay, now let's come to the account address internal transaction. Okay, this would be false. Now let's take another one which is called open ERC20. This would be false. Let's take another use state. This would be address by minded block. This would be also false. Now let's come to take another one. So this will be transaction block range block, and this will call false. Now take the another use state. This will call open ERC21, false. Use state open ERC115 is gonna be false. So here we have taken all these state, and we're going to use this state to create a tab function. So initially our account history tab is open and the rest is closed, so we're going to create the tab. That's why I'm setting up this stage. Okay, for each component we'll take another const, and this will call tab, and we'll take an arrow function. Inside that we're going to pass the event, and this will call button, sorry, button text, and we have to get that e.target dot inner text. Okay, so this function will help us to give the text of the component of the button, and on the base of that we're going to switch between different tabs. Okay, so before do that, let's write the JSX. Okay, so let's delete this, return instantly, and we're going to take a div. It will have a class called style, and this will call table. Inside the table we'll have another div. It will have a class called style dot table head. Inside that we'll take a button, and we'll have a class called btn, and we'll have an on click property on this, and in that we're going to call the function. So we're going to call the tab function. Okay, tab, and we have to pass the event, and let's call it this transaction. Okay, simply what we have to do, repeat it couple of times. So just repeat this, and we have to change the text. So this will call internal, and this will call transaction. This will call mind. This will call ERC20. This will call ERC21 and ERC11555. So here we have got all the buttons, and we have a on click event on this. So these are the button and how it's look. And now we have to take another div, and we'll have a, let's say, class called number of transaction. And here we're going to just take the icon, so filter icon, and here we have to display the latest transaction, that how many transactions this account has done, and we are displaying the 10 out of total. Okay, and here we go to display the total transaction. Okay, total transaction, the value we have here, that's receiving here, and that's we're going to display here. Okay, so let's refresh. Here we have the text, but and let's come here and then render our, and now we have to render each component, and for that we have to write a if statement. Okay, so here I'm using ternary operator. So account history, if account history is there, tab is open, then we have to render this account transaction. Okay, we'll have a handle click, and we have to pass that account data event, and in that we'll pass the data account history. So this component will have the data. Okay, transaction will have the data. Okay, now else we want to do nothing, empty. Okay, so let me repeat what I have done. I have taken the history count, and I have set that if statement on that. If that is open, okay, if it's open, then we have to render the transaction component, and in that we are setting the props, so we can receive that props in that transaction component. Okay, so we are sending the props as a click, handle click event, and we are sending the data. So these are the two things they are doing, and we have to write the same thing for others. So let's get the address internal transaction, and we're going to render the internal component, and here we have to set the props, so internal by address, and we have to send the data, else we have to send the callback function as well. So account data, and otherwise we want to do something, nothing. And same thing I have to do for the open ERC20, and this will render the open20 token, and in this will pass the prop, so ERC20, and we have to, otherwise it would be empty. Okay, now let's get the address by minded block, and we have to render the block range. We have to pass the props, block range by transaction, and we have to pass the transaction, and it will have a handle click functions, account data, else empty. Okay, so let's close this one. Still we are getting an error. Now it's looking fine. Let's come down. We have to take another dynamic block, open ERC21. We have to render the component ERC20, and we have to pass the 21. In that we have to pass the props 21, and it will have a handle click which is called account data. So it's looking good, and here we have to, else we have to do nothing. That's fine. So we are getting some sort of error, so let me cut this from here and paste here. Okay, no, let's cut from here and paste here. That's okay. Now we have to take one more dynamic block for another token, and we want to render our component. We have to send the props, we have to send the handle click, account data, and else we want to do nothing. Okay, nothing. So let's cut this and simply paste here. So here we have our another token. So here we have all the components which we are rendering one by one. So this is the block range 20 token, and all this working fine. Let's key here. Okay, we are missing something, transaction range block. So we are missing this. So let's come down. Okay, let's create that. So transaction block range, and we want to render the block range, pass the data, block range, and here we have to send the props, block range transactions, and we have to add a handle click called block range data. And let's come here and simply change this Okay, so this I think I have added twice. Let's come here and let's provide this empty, and this component we have to change. Okay, so this will be minded block, and here we have to change as well. So this will call minded block, and here we have to change minded by address. As you can see here, we have all the tabs. If we click, nothing is happening. Okay, nothing is happening. The first one is open, that's why we can able to see that. And let's console log out the click event. Okay, the one we have added on the button. So let's console log out that button text, and let's inspect element, and let's click on this, and let's click on the button. As you can see, mine ERC20 transaction, ERC15 internal transaction. So our function is working fine. So we have to get all the text. On the base of that, we have to open and close the tab. So if button text is deeply equal to transaction, so simply select and paste here. Then we want to set the history account true, and the rest of the other components should be false. So set account internal transaction false, set address by minded block false, set open 55 false, set 20 false, and set 21 false. So all the components should be false. Only one component would be open at a time. Okay, so that's what I want. Let's copy this and let's see. Let's paste here, select and set, select one more time, and false. Okay, so this is the first if statement. Now let's write the second. So we have to write it for each of these component. Okay, so I will go a little faster here. Okay, so same internal, and simply copy the entire sections and paste here. Like simply change this to false and change this to true. Okay, so when the text is internal, we have to open the internal component, and the so on. Let's copy this, paste here, copy the entire and paste here. This would be true, and this one is false. Now simply else if button text is deeply equal to minded, then we have to simply copy this all, paste here, and false, and this one is also true. If else if button is equal to ERC21, then we have to open that component, select all, paste, and simply change this to false, and this one is true. Now else if button text is deeply equal to ERC21, this part, okay, then we want to render this component. So false, sorry, true, and this one is false. If our is the ERC2055, then we have to render this component. Simply select this all and paste, and change this to false, true, and this one is going to be false. So here we have the entire if statement for our tabs. Okay, so now let's come here. Now let's click on the tab. As you can see, internal, block range, minded block, ERC20, and all the tabs is working fine. All the tab is working fine. Okay, now we have to design the tabs and display the data. Okay, so our tab system is working. Now let's come back. So what we have done, we have created, imported all the tabs, and here we have written all the JSX part. Okay, all the JSX part. Here we have to pass the data. Okay, ERC20, and this one is 20. So now it's looking good. And here we have to do one more changes. So let's scroll down and let's see. We have to change the component. Okay, this one is fine. This and 20. Okay, here this one 21. So now we are calling all the components and passing the props. So everything's working fine. Now let's come here in the table section and let's start styling it. So first we'll tag the table. Background color is going to be our Second primary color F1 F836, color white, padding 1.5 RAM, 2 RAM from left and right, and margin block is going to be 1 RAM, so 1 RAM. Font size is going to be 12 pixels. Z index is going to be 2000, sorry. And let's get the template head, and display is going to be flex, gap is going to be 1 RAM, align item center, border bottom 1 pixel solid, and our primary color. Padding bottom 1.5 RAM, so this is how it will look, you can see. Then we have a BTN, background color is going to be transparent, border 0, color our primary, font width 700, cursor pointer, transition all 0.2 millisecond, easy. So we have this nice color. Button over effect, color is going to be white, and let's get the button of transaction. So here we have the button. Let's come up here, and this is the one. Okay, so display is going to be flex, align item center, gap is going to be 1.5 RAM, data table, display is going to be grid template column 15, repeat 16, 1FR, and gap is going to be 1 RAM. Font size 10 pixels. Overflow X is going to be auto. Let's come down, table tab, and we need to get the scroll bar, and width is going to be 1 RAM. Data table, webkit, scroll behavior track is going to be, let's say, border radius 1 RAM, cursor pointer, data table, webkit, scroll bar track, and this will have a background color to our primary color. Outline is going to be 1 pixel solid and slate gray, this is the color. And let's say border radius is going to be 1 RAM. Get the table title, paragraph, and let's come up here. So this is the paragraph we want to target. Okay, font size 12 pixels, font width is going to be 700, color is going to be primary, transaction hash, display is going to be flex, align item center, gap 1.5 RAM. Let's get the to link, cursor pointer, color is going to be our primary color. Let's target the Etherscan 20 token, and it will have a sorry class, and text align is going to be center, and we need to add media query. So let's come down, and max width is going to be 35 EM. Let's go for 35, and let's get the table head. So display is going to be grid template, column repeat 3, 1FR, save it, and we have a justify content is going to be start, align item is going to be center. Okay, the changes are not taking place. Okay, not a big deal. Let's come down, get the table overflow X auto. No changes are taking place. Let's see, we have our loader, and here we are getting the details, but still these tabs are not displaying in 3 columns. Okay, so let's come here. Here we have a table head, and let's simply copy this and let's simply paste it. Okay, I think we have to provide the space, and let's come up here. So this one is okay, no problem here. Let's change this one, and here we have to provide a space. Sorry, it was, so the problem we had is that we haven't provided this space between and. Okay, so that's why the styling was not taking place. So right now it's looking fine, and we can easily over to and see everything's looking great. This is our title, header sections, and let's close all that because we are done with that. Now open this and let's go to this transaction sections and let's start designing this part. Okay, so before we start working on the transaction JSS part, let's import couple of things. So we need to import our icons. So AI fill eyes, it is coming from React icon / AI. Then we have to import link, which is coming from next link. Then we have to do internal import. So internal import, and it's first thing we have to import the style, which is coming from /table.module css, and pass except the props. Okay, so the props we have passed. So first we need to receive the history, account history. Let's come back to table and let's scroll down, and here you can see here we have passed the props. So simply copy and paste here, and account data and paste here. So not account data, let's come here, handle click we have to copy and simply paste here. So here we're receiving the props and we're going to render the data which we have inside the account history. Okay, so let's simply remove this. Let's take a instant return, and we have to take a, let's say it will have a class list called data table. Inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot column. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class name called style dot table title. Inside that we'll have a paragraph. It will call txn and transaction hash, and we'll come out of the div. It will take another div, and this will have a class called style dot table info. Inside that will render our dynamic block. So we have our account history. On that we're going to run a map, so lm index, and it's going to be instant to return. So we'll take a div, we have to close it, and we have to take a class. It will have a key I+1, and inside that we'll take a class as well. So style dot transaction hash, and in that we're going to render our icon, so AI fill I, and then we have to render the data hash. Okay, so we'll use this slice to short the address, and we have to wrap inside the bracket. Okay, and 0 to 35 and that dot dot dot. Okay, let's save it. Let's come back here, and here you can see here we have all the data which is there, and let's click here transaction. Here we have all the data, means our API call is working and we can easily able to pass the data into our transactions. Let's click here, click on this, and here we have the data. So everything is working fine, and in the same way we have to render all the details of the transaction. Okay, so let's come down. What we can do, simply copy this part. So copy this from column container and simply paste it. Copy this column container and paste it, and here we have to change the date to method. This one is method, and here we have to change that to transfer. Okay, let's close this one, paste this one more time, and this will call, let's say, block and here we have to do the changes. So here we have to change the paragraph. Okay, so let's open this one, and here from here we have to remove the icons, because the icon only we want to display in the first element. Okay, we have to remove in the same second block section as well. So remove all this, and we want to render the link. Okay, href, and here we have to provide the path name, and we want to provide the block page, and here we have to pass the query dot, the query is block number. Okay, block number. Inside that we'll take a anchor tag, and inside this we'll pass we have a on click function, and here we have to pass the function. So this function we have to pass handle click, and here we have to pass the number, so lm dot block number. So whenever they will click, we can easily able to redirect to the next page, and we'll get the data. Okay, so here we have the box, and let's wrap this entire thing into a p tag. Okay, so let's have a class style dot to link, and simply cut this and paste and wrap inside this. Okay, now it's looking great. So again we have to do one same thing. We have to select this part and copy and paste here. Okay, let's do it couple of times. So let's change this to timestamp. In timestamp we don't need to have this links. Okay, simply remove this one, and here we can simply display the timestamp. Close this one, copy and paste, and we have to change the text to from, and here it will be from slice, and we have to only 10 characters we want to display. Okay, let's close this, copy. This one is going to be 2, and here we have to type 2, but we have to redirect to a account page. Okay, so what we can do, let's come up here, open this part, not this block section, and copy this link element. Okay, let's come down, and here we have to pass it, and here we have to do a changes to our query. So this is going to be 2 slice 0 to 10 dot dot, and instead of block number we have to say 2. So this is the 2 sections. Simply close this one, copy one more time, and change this text to value, and here we want to display the value. Okay, so let's simply remove this part and cut this part as well, and here you can type value and slice dot 0 to 5 dot dot, because there is a big number 000 something, so we want to say display only 5 characters. Do the same thing for the gas price, and here we have to pass the gas price, close it, copy and paste, and this time it's gonna be block hash. Simply remove this to block hash, and this time we want to display 10, copy and paste, and this time we want to have a confirmation. Okay, confirmation, here we have to change this to confirmation, close this, paste. This will be cumulative gas, and here we have to type cumulative gas used. Close this one, paste. This one is gassed, and this one is also gas. Close this one, and here we have the data. So let's remove this to gas used, and here we have to change this as well. So gas used, close this one. This would be nuance, nonce, NONEC, nonce, and here we have to type the same. Close this one, take another one, and this will call index, and here we have to pass index as well in transaction index. Okay, come here, paste one more time, This will be your status, sorry, and this one also called TXR received status. Okay, transaction received as status. So these are the all function which all the things, all the details. So just click here, and here you can see we are getting some sort of error. Okay, so we are getting some error. So let's comment out of this and let's try to find it out what's the problem. Okay, we made some mistakes, that's why we are getting this error. So let's come back here, everything's working fine. Let's come here, click on this and let's reload that. Okay, we made some mistake. So let's do one thing, select all this and comment out, and let's refresh that. So click on this. So here we are getting the data, first two, like hash and transfer method is working. Let's make this side by side so we can see what's going on. So here things are looking great. What we can do, let's go back, okay, and comment individually. Okay, just comment, not all, select all, but instead of selecting all, select one by one. Okay, select this, then select this, comment individually. Okay, this part, comment this one, comment this one, comment this one, comment this, select this, this one, this one, this one, and this one. No, till then we have to commit this one, this one, this one, and the final one is this. Okay, so let's reload the page and let's see. Click on this, and here you can see we have the transaction hash, we have the status, so we are getting this 3 data, so there is no problem in that. Okay, this, let's uncomment this one and let's save it, and let's try to see. So we have our index, so this one is also fine. Let's go to this another one, nuance one. So this one is also fine, working fine, no errors there. Let's comment out this, and gas used also working fine, no problem in that. Now we have to check the gas is also working fine, cumulative gas, and here it's working fine. Now let's come here in the confirmation. So confirmation is also fine. Let's go to the block hash is also working fine. Now let's go to the gas price. So gas price is also good. Now let's come here in the value. So value is also good, no problem in value. Here we have the link, so let's come to 2. Okay, we have the problem in the link. So link is the one which creating the problem. So let's fix that. So I was going through the entire code and I was looking at what went wrong in my code and why we are not getting the desired result, and I found that I made this silly mistake. So here, instead of using React and Next.js linked, I used normal link. So all I have to do is to simply make this Next.js link, and let's come back, and here you can see, let's refresh the browser and let's wait. It's reloading, and here we have reload the page. Now everything's working fine. Let's go to the home section, and everything's looking fine. Here we have the latest transaction, latest blocks. Let's click on this, let's reload the data, and here we have our entire data. So account details, address, everything's working fine, and here you can see that we can able to see all the transactions. Okay, so let me scroll down, and here you can able to see all the transaction. Let me scroll and show you. So this is the transaction hash, and this is the transfer method, and this is 2, this is the value, this is the gas fees, this is the cumulative gas, and all these data we are getting and displaying here. Let's click on this, and here we are in internal transaction. So our tap system is also working, so everything is working fine. Let's back to our code and let's uncomment this part, and here we have our data. Let's uncomment the timestamp, and let's uncomment this block, and let's come back. Let's open this as well, and let me correct the spelling, it's method. Let's click on this, and again we are getting this error. So Let's come back and let's try to figure it out. So again, we have to do the changes in the link, and let's click here. Here we have the data. So all the data we can able to display in the trans tablet. So this is the entire code for the transaction tab. Okay, so we have written all this code for that. Let's close this one. Let's close this. Let's simply come here, close this part as well, and just wait. Let's close this here and let's go to our like internal transactions. Okay, so right now we are starting with the internal transactions. We have done with the transaction history, and now we are moving to the internal transaction. So let's import couple of things from the React. So first one is going to be use state and use effect. The second import we'll have is our icon, so FAF filter, and it's coming from React icons slash FA. Again, we have to import one more icons, which is AI fill I, and this is coming from React slash AI. We have to import link, and this is coming from next link. Now let's internal import. So import, we have to import our style states in this. So this is coming from our table. So we're going to use the same table style sheet in this internal transaction as well. Okay, because all the components, all the table components going to have the same structure, but we're going to display the number of data in different columns. Okay, everything will make sense. Okay, so let me bring this in quotes. Okay, so remove this. So here we have our style. So let's come back here, let's go to the table, and from here we have to receive the props. So let's copy this one, come here and paste this, and we have to paste take the action as well. So handle click functions, and let's bring it here. So this is the function. Now let's remove this. Let me zoom in, and here we're going to take a div. It will have a class called style, and we'll call it data table. Inside that, we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot column, and inside that we're going to take another div. It will have a style dot table title. Inside that, we're going to take a p tag, and it will have a hash. And let's come out of that div and take another div. It will have a class called table info. Inside that, we'll take a dynamic block and internal by address, and we have to map over the address. Okay, so we'll take a, let's say, div, close it. It will have a class. So first it will provide the key, and then we'll provide the class. So the class would be going to like trade transaction hash. Then we'll take our icon. So this is the icon. So let's correct this spelling. So here we have the icon. Now let's take the paragraph, and here we're going to display the hash of the transaction, and we have to use this slice method. So we can display only 35 characters of the address, not more than that. So this is the column, and we are getting some error. So let's come and reload the page. Still we are getting the same error. Okay, it's coming from the icon. So let's come here. It's look good, no problem in that, but still we are getting the error. Let's remove this and let's import once more time. So this time we'll call it AI fill I, and this is coming from React icon slash AI. Okay, let's come back and let's try to reload the page. So here we are, and now still we are getting the same error. So this time from map. Okay, so it's related to our data. So now we have solved the problem of the icon, and now the error we are getting is related to the data, related to our API data. Okay, so what we can do, let's come here. So here we have that internal transaction. We are looping over it, and we are rendering the data right here. Everything's look good here. Okay, so this look good. Let's remove this one, and let's try to simply write it one more time. Hash slice 035 dash dash, and let's have a look. That's so again we are getting the same error. Let's get back, let's check here. So here we have that internal transaction by address, and from here we are passing the props into our internal component. Okay, so let me console log this, console log the data and try to find out what's the problem. Let's do the inspect element and let's reload it. So here you can see that we don't have the data, so the data is empty, but the moment we are clicking we are getting this error. So we don't have data actually. Okay, we don't have the data. So close this one and let's continue working on the GSX part. We'll see that what's the problem is happening. Definitely this problem is taking place in the API, so we're going to look to that. Let's start focusing. So let's continue with the table, okay, the JSX part, and we're going to check when we render the data. Okay, so let's call it block number, and here we don't need the icon. Simply remove this one, and here we're going to take a link and it will have a href attribute, and here we have to provide the path, and the path is going to be to block, and here we have to give the query, and the query, inside the query will pass the block number. Okay, we have to pass the block number. Inside that we're going to take an anchor tag and it will have a block number. Okay, block number. So this is the data we have. Let's come down and let's keep working. Remove the icon. Let's change this to trace ID, and here we have to display the ID. So we type trace TRACE ID. Let's close this one. Let's close this as well. Simply come here, copy this one, bring down, change this to timestamp, and you guys know the drill. Okay, so I'll go a little faster. Let's close this one, bring down. Here we have to change from, and let's open this because here we have to display the link, redirect to the account page, so we have to change that. Inside that we're going to take the link, and here we're going to redirect to the account page, and here we have to display the address. So this one is from. Okay, we have to slice it so we don't display the entire address. And here we're going to have a on click functions, and on that on click function we're going to call our handle click. Okay, so this is the form. Let's copy this part and bring it down. Simply change this to 2, and here we have to simply 2, and we have to use the slice, and we want to display only 10. Close this one, bring it down, change this to value, this will also value, and we have to slice this down to 10 characters. Close this one, take one more, this will call gas used, timestamp, here we have to say gas used. Okay, close this one, take one more, this will call is error, and here we have to pass the same thing, is error. Close this one, come down, here we have to display the gas, close. So here we have all the data which we want to display on our internal transaction tab. Okay, so let's come here and let's see, reload the page. Are we getting the still same error? Let's have an API call, it's reloading, and here you can see we have all the data in the transaction, but we are getting the error in our internal transactions. Okay, so let's cut this and let's open the terminal and restart the application, and let's see, reopen the application. So here you can see that our application looking fine, everything's working on the home page. So this is the balance, this is the latest block, latest transaction, everything's working fine. Let's click on the account, data is loading, let's bring here, and we have the data, and let's click on the internal, still we are getting the same error. So we have problem in our API call. Okay, so what we can do, let's just try to bring that into this bracket. Okay, So simply bring this inside the bracket. Okay, and now let's reload the page once more time. Let's have an API calls, click on internals, and this time we are not getting the error, but we don't have the data. And that means that our JSX is working fine in the tab section, but there is some issue with our API calls. We are rendering the data, we are rendering the titles and everything all, but we are not rendering the data. So we have to fix that. Okay, so it's working, but we don't have the data in the internal. Let's come back. Let's click on the other account to see that. Okay, so we don't have the data in this account as well. Okay, you can see we don't have the data here. So I was really stuck. I wasted almost half an hour looking for the problems, and I found that I made a wrong API call. Okay, so the URL for this internal transaction was wrong, and this one is the correct one. Okay, so this is the API which you have to include to get the internal transaction. Okay, so this is the API you have to go to, and this is the API for the internal. Let's come here, and this is the API which you have to copy. Okay, get a list of internal transaction by address, and instead of this endpoint I was using something else by mistakes, and that's why I was not getting the data. Okay, so make sure you use this one to fetch the data, and that's what I have done here. I have put the account and I have added the API key, and that's how we are rendering the data. Okay, so here we are setting the data and we are getting the response. Let's come back, and here you can see, let's come here, let's come back down, let's have an API call, and here you can see we are getting the data, and inside that we have all the data as you can see, timestamp to trace ID, type value, all the data we have inside this, and that's what we have rendered on our front end. Okay, and the JSX part we have written. Okay, so this gas value, everything is working fine. And let's come here, transaction, and here you can see we can easily able to switch, and the data is also displaying perfectly. Okay, let's come back here. So make sure you fix this issue, change the URL of your API with this, and the rest thing is going to be the same. And let's remove this one, let's close this tab, and let's close this one, because we are done with the internal transaction. Now we have to work on other tab as well. Okay, so let's come here and let's go to the minded block. So this is the one tab we are going to work right now. So let's import couple of things. So first thing is going to be image, and this is going to be next image. Let's import like our icon. So filter from React f/fa, then we have to import our AI. Fill I is also coming from React icon. We have to import link, next link. We have to internal import. So import style from /tab module CSS, and we have to import our internal file, all the file which we need for working on our minded block. Okay, and let's come here and let's grab the props and simply pass inside this. Okay, all the data, simply remove this. We'll have a div, it will have a class called style. Just remove this one. We'll have a div. Inside that div we're going to render dynamic block. We'll say if the block length is dpd equal to 0, then we're going to render this div. Okay, inside the div we'll simply take a class and we'll say sorry, and here we're going to display our message. So sorry, there is no data available. Okay, else there is a data, then we have to render the actual data templates. Okay, so we'll have a class called style.data table, and inside that we're going to take another div. It will have the style dot column. Inside that we'll take another div, and it will have a class called style dot table title. Inside that we're going to type our paragraph block number, and in that we'll render the data. Okay, so let's come out of that and we'll take another div. It will have a class and it will call table info. Inside that we'll render another our dynamic block, and here we're going to render our data, actual data. We'll take a div div, it will have a key, and it will also have a class called trans hash. So the same thing we have to repeat here. Okay, we'll take our icons and then we take the paragraph, and it will have a class called toLink, and here we're going to render the link. Okay, so it's a Next.js link, and here we're going to add a href attribute. So path name is going to be our block. Okay, and the query is going to be, and it's going to be lm.block. Okay, so query is also going to be the block number. Okay, so let's close this tab, copy this, and simply paste one more time, and all we have to do is to replace the data. So this will call a block reward. We don't need the link, and we don't need these classes as well. We have to simply display the reward, block the reward. Okay, though this is, and we have to use the slice method because we want to shorten the address, so 10 character is enough. Okay, close this one, copy and paste, simply change this to timestamp, and here we have to simply close this one, and let's come up here. So we are done with the data. Okay, so let's come back here, let's click on, and let's see whether we have the data or not. So these tabs are working and this is working, but we don't have the data. It's minded block. Okay, minded block. So still we are getting some error here. So we have an error. So type is invalid, expected string, and we are returning something else. Let's console log this out. Let's come here, and here we are getting bunch of error. So let me zoom out a bit. Let's go up here and let's try to find. So we are making this mistake, so we have to say trans hash. So let's correct the spelling. So that's okay. Remove the icons, and let's remove this as well. So it will call only a timestamp. Okay, let's come back, do the request and do this. Still we are getting the same error in the minded block section. So let's come here, let's remove this. So this is the part we have. This is okay. This is the first sections, and this is the second section, and this is the third section. So all the sections are looking great, and let's console log out the data actual. So block minded by address. Let's come here, let's make the request, and let's open the, click on minded block, and here you can see we have the data. Okay, here we have the data, everything's working fine. As you can see, the reward. So we made a small spelling mistakes, and that's why we are getting this error, but right now everything's working fine. We can easily able to switch to different tabs. So now let me quickly close this one, open this one, go to the, let's say, internal transactions. Okay, come here. So let's come here in the block range and let's start working on this. Okay, so we are done with the internal transaction, we are done with the transaction history, we are done with the block minded by address. Now we are working on block range. So you guys know the drill, we have to import all the, so you guys know the drill, we have to import it. Okay, so let's come here, go to the transaction sections, and let's copy that. Okay, simply select this one, let's come here, just copy this part and open the block range and simply paste here, because the same code is going to be there. Okay, simply copy the style set and paste here. Come back to the table, and this is the props we have to receive in our, and what else we need the function. Okay, so handle click, that's also we need to receive. So the stage is set. Let's come here, so simply remove, for the time being I just give this blank, and everything is working fine. go to minded block and simply select that minded block, okay, JSX part. Come here, and that one you have to paste here. Okay, so it's going to have this similarity. We have to change this address, data address, and we have to do a couple of more changes here. So let's close this one, and let's go to the transaction sections and copy this part, transaction, and come there. And actually we have to use the transaction one. Instead of using that, we should copy transaction, and that's what we're going to paste here. And here we're going to do the modification. Okay, so first thing, we have to change this to hash. Just remove the txs, and here it's okay. This method we don't need it, remove that simply. We need block, so this would be remain same. We need timestamp, we need from, we need to, we need value. So let's simply remove to gas used, and here we have to do the changes gas used, and this will call simply gas. And here we have to remove this one. Okay, we have to change this to input, and here we have to do the change to input. If there is no input, if there is an input, then we have to display the input, otherwise we can say no data. And we have to remove this to type, and here we have to type type. Simply we have the same gas here. Okay, so let's come down, let's see what are the other changes we have to do. So simply come here and type trace ID instead of gas. Okay, trace ID, and here we have the gas use, so simply select that and type is error, and here we have type is error. This one is going to be contract address, and here we have to take the contract address. So if there is an address, then we have to display the address, but if there is no address, we can say no address. Okay, now we don't need this to, simply close this and remove this one. So that's the JSX part we need for the block range, and I hope everything is working fine. Let's reload the browser, call an API, and let's change it. So we are getting an error, account history. Obviously we have to remove this account history. Let's come here, and here we have account history, so simply copy that and click find F, and here we have to replace all. Okay, I'm going a little fast because these are the normal drills you guys already know, because we have covered the transaction section, we have covered the internal transactions. So these are the repetitive portion of this project, so I'm going a little fast. Okay, so let's reload the browser and let's call that, and let's try to find the data. So everything's working, and here you can see we can easily able to switch, everything's working. So we have that block minded data as well. So right now we have to work on two, so we have to work on our ERC20 token. So our block range is also working fine. So simply come here, close this one, open this one, ERC20 token. Let's close this, open this one, and from here we're going to copy the same things. Okay, let's close this, copy this one, come here and simply paste, go there, go to the block range, and from there copy the entire thing, come back and paste the entire thing. So we have to do a couple of changes here. So here we're going to remove this part, and we'll come back to table, and here we're going to copy the props for the ERC20. So where is the ERC20? Yeah, this one. Copy the props and simply paste inside this. Here we have the props, and here we have to display the data of the 20 token. So let's copy and paste here. So simply paste the data. So the same transaction data you have to paste, and that's what I have done here. So here we have the details, and here we have to do the changes. So hash should be there, block number should be there, and this one is also has to be there, and form, it's okay. We should have two also, and we have gas used. So let's come here. We are getting that error. These tabs are working fine. We having all the data. Let's come to the transaction section, and we are in ERC20. Let's delete that, okay, and let's come back to transaction and paste the transaction part, okay. So remove this one, delete this one, and change this to gas used, and here we have to use gas used. Then change this to token name, and this will call token name. So simply change this to contract address, and this will also call contract address. If there is no contract address, if there is a contract address, then we have to display the address, otherwise no contract address, okay. So let's come here, change this to input, and this one also input. This is here. Let's copy and paste, and here we go to display the symbol, okay. This will call symbol, and let's come down and paste one more time, and we'll call decimal, and this will call decimal, okay. So we have name, symbol, and decimal, okay. So everything's working fine. Let's copy that and change this to ERC20. So okay, this might be working, and here you can see it's working fine. We are getting this, sorry, no data, so it's working fine. So this JSX part is also working. Let's convert this to H1, okay. So here we have no data, and we have to work on the last two tabs, okay. So it's also working fine. Let's select the entire one, close all the tab, and let's come to ERC21, and let's come back to ERC20, and let's copy the first section and simply paste. Let's come here, pass the props. So let's come to the table, and from here we can pass the props ERC21, and come back here, simply copy this entire returns and simply replace that, because both the token going to have the same property. And here we have to change this to 21, okay, and the rest is going to be the same. Let's come down, and this looks great. Let's come here and let's check. So as you can see, it's also working. So here we can say ERC21, and let's come back, and here we can say ERC20, okay. Let's switch. Here you can see we can easily able to switch, and everything's working fine. Now we have to work on the last tab, okay. Close all that, come back to 1155, copy the first part, paste it. Now come back, copy the entire return statement and simply paste. Let's come up, change this to 115, and here we have to change this to 1155, replace all, and let's come here, close. Everything's working fine, all the things are working fine, and you can see everything's working fine. So we can easily able to display, and here I have changed the message. We can switch to different tabs, and all tabs is working fine. There is no transaction token, so everything's working fine, okay. So this part is also done. Let's close that one, closed, and let's give a final review and click on that, and here we can able to see all the data. If we click on the block, and here we are redirect to the block page. Let's come back, go back to the home page. If we click on here, we can come back to the block page. So now we're going to start working on the blog page. If we click here, we can go to the account page and we'll have the data about the accounts. You can see everything's working fine. If we click here, we are going to the blog page, so there is something problem. If we're clicking on account, we are getting to the blog page. It's loading. Here we are clicking on to, we are getting on blog page. So we have to do the changes in the transaction. So let's come here. So here instead of blog, we have to type account. No, still. If we click, still we are redirecting to the blog. Alright, so we have changed the name. Click one more time. So it's absolutely fine for the form, but for the two, okay. Oh, this would be block, and we have to change the to one. Okay, so here we have to change that to account to, and let's come down, let's scroll down, and now it's working. As you can see, we can switch, and here all the data is getting updated. You can see the data is got updated, the data is updating. So the functionality we have written is everything's working fine. We can switch to different account and fetch the data. All the tabs are working fine. We have the data. Okay, transactions, everything's working fine, but still we have a problem. So this is okay in the transaction section. Let's come to the block range, and here we have to change that. Okay, so we have to change the, so we have to do the changes in all the tabs. Okay, so here we have type account, save it, close it. Let's come to the next one, minded, and this tab we don't have it. Let's come to ERC20 and let's change this to account. Let's come to ERC21 and let's change this to account. Let's come to our token and change this to account. So make sure you change all the block to account, okay, where we want to redirect. So here we have done the changes, and now we can easily able to redirect to the account page. So if we come here we have the block sections, and if we click here, working fine. We can click to this, we can click on this, and all the things are working fine. We have the data as well. If we click, we are redirecting to the block page, and here we have a tab info. Let's close all the tab, close the compound, go to the block sections, and now we'll start working on the block page. So let's import link, and we'll say use state. It's coming from, we have a use context, we have to use the router, next router, and we have to import the ether, and we have to do the internal import, and style from dot dot, it's coming from the, let's dot dot, and let's go to the compound, and here we have the style. Okay, so that's the style we're going to use. So if we click on the block, here we can, as you can see here, we can redirect to the block page. So that's the one we're going to create. Okay, so let's come here, let's take create our provider, and we'll take a use context. Inside that we're going to pass our data. Okay, Etherscan. So let's import that ether scan, and this is coming from our icon, so filter, and this is coming from React icon FA. We'll import our AI filter sorry, and this is also coming from React icons. Create a new CSS file, so this will call block, and that's what we're going to import here. So let's import that. Style transaction, and this is coming from style.block. Okay, so this style sheet is going to be specially for this our blog page. and here we have to provide our provider, and we'll use a route, and we have to use this user router, and we have to take the query, and you guys know the drill, so I'm going a little faster. Again, we have to extract the block number, and we'll say number. So here I'm using the number because when I will extract the data from the URL, and that data will come in the form of string, so we have to convert that into a number so we can pass into our function to fetch the data. Okay, so that's why I'm using this number function. So I'm writing just pure JavaScript. Okay, query, and I have to take the block number. Let me give this command open. So use state I will take open, and initially is going to be the false. Okay, so this will allow us to switch between the tabs, and here we'll have a block data sections. So and and here we'll type a use state. This will call block data, and it's going to be an array. We'll take another one. This will call transaction. It's gonna be an array. We'll do format value, so we have to convert the ether. So for that we're going to take another use state, and this will call ether gas limit. So the price we're going to display, so it's going to be a string, and we have to display the ether difficulty. It's going to be a string, and it's going to be a ether gas used. It's going to be a string. So these are the gas prices and all the inputs for the block. And let's create an active state. So for changing the state for open and close. Okay, so block number, so it's going to be a true. So we'll create one more use state, and this will call transaction tab. Initially it's going to be a false. Okay, right now just we are setting up the state, so we can just use this state in our application. Okay, now let's write a functions open tab. First we'll check if block number set the block data to false, and we have to set the transaction true. Okay, else if transaction set the block data, so block number true, and that's the functions for open tab. Okay, let's take a get block details, and here we're going to get the block number. So it's going to be async function because we're going to make a call. Okay, so let me console log out something went wrong. Okay, and here we can simply get the block number. So await provider will use this get block functions, and inside this we're going to pass the block number. So block number, and we'll have the data. So let me get the data block dot push. So we have to push in that array. So this is the array where we have to push. Let's come down, and what we can do, we'll take this set block data, and we're going to push that inside that as well. Okay, we're going to set the data. Let me console log out the gas limit. Okay, so let's get the gas price. Okay, so gas limit ether.utils from, and we have to simply pass the get block dot gas limit. Okay, and this data is available in the block, and from there we are getting the price. Okay, so let me go through this quickly. So let's set the gas price to gas limit. Let's come down. Again we're going to take the gas used. We have to use the ether.utils from, and we're going to pass the block dot, and we have to follow this gas used, and we're going to set that in gas used. Pass the gas used. Simply come down. So these are the repetitive things, so that's why I'm going a little faster. So we'll take the difficulty ether dot and utils dot format ether. We have to pass the block number and difficulty. Here we have it. Okay, so this is the related to the price. Now we have to set the price. Inside that we're going to pass the difficulty. So let's set this and pass the difficulty, so we have the data available for that as well. And here we're going to do the transaction. Okay, set transactions get block, and inside that the transaction we have, inside the transaction we have all the data. Okay, you guys already have seen. So we are setting that in a transaction. So let me console log out the data, and we can simply pass the get block dot transaction data, all the transactions. Let's come here, refresh the browser. Here we are, make an API call. Okay, let's do an inspect element and go to the console and click on the block, and here we are getting an error. So false is not defined. Okay, it's a spelling mistake. So let's come up here and let's correct this. FALSE, false. Reload the page, and here we have that block, and but we don't have the data. Why it's so? So let's come here. Here we have the block details. Okay, we have to call this function. Okay, simply copy, come down here, and we have to call this function. So we're going to take a use effect, and inside that we're going to call that function. So whenever someone reload the page, we're going to call this function. So we have to pass an empty array. Let's come here and reload the browser, and here I'm getting undefined. Okay, let's come back to home page. Scroll here, go to the block, and here I'm getting undefined. Why so? Everything looks good. Let's console log out the block number. Are we getting the right block number? So let's reload the page. Yes, we are getting the block number. And I'm not cutting this out from this video because I want to show you that we do make these mistakes, and this is how we go and rectify our mistakes and find the error, find the bug in our code. Okay, so this is how we can do it. So simply select this and come here and paste here and paste the block number. So are we getting the block details? Let's, here we have the details of the block. So all the data we have extracted, that's we are displaying here. So as you can see, we have a gas limit, gas use, we have a difficulty. So that's the data we have fetched. Okay, so all the data is there inside the block. So it's look great. This is also working fine. Let's come here, simply cut this one, paste here, take a console log, and inside this we're going to pass the gas use and we're going to pass the gas limit, this two data. Let's reload the browser, and here we have the price. As you can see, we are getting the undefined for the transaction, but we are getting the price for the both gas use and gas limit. So what is the problem? So this is, as you can see, let's cut this out and let's come up here, simply remove this one, console log out the block, get block also, and let's see, the problem is in the transaction. So let's open this. Okay, let's copy this, come back. Oh, I'm missing S, it's S transactions, and now we will get the data. Okay, now we'll get the data. If we come here and paste it and simply pass this transaction here, we'll get the data. Now reload the page and just wait. Still, let's come back here, let's do one more, and here we have the data. As you can see, it's working fine. Now we are receiving the data. So there was a slight mistakes, a small bug of spelling. Okay, so let's simply select this and remove this. We have the data of all the transaction. Okay, this is our tab and this is our active state, and this is all the use state, all the imports. Now we can start working on our JSX. Okay, we'll take a div, it will have a class called style, style transactions and block, and we'll have a block number. We'll take another div, it will have a class called style transaction block table, and inside that we're going to take another div, it will have a style transaction dot block btn. Inside that we'll take the button, so it will have a on click function on the button, and inside this we're going to pass our open tab function. Okay, that's what we want to pass. this one. Let's click say block details, and this will call block transaction. So we'll have two buttons. Here we have the two buttons. Let's come down. We'll take a dynamic block and we'll say block number. If it has a block number, then otherwise this. Okay. Then we'll take a div and it will have a class. So we're not going to assign any class name, style transaction, and we'll have a data row. Inside that we'll take a p tag number, and here we'll display the block data dot number, small letter. Close this one. So this is the block number we have. Simply select this, and you guys know the drill. Okay, come paste and change the data. So this time we'll display the timestamp, change this to timer stamp. Okay, close this one, paste here. It will call miner, and we have to provide the href, path name, we have to provide the account, and we have to redirect to the account page. Then we have to provide the block data dot miner account address. Okay, inside that we'll take a p tag and we'll have a class called style transactions, and we'll take the color, and inside that we're going to pass the block data dot miner address. Close this one, simply copy this and paste down here. Here we'll display the hash. Here we'll display the hash. This one is parent hash. If there is no parent, if there is a parent hash, then we have to display the hash, otherwise no data. We'll come down. This will call nuance. We'll take another one, and this will call, let's say, extra data, and that's what we're going to pass here, extra data. We'll come down, we'll take another div, it will call difficulty, and here we'll pass the difficulty. So difficulty, otherwise dash difficulties, I think so, and we have to say no data. Okay, we'll come down, we'll take another, and this will call gas limit, and here we have to display the actual price. So simply remove this, and we have this gas limit price. Okay, now we have to use this one, gas ether, gas used, and this will call ether difficulty, and here we have to display the currency, simply display the currency, and this one is also going to be the same currency, and else we're not going to render anything. So we're going to render, we'll take a div, and it will have a class style transaction data table, and we'll take another div, it will have a style transaction dot style dot column. Let's come here and go to the transactions, simply scroll down and simply copy this link part. Okay, column section, entire column, and that's we're going to render here, because this column is, because the tab is going to have the same column. Okay, so we're going to have it, and here we have to do a couple of changes. So let me tell you what I have done. So in the transaction section, in the transaction tab, I've copied the column table from the transactions, and I'm using that column, the same column table in the block page. And now we're going to do the changes here. Okay, first thing we have to do is format this, and this will call all transaction in the block, and here we have to pass the transaction dot length, so we'll get the length of the entire transaction. Okay, here we have to change this to transaction. And what else we need to change? This one is going to be called transaction, because this time we have to redirect to the transaction page. Okay, and this will call, let's reload the page and let's see, we are getting this error, big number. So something happening in our conversion. Okay, let's come here. So the JSX part is working. We are doing some something wrong. Okay, so let me scroll down here. So this, let's change this to data block dot and hash. Okay, that's the data we want to display in the link, and this is going to be a normal. Let's assign a class called style transaction dot color, and in that we're going to pass that. Okay, so this looks fine. Remove this one. Okay, take a span, and here we're going to display the number. Okay, so key tag, I think we need to remove this key. We don't need that one. We're going to take that I plus 1. Okay, we'll take this span. This is the link, so simply remove the P, and now it's looking good. This is the link, and in that we are displaying the address. So let's reload the page. We are getting the same error, hex big number. So we are getting this error. Okay, so let's remove this one. I think I put this one, so remove this one and reload the page, and now you can see we have all this data. It's working fine, but there is some problem in the tab. We cannot switch back. Okay, let's reload. We have the data, but we cannot switch somehow. We have all the data, so let's come here. Let's see what's the matter with our code. Let's come up here, and I guess so here we have a set transaction, and here, okay, I made a mistake. Replace this to set transaction, and here we have a call transaction tab. So copy this one and simply paste here in transaction tabs. Let's come here, reload the page, and here we have the data. Let's click on this block transactions, and here we are getting few datas. Okay, the transaction is not displaying. So let's do one thing. So let's start working on the styling on the CSS part, and we'll come back to this later. Okay, so let's come here, let's close all this tab, let's go to this block CSS file, and let's start styling. Okay, let's make things side by side so you guys can see what we are working on. So I'll take a block, and width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto. It will have a margin block is going to be 2 RAM, block box header, display is going to be flex, a line item is going to be center, justify content space between. Reload the page, and here we have. Okay, let's come down. We'll take the block header h3, color is going to be white, background color is going to be 1F136, our second primary color, padding is going to be 1 RAM, and border radius is going to be 0.5 RAM. Let's come down. We'll take the block header paragraph, and it will have a color, our secondary color, and we'll have a color is white, then we'll have a padding 1 RAM, and we'll have a border radius 0.5 RAM. Font width is going to be 700, and this is how it will look. Come down, we'll get the block button. Okay, it will have a color to second primary, display is going to be flex, and cap is going to be 1.5 RAM, justify content start, and we'll have a margin left is going to be minus 0.5 RAM, and border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid, and we'll have our primary color. Okay, we'll have a padding bottom is going to be 0.5 RAM. So let's reload the page, and as you can see, it's looking good. So okay, come down and simply target the button. It will have a background transparent, border 0, font size 1 RAM, color is going to be our white, and font width is going to be 800, cursor pointer. So this is how it will look. Let's come down, let's assign a block table. So background is going to be second primary color, and margin block is going to be 2 RAM, color white, padding is going to be 1 RAM and 2 RAM, block radius is going to be 0.5 RAM. Let's reload the page, and data raw is going to be display flag grid. We'll have a grid template column, so 1 FR and 5 FR. We'll have a align item is going to be center, font size is going to be 12 pixels, and overflow hidden. We'll take the color, and it will have our primary color, then cursor pointer. Let's add a media query. So, and max width is going to be around 35 RAM. So block is going to be, let's say, width 95%. Okay, and this would be REM. Now we have to target the block header, paragraph, display is going to be none, and data raw, grid template 2 FR, and this will call 4 FR. So everything is working fine. As you can see, we have the data and everything's in well aligned. We have a extra data, it's really large, so we have all the data we are fetching. Okay, so this looks quite great. Let's come back to the home page, and what we can do, let's click on the account, and here block, and here we can see the block details, but we are not getting the data in the transaction block, so we have to work on that. Okay, let's click on the block number, and here we are on the block page. As you can see, here we have the data like block number, timestamps, minor, hash presence, nuance, extra data. So all the data we have here. Let's click on the block transactions, and here you can see we have problem in our block transaction. We are not receiving the data. Actually, the problem is we are not switching between the two, block details and block transaction. Okay, so let's come back to our code editor and let's try to fix that. So here I made a mistake in our open tab. So here you can see set block data. So here we have to replace these two, set block number. Okay, and this one, copy and paste here simply, and right now everything will be working fine. And here we have to do one more changes. So I have already done these changes and I want you to do it. So the font size is going to be the 10, because when I was reviewing the code I found that the default font size is looking really too big, so I made it to 10. So make sure you do these two changes. So things are looking good. Let's go back to home page and let's click one more time, and here we are. Just wait, and finally the data is arrived, and now we can click on the block transaction, and here we can have all the details of this transaction which is happening inside the block. Okay, you can go and on, and right now we have 334 transaction in this single block. And let's make this side by side so you guys can see. So here we have all the transactions. We can easily able to switch between two different tabs, and as you can see 3 to 37, and if you scroll down, here we have also 334 transactions. So length, we can easily able to display the length. Let me make it big, and let's come back to home page, and let's click on this, and let's bring in sidewise, and it's taking too much time. Okay, so, and this one is taking a little bit time because I'm already working on a project like NFT marketplace, so, and I have connected that with my local host, so that's why I have to just disconnect that. So I'll just cut it down for this moment. Okay, we're going to check this when we'll done the complete project. Okay, so this is the price, this is the supply, and here we can easily able to search. Here we have all the block details, and we can easily able to check everything. This is the transaction. You can simply click on this account miner, and here we are on the account page. Let's click it, and it's loading, and here we have the data. As you can see, everything is working fine. We have the balance, we have the converted balance, we are displaying the address, and here we can easily able to switch between different tabs. So here we are in transaction. Let's click on the transactions, and here we are on the transaction page, and that means our redirection is also working fine. Okay, this part is also working. Let's come back to our code editor. Let's close all these tabs and let's close this one as well, and let's open the transactions. And now we're going to work on the transaction page. Okay, so we have already done with all the pages, and this is the final page we have left. Okay, so now let's start working on it. So let's quickly import a couple of things which we need for this project. So first one is going to be use state, now use effect, and we need a use context. Come down, we have to import the link, and which is coming from next link. Now we have to import the ether, and that's coming from ethers. So these are the three imports we have, and now let's come to the internal import. We're going to import our style sheet. So style transaction, okay, and this is coming from our // block modules. Okay, so this is our style sheet. We're going to use the same style sheet, okay, because the design of the of the transaction page is going to be the similar as per the block one. Okay, so that's why I'm using the same style sheet here as well. Let's come down, let's import our Etherscan context API, okay, the data, and this is coming from .context/ether. Now let's come into this. Now we have to take our provider, and this provider is coming from context Etherscan. Okay, so we have our provider. Now we have to take the router and use router and I forgot to import it, so let's import that. Use router, not reducer. I have to type router coming from next router. So we have our router, and from here we're going to extract the query. So we'll take an query, and this query is coming from router, and again I'm going to take the hash because we're going to pass the hash in the URL. Okay, and so that we're going to pass the query, and we're going to take the first element of the query, which is a hash. Now we'll take another variable. This will call transaction, and it's going to be array. Now we'll take another use state, and this will call transaction data, and it's gonna be simply, let's say, call it transaction. Okay, copy this one. So let's call it this trans details. Here we have trans detail. Come down. So let's come back here. Let's go to the block page, and what we can do, so let's come here. Right now on we are transaction page. Okay, let's come here. Let's copy this entire format to ether, because this value is going to be similar on the transaction page as well. So I simply copy the use state. Okay, but we have to plug the value. Now let me change this to simply value, and okay, we'll look after that. So let's come down and let's take another variable called get. Come down, let's take another variable called get data for transaction, and it's gonna be async functions. Inside that we'll take a try catch block. Let me close this one. Inside that we're going to console something went from transaction page. Something's wrong from transaction page. Now we have to take the transaction details, and we have to use the await because we are using async function. And now we have to use the provider, and we have to use the get transaction function, and that we're going to pass the hash. And this get transaction function we are getting from Etherscan. Okay, so from there I'm using it and passing the hash, and this function will give me the entire detail of the transaction of this hash. Okay, so let me set this transaction data, and in that we're going to pass that transaction, not details, not data. Okay, so here we have the transaction. Let me console log this out and let me show you. So here we have the transaction details. Let's come down, let's call this function. So we'll take a use state, and in that we're going to pass the simply this function, and it's going to be an empty array. So here we are back on the browser, and let's click on the latest transaction. So here we are on the transaction, and as you can see on the URL, we are getting the hash of the transactions and we are passing to this. So let's see the data we have arrived. So here we have the object. As you can see, we have the object. Inside that we have the data about this transaction. So we have the access list, we have block hash, block number, chain ID, confirmations, create, data, form, gas limit, price. So all the data about this particular transaction we have, and now we can extract it and display in our transaction page. So here we have, you can see the list of the data, all the addresses, everything you can able to find in this object. So let's come back here so we can easily able to get the data. Let me remove this one and let's start coding again. Take the transaction detail and we have to push this data, okay, inside that transaction detail. So here we have the data. So it's gonna be details. Let's come down, put ether, and we'll take a const. It will call gas limit price, and we have to use the ether package utils format units, and in that we're going to pass the transaction trans dot gas limit. So in the transaction object we have this value gas limit, and that's what I am accessing. Okay, we have to use this set gas limit, and in that we have to set the value. Okay, that's it, simple, you know the drill. Now we have to take the gas price, and let's call it con, and we'll use the same ether.utils.form units, and in that we have to pass the trans. Simply come here, simply type this transaction details dot gas price. Okay, we have the data in that. Now we have to set the set gas price, and this is the one. So let me change this to gas price, and this will call set gas price. Okay, and that's, we have to pass it inside this, copy and paste. So here we have the gas price. Now let's call it ether value. We have to use ether package utils format units, and in that we have to pass the transaction details dot value, and again we have to push this using set value functions, and that we're going to pass that ether value. So here the value is available. Let's copy this and paste here. So we have the price. So all the parts we have done. Now let's start working on the JSX part of this page. So let's take a div. In that div we're going to take a class, and it will call a style transaction, and we'll call a block, and that will take another div. It will have a call style transaction dot box. Inside that will take another div. It will have style transaction dot box dash dash header, and that will take h3, and this will call transaction hash. We'll come down, we'll take a p tag, and in that we have to display the transaction hash. Okay, now let's come out of the div. We'll take another div. It will have a style transaction, and we'll take a block table, and that we're going to take another div, and this div have contain another div, and we'll take another style transaction dot data raw, and that will take a p, and here we call it number. Okay, just remove this one. Okay, so remove this and simply type number. Okay, now we have to take a link because we want to redirect to the blog page. Okay, so we have to take this object, as we'll call path name, and in this we're going to pass the blog page, and we have to pass the query. So here we're going to pass the block number, so which is we have inside this. Okay, inside the transaction details we have, so data dot block number, and here in this we're going to pass the transaction dot block number. Let's take a p tag, and inside that we're going to take that. Okay, so let's have a class called style transaction and dot color, because it's going to redirect into a different page, and all those redirections like elements we are assigning a particular color. Okay, our brand color, and we'll take another div, and we'll have a class style transaction dot data raw, and inside that we'll take a p. It will call from, and simply copy this and paste here, we want to redirect to the account page, so change this to account, and here we have to change it to from. Okay. So this is the from part. Simply close all these sections. Okay, let's close this one and close this one, and here we are. So simply what we can do now, simply copy this and come down, and we have to change the text to 2. This will 2, and the data is going to be 2 also. Close this one, come up here, copy this part and come down and change this to hash. This will, we don't need that because we don't need to redirect to anywhere, and we don't need this style color as well. And let's remove this one, and here we're going to pass the hash. If we have the hash, then we have to display the hash. If we don't have the hash, then we have to say no hash. That's simple. Okay, let's come down and let's change this to say nuance, and same thing we have to do is simply select this, replace this together, NONCE. Okay, copy, close this one, come down, paste. This will call trace transaction index, and here we have to say transaction index, and here we have to change that as well. Okay, so let's change the text to transaction index. Okay, transaction, no transaction index. Close this one, copy this entire thing, come down and paste, and here we have to change the text to R because we have a R object, and we have to say R, so no R, not X, R. Close this one, copy, come down, paste it, and this time we want to say S, and this will S, and this one is also S, and this one is also S. Close this tab, come down, simply replace to gas limit, and in that we're going to display the gas price, okay, which we already have. So I'll say gas limit, simply copy this, paste one more time, and this one is going to be gas price, and here we have to provide the gas price. Copy down and paste. So this will call type, and here we have the transaction type. Copy this, come down, it will call V, and here we have to pass V. Copy, come down, and this will call value. We already have the value, so we're going to use the value we have stored. So copy this one, and let's copy that. So this will call ether gas limit. Okay, this will call value, and here we have to say value, only value with a capital. This working. Okay, we are done with the value. Now let's come down, and this will call chain ID. So we have the data inside the transaction data dot chain ID with capital ID. Come down, we'll remove this part and we'll call confirmation. Okay, we have to remove this to confirmation. Copy, simply come down, this will call created, and this will also call create. Sorry. So here we have the data, everything is working fine. We have written the complete JSX of this transaction page. Let's come back to our browser. You can see here we have the hash number. This is the detail of the block. So we have the block number, we have from to hash nuance, we have all the data, but the data we can't see is gas limit, gas price. Okay, all the data we have. So this is working, is also fine, RS, but there is a problem with the gas limit, gas price, and created and value. Okay, so we have some problem with this value. Let's come back to our code and let's try to analyze what's happening exactly. So we have a gas price, let's scroll down, here we have the gas price. Okay, that's fine. We have ether gas limit, and that's what we have here as well, ether gas limit. Okay, and that's what we have provided, no problem in that, and that's also fine. Now we have the value. Okay, we have the value in capital. So things are looking good. Let's come here and let's try to console log out the data. Okay, transaction data, not details. Okay, let's try to console log that out. So here we are back on the home page. Let's come here. Everything's working fine. Click on the transactions, coming data. Okay, we have all the data, but we don't have those three data. Okay, we don't have this data, so there must be something wrong. So let's come here to the created and let's take a ternary operator. So if we have the creators, then we have to display the data. If we don't have this, then we have to say no date. Okay, that's for createds. And do one thing, let's come here and let's try to console log out all the prices. So let's console log this one, copy this and simply paste this, and let's delete this part. Let's focus here. Okay, I made a mistake. Okay, simply copy all this, select all these two and simply paste inside this. Okay, so everything's working fine. We have all these three data. Let me double check it. Okay, now it's working. We got an error. Okay, sorry, my bad. I have to assign a question mark. And now let's come to the browser and let's try to reload the page. Here we are on the home page, because from there we have to make the call. So everything's working fine. Click on this transactions. We are getting the transaction hash, we are getting all the details, but still here you can see our created ad is displaying the data because it doesn't have a data, so that was saying that no data. But still there is a problem with our value, gas limit and these things. So let's inspect element and let's see the console, and here we don't have any data, so there must be a problem. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's remove all this code. Okay, let's remove all this code and let's try to write it from scratch. So let's do this and let's create a use state. Okay, we're going to create a new use state. Gas limit. Okay, there must be, I'm doing some spelling mistake, that's why it's happening. And this will call gas price. It's gonna be a string. Remove this part and we're going to create another one called value. And this is what I have learned, that you should never copy stuff from different page and use it as it is, because you have no idea that what mindset you had when you set those value. Okay, so maybe I did something wrong. So let's try to create fresh. Let's remove this one as well. Here we have the price, gas limit, and replace this all. Let's come here, then this is value, and we can replace this, and this is value. So we have assigned the right spelling. Now we have to make the API calls for getting the data. So let's call it get price. So we'll take another variable and it will call limit gas. So I'm going reverse name. Okay, so it's a gas limit, so I call it limit gas. Format utils, and we have the data inside the transaction detail dot gas limit. Okay, now we have to console log out. Let's see that whether it's working or not, and let's pass that gas limit. Let's come here, let's reload the browser and just wait. So let's come here, click on the transactions. Here we are. As you can see, it's working fine. Right now we are working. So maybe we did some sort of mistake in the previous time when we doing the API calls, but this time it's working fine. You can see the value of the gas limit. Okay, and here we have in the number, so that's also working fine. So let's set that value and reload the browser, and let's come here and let's check. Let's click one more time, and here you go. Here you can see that the value is printing, so we are getting the value. Okay, so it's working fine. Now let's come back to the code and let's do this quickly. Let's simply copy this and paste. Let's call this one price gas, and this will call, say, gas price. Copy this and we have to set that. Simply paste this one, copy here, paste, and we have to simply copy this and paste one more time. So this will call simply value gas. Okay, and this will call simply value, and we have to copy this set value and paste, and simply paste this one, and now the data is available, so everything is working fine. So let's come back to the browser, reload the page, come to the home page, and so here we are on the home page. Everything is working fine. Let's click on the transaction. Here we are on the transaction page. As you can see, we have the transaction hash on the right hand side, and here we have the data about the transaction. So number, from, to, hash, nuance, and all the pricing is displaying, gas limit, gas price, and value. So all the data is displaying on the browser. As you can see, everything is working fine. So this looks pretty good. If we come to the block section, click on the block, and here we are redirect to the block page, and here we can able to see the data of the block. Okay, if we come to the transaction, and here we have the list of the transaction which is happening inside the block. So it's all, this entire application is connected with one another. We can easily able to travel it from one page to another and explore the data. So everything's working fine. Let's come back to the home page. Here we can see we have the list of all the blocks, and we can able to see the details. The transaction is also working fine. We can scroll, click on the block. Here we are on the block page, click on the block transaction details. Everything is looking fine. Click on this transaction, and here is the problem. We can redirecting. So when we are clicking on the transaction number, we are redirecting to the account page. So we have made a mistakes. So this is the thing we have to fix. Okay, so we are almost done with the entire application. We are just fixing the small bugs which we have in the applications, okay, and giving the final touch. So let's come back to our code editor. Let's go to the index, because from where we are redirecting. Okay, so here we are in the index page, and let's scroll. So when we are clicking on the transaction length, then we are redirecting to the account page. So here you can see we have given the account page, but we have to redirect to the block page, and there we can able to see the transaction details. Okay, transaction list. So right now, come here, Lily did come back to home, and let's come here, let's click on this transaction number, and here we are on the block page, and just wait, this will take a little bit time to arrive the data. And here we have the data. Click on the block transaction, and here you can able to find all the transaction. So altogether we have 236 transaction, and that's all transaction we are displaying here in the block page. We can switch to different pages, and everything's working fine. So let's come back to the home page. This is also working fine. Let's click on the miner. Here we are on the account page. It's loading, and here we are on the account page, and we can able to see everything's working fine. We are displaying everything. So here we have the tab. We can easily able to scroll and see. So there is one more problem I can see. We are not able to display the number of transactions which is happening inside this account. As you can see, latest 10 from total of 10. So this is the one we have to fix. See the block, all the data is working fine. Let's click here, and here we can easily able to see all the data from the block page. Okay, we can easily able to see that. Here you can see this is the one we have to fix. So we are not redirecting anywhere from the timestamps, but why it has this color, our primary color, we have to change this one as well. So let's come to the internal. It doesn't have that, but in our minded block it doesn't have, but in our transaction we have this one. In internal, in transaction history we also have this color. So let's fix that as well. So let's come here, go to the component, go to the transaction, and let's come up here. So we are into the transaction page, transaction component, and let's remove that color. So we have to remove this link style, and let's save it. Now we have fixed this problem. Let's come here, and we have to fix from the internal as well, internal component. So let's come here and let's check. So this is not this one, yeah, this one. So we have to remove this style, so it doesn't have it. Okay, it's a block range, so remove this one. So right now you can see we don't have the color in the timestamp. Go to the transaction history, it's working fine. Internal, it's working fine. Internal inner transaction is also working fine. We don't have that color. Okay, everything is working fine. And if I click, you can see we are changing the hash. If we click, and you can see the hash changed, the balance changed. This will take a little bit time. As you can see, it has nothing in this account. Let's click one more time, and You can see the balance is changing, the account is changing, and the complete detail of this tablet, of this what I call, of this tabs is also changing. Okay, let's come back to the transaction minded block. It doesn't have any transactions, sorry data. So everything's working fine. As you can see, this is the problem we have to face. We don't have the number of transaction here. So let's see why it's not displaying. So let's come back to our code. Let's go to the table, and there we have to display. So we are into the table, and let's close all the tab. Let's close this one. So we are into the table one. So here we have the lead total transaction, but it's not displaying. Let's come up here. So we are importing the data. Okay, total transaction. So there's no problem here, I can see. Let's console log out the transaction, total transactions, and let's come to the browser, console log out, and actually we don't have the data. The data is empty. We don't have the data. So let's come here, open this one, and close this part. So here we are back on our account page, and actually all the API calls we are doing on our account page. Okay, so here we have to check whether we are making that call or not. So let's come here and let's do one thing. What I have found that we actually not calling this. Okay, we are not actually getting the data because we haven't written the code for that. So let's get the transaction, total transaction. So let me give this command, get total transaction, and let's take a value called total transaction, and it's going to be a weight provider, and here we have to use get transaction and count, and in that we have to pass simply the account. Okay, so here we have the data. Now what we can do, let's come up here. Here we have the set transactions, and that we're going to use it, and we have to simply say total transactions, and now it might work. Okay, right now you can see everything would be working fine. So let's delete, come back to home page and reload the browser. Here we are. So here we are. Let's click on account, reload the browser, and boom, here you can see we have the data. We got the number of transaction this account has done. So we got all the transaction history details. So it's working fine. We can easily able to switch between different tabs, and everything's working fine. Here we are getting this error. Let's see, let's reload the page. Okay, sometime, so what I have found that sometime you might get this error because the data takes a little bit time, and what happened that the pages get rendered. So sometime you will get the error. Okay, so whenever you get that kind of error, come back to the home page and go reload the browser. It will fix that problem. Okay, here you can see we are on the MetaMask. We have our MetaMask. So let me close this one. Close this one, buddy. So let's try another network, and let me log into my account, unlock, and boom, here we are getting the data from our account. So you can see here is the pop-up. Here is the pop-up. We have the account, we have the balance, we have the number of transaction an account has done in the entire lifetimes. All the data you can easily able to display, and you can display tons of data like the contracts, all the things, but here I'm displaying only 3 data: account, balance, and total count. Okay, now let's go a complete overview. You can simply close and off. Here we have the pricing, total supply. So here is everything. Let's scroll down. They are displaying more than 10 data here. You can see block, transactions, everything's. Here we have the list of all the transaction. You can go and on and on. You can see, you can scroll all the way down to see all the data. Okay, so let's see how many transaction we have. So we have around 382 transaction, and that's all transaction is displaying here. Okay, this one. Let's click on the block, and here you can able to find the details about the block. So this page will take a little bit time because we are directly fetching the data from the blockchain, so this will take a little bit time, and I'm will keeping this application in this way. And if you want, you can take it to next level, like you can add a loader, you can add an event that if the data is not loaded, then you can show us some sort of loader there. Okay, which I'm not going to do. I just tell you that this is the thing which you can add very easily. And here we have the block, timestamp, miner, hash, present hash, nuance, all the data, difficulties, gas limit, everything is displaying here. You can able to see. Okay, and you can easily able to switch to the block transaction, and you can able to find all the transaction which happen inside that particular block. You can scroll down, and here we have 382 transaction in a single block, and you can simply scroll this one. Or if you want to do some crazy design, you can do that. Instead of displaying halfway, you can divide into multiple components. Okay, so you can divide this entire into 3 component and display data there, but I will go in this normal way. So we can simply switch to different tabs and we can see the data. Everything's working fine. Let's come back to home page and let's click on the number of transactions, and you can see we are back to that, and we can see that this one is also working fine. Let's click on the miner. Here we are on the account page. We can easily able to see. Let's click on click me. This will reload the data, and here we are on the account page. So again, this will take a little bit time to fetch the data, and sometime you might get an error because the data loaded very slowly and your page is already getting rendered. So that sometime happens. Okay, so when you get that error, you might consider reload your page, or you can do one thing. You can add one more logic in your data loading, which I'm not going to do, otherwise this video is already getting very long. It's already long, which I want you to add that event, so prevent that error. Okay, so I want you to fix that small bug we have in this application. So this is the account, this is the hello message, this is the balance, converted balance, and here we have the list of the history transaction details. Simply scroll and you can able to find all the transaction we are finding. You can able to see the transactions, miner, ERC20 token. So I have done a couple of changes in the application, then I'm making this video. So I have changed the messages. Okay, and this is, and sometime you will get an error. Okay, when you will switch to ERC21 or ERC20 or ERC1150, in this token what is happening back is, in this token what is happening, some account doesn't have data at all. Okay, so in such cases we are getting some error. Okay, sometime you will get, I'm not telling you that you will get the error all the time, sometime you will get that error. So again, I'm telling you that you have to add a logic. Think about that, how you can prevent that to happening. Okay, you have to write only 4 pieces of code you have to write to prevent that. Okay, but right now this account doesn't have any issue with that tokens, and you can easily able to switch different tabs, all the data. Let's click on the block number and it's redirecting to our block page. Let's reload one more time, and here we have the data. Boom, we have the balance. Here we have the balance. Let's click one more time, and here account change, balance change, and all the data is changed. You can see right now we have something 4,000 transaction history, but right now it has only 5, and you can easily able to switch to different accounts. There, as you can see, the data is changed. So again, this will take a little bit time to data arrive, and you can easily able to see everything's working fine and looking absolutely great. And we can easily able to switch to different tabs. Okay, you can switch to different tabs. This one is also fine, this one is also fine. Let's come back to our home page, and now let's go to the single transaction. So again, this one is also fine, fully functionable. We have the transaction hash, all the details about the transaction, block number. We can switch to different tabs, and here we have the history of the transaction, all the data you can able to find. You can click on this from, and you can redirect to the account page, and now you can able to see the balance of that account as well. You can see balance, converted balance, all the history transaction, and switch to different pages to see the data of it. So everything is 100% functionable and it's working absolutely beautiful. So let's come here, let's come back, let me make it responsive, and you can see this is how it will look on a mobile device. It's looking stunning, and we can open and close. We can see the transaction history, and this is our footer which is doing nothing, and that's also working fine. Let's come back to Etherscan, click here, and let's go and copy an address. Simply click here, copy the address, come here, and here you can simply paste to check whether our search is also working or not. So simply paste the address, click on the fly, and here we are on the account page, It's loading, and here we have the data about the account. So the balance, converted balance, account history, everything is displaying here. You can see easily. Okay, you can scroll and you can see. So this function is also working. And that's come back here. Let's do one thing. Let's take another account to see. So let's go with this one. Okay, copy this one and check once more time. Come here, paste, and click one more time. So again it's loading, and here we have the data. As you can see, it's everything's working fine. So whatever address you will put, the data will come dynamically about that account. So this is how it will look. Here we have the tab. You can simply scroll down, and here we have the different tabs. You can simply click and move to different pages. Just look on the blog, and here you can see we have the data about that. You can fix this one, and here we have the list of the transactions. We have the number of transactions, and here we have the number of transactions. Expand it, come back to the home page. So this looks absolutely phenomenal. So I hope you have enjoyed this complete project. If you have any doubt, any questions, leave down in the comment section. And again, I'm telling you, the source code of this application is provided to you on my websites. Okay, so let me show you how you can get the source code of these applications. Simply type DAULAT and Hussain. You will land up here. Click on the very first link. This is my website. Click here. Here you are on my website, and you can check everything from your end, that what I do, what kind of tutorials I make. So that's all is there on my website, so you can check everything. So to get the code, all you have to do is to click on the blog sections. You will come to the blog page, and here you can able to find all my latest project which I have worked on. You can able to download the source code, look from your end, like MongoDB servers, like full stack, e-commerce, like templates. So all the things is provided to you. So simply click on this. So this is the complete project code I have provided. So click on this article. So you will line up to this articles, and here you can able to find everything about the project which we have built. So this is a beautiful design I have created. I have given a basic descriptions that what it is about, and from here you can easily able to check the demo. Okay, so I have hosted this application on a live server on Netlify, so you can easily able to see the demo. So all you have to do is simply click here. It will open in the new tab, and as you can see, the data is arriving. Here we have the data, and sometime what happened that this data will take a little bit time because there is a lot of things happening. We are changing a lot of state variables here, so this will take a little bit time. If in your case it takes too much time, all you have to do is to click anywhere in any link and come back. You will have the data. As you can see, we have few, but right now we have the data. So this will take a little bit time to arrive. Okay, and from here you can easily able to check everything. So you can check this, click here, and you can easily able to open MetaMask and do the normal stuff. Okay, so this website is already live on this, which you can check. So I'm not going to connect, and here I have provided the images which we have used in this application. So from here you can easily download the images, and here I have given the step that what are you going to learn in this entire applications. And here I'm going to add the video. So right now today I'm going to publish the video, and that video is going to be live here. So you can come here, watch here, and you can find everything, so all the instructions. So here I've written this article. Here is the title. So I need to remove this one, I forgot it. And here you can able to find the details. So first thing what you have to do is to install the dependency. So package.json file is already provided to you. These are the dependency we're going to use in this project. Now I have divided this entire section in the folder. So this is going to be the page, so page folder, and here you're going to find all the pages. So here we have the app.js source code. So the source code we're going to use inside the app.js file. So that's here. This is for the account page. So all the code for the account page is going to find right up here. As you can see, it's a long code. So all you have to do is to simply copy and paste. And here we have the blog page. So we have the blog page code. Let me scroll down. Here we have the transaction page code. Simply scroll down, and here we have the context folder. So we have a specific folder for API calls. So here you will find the file of that. So app.js file. So here is the list of the API calls, and by the way, here I have made my public key for Infura live. Okay, so don't use this one otherwise, because I'm going to delete this and delete I would recommend you not to use this one. Okay, because I'm already using one application on this API. If you use it otherwise, so my API, the live website I have hosted, it might not work because API calls has a limit. Okay, number of calls I make in a day has a limit, so don't make too many calls and don't use this API. Let's scroll down, and here we have a component folder, you can see. So all the component we have built, like block range, so we have the code for the block range, and we have the code for the ERC20 token. So here we have the code, all the codes, and here we have the ERC21 page, sorry, component. Here we have a ERC51. You can scroll all the way down, and here we have the footer. Here we have a internal JSX and minded block. This one is a nav bar. So these are the code. This is for the tablet. Okay, a lot of biggest if statement we have written, and here we have the table. So we have the table as well. Okay, and this is the CSS file. So all the CSS file is provided to you for every single page, account page, and all the pages, blog page. So everything is provided to you. Come here. I would recommend you not to copy code from here. Watch the tutorials step by step, because where I try to explain everything in a more simplest term. Okay, because copy pasting is the easiest stuff. You can easily copy and build a project, but you have to understand that why we are making those calls, why we are taking that approach for passing data from one component to others. So that call is very important, that mindset is very important when it's come to programming. And when you work on a project like this and build step by step, where I'm explaining everything, that will make more sense and you will learn more. Otherwise, simply copying pasting code and building project is not a big deal. You will find tons of tutorials, copy the project and build upon that. You can do that very easily. So it's provided to you, so make sure you make use out of it. If you stuck, I only recommend you, if you stuck, then you can use, otherwise watch the video and continue. So that's it in this project. Hope you have loved it, and let me show you my upcoming project which I'm working on and which I'm planning to upload very soon. So let me show you the projects. So this one is going to be my upcoming project, NFT marketplace, where you're going to learn about like designing this beautiful UI, and we also build the smart contracts for creating NFT. We're going to upload those NFT to IPFS. We're going to integrate the payment systems, so the user can list NFT and make money out of it. They can sell it, buy it, list it, and do a whole lot of things like OpenSea, where you find all the functionalities, all the things that all you're going to find it here, okay, in this application. So let me show you a quick overview that what we have done so far. The backend is already ready. For the data storage, we are using Node.js, okay, and MongoDBs for the data storage of the authentication, that part. But the real NFT we're going to upload to IPFS network, okay. So those things are already done. We are working on the UI. So let me show you the UI part. So here, from there you can search it. We're going to add animations. From here you can able to find all those things. So we have so many pages. We have a collection page, we have a search page, we have a author, we have account setting, upload page, connected page. So I have only work on the home page, okay. And we also going to build this help center page, so about, contacts, login, sign in, subscription, blogs. Here we have the night and, like, you can turn it to a night mode or light mode. Here we have the notifications. So all the notification, all these data will update dynamically, okay. So this is the model, and these data will update dynamically. And from here you guys can create NFT, and from here you can easily able to find the details. You can see your name, your image, your account address, and your profile, and you can easily able to do the editing, okay. So this is for the navigation, and let me show you the responsiveness. So this is how it's going to look on a mobile device. So I would prefer to go with this icon. What you guys recommend? So I go with the normal one, or should I keep in this way? So if you click here, you will have a beautiful this slide navigations, and from here you can easily able to see all the pages. I can see you can simply open, close it, open, close it, and you can navigate to different pages. From here you can easily able to create the buttons. So everything's working fine, and we have to face a small bug. So here this is how it will look on a mobile device. We have different tabs. They can scroll and switch to a different tabs. We're going to, and we have a filter system. As you can see, it's working fine. Let me show you on a big device. So this is the NFT feature section. Here we're going to display the NFT on base of category, so all art, music, sports, photography. And here we're going to add the filter. So here going to be the default one, so the price between 0 to 1 ether, And here is the verified creator of the NFT. So all the creators are verified on our platforms. Their NFT we're going to display as a default. We have a beautiful UI, as you can see. We are getting nice over effect. From here we can like and unlike. This is the price and bidding. So we have a nice data here. And this is the footer section. This is how it will look. And let me show you. You can click turn off and turn on this. Okay, and we have a filter option as well. So if you click here, you will have this option, and you can click and you can make filter out of it. Okay, you can simply click and close. You can add the filter. So this is the part we have work, and it's 100% responsive. Okay, let me show you. We're going to do a little bit changes here. I'm going to make it close to each other, and let me close this one. And it's 100% responsive for any devices. As you can see, beautiful footer. This looks amazing. And let me show you the folder structure which I have created for this. Okay, so what you will learn if you follow this entire course, you will learn about that how you can work, use Next.js and use React, and how you can plan folder structure in React. So when it's come to scalability, when you're working on a project, you have to think in a way that you have to scale that project. You have to take that project to the next level. Okay, you are starting with a small concept, but eventually when you work, when the project will come into the market and people will start using it, you have to add a lot of new features. So this is the approach which I have kept in my mind. And here I have divided all the component, all the things, the entire website into a different component. So here we have the component for the buttons. Okay, so the only buttons we are handling. So we have a different style of buttons. So we have for that's all we are controlling into this button component. We have a feature section, we have a filter. So in this entire project we have a lot of different style of filters. So all those filters state we are keeping here. As you can see, we have a main state here of the filter, and we are manipulating the entire state of the filter by just doing a little bit modifications. And that I will teach you in this complete project, that how you can use reusable component. All you have to do is to build one component and use it in multiple places with different style. Okay, with less code. So that's my whole strategy of creating all these different files and folders. So we have a cart, navigation, input, hero section. So all these things we have a thing. So we have a notification. So we have a different types of notifications. So you will learn tons of things, and this video will come very soon, because this was taking a very time, because we have to build all the pages. We have almost 16 pages in this project. We have done with the backend part, we are done with the smart contract, but we are working on this part. So I hope you will like this project as well. And that's it. I wanted to show you about this. And I'm also working in one more project, like online voting system. Okay, where we're going to build the actual smart contract and conduct online voting. So it's going to be an online voting platform where you will create a like voters, and where you will create a candidates, and those voters will vote them, both those candidates. Okay, so the entire solidity part is done, and the backend part is also done. I have to work on the front end. So this is the approach I generally use. First I build the technology, first I build the core feature of the applications, and then I move to the actual UI part. Okay, so that video will very come soon, like within a week I would be uploading that video, because today I have almost done with that and I have to start recording it. Okay, so as soon as I finish the recording, definitely that video would be live very soon. So hope you have liked it, and do hit like and subscribe if you're new to my channel. And if you want to know anything else, and if you have any idea about any project, do leave me in the comment section, so I'll try to build a project like that, and you guys will get the benefit of it, and I will also learn. So see you next time. Have a wonderful day.